So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today again we will see a crossover between Harry Potter and Iron Man. Earlier I saw that you really like and enjoy the Harry Potter and Iron Man crossover, so here I am with a new video. We will see what if Stark discovered Harry Potter had a magic and he built him in an enchanted war machine suit, and also Stark will raise Harry Potter. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The house was still burning when Tony Stark found it, not burning the way houses normally burn. No creeping orange flames eating through drywall, no smoke curling from windows. This fire was wrong. The flames were white-green and cold, licking at the edges of the collapsed second floor without consuming anything, without spreading. They just hung there, frozen in the moment of destruction, like someone had hit pause on an explosion. Tony killed the headlights of the rental car and sat in the darkness for a full 30 seconds, staring through the windshield at what was left of the cottage in Godric's Hollow. "This is stupid," he said to no one. "This is profoundly, historically stupid." He got out of the car anyway. 21 years old, 6 months into running Stark Industries after his parents' death. 3 days without sleep, running on black coffee and the kind of obsessive curiosity that his father had always said would either make him great or get him killed. Probably both, Howard had added, because Howard Stark never missed a chance to hedge his bets. The energy signature had shown up on Stark Industries' orbital monitoring array. A satellite network Howard had designed for the Pentagon, but Tony had quietly repurposed for his own projects. The signature was unlike anything in the database. Not nuclear, not electromagnetic, not any form of radiation Tony could categorize. It had spiked once, massively, 3 days ago on October 31st, and the epicenter was a tiny village in the west of England that didn't appear on half the maps Tony consulted. He tried to ignore it. He had a company to run, a board of directors who thought he was too young to tie his own shoes, and Obadiah Stane breathing down his neck about weapons contracts. He had things to do, but the signature kept pulsing, faintly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Tony Stark had never been able to leave a mystery alone. The gate to the property was hanging off its hinges. The garden path was cracked, flagstones heaved upward as though something had detonated beneath them. Tony stepped over the debris, the handheld scanner he'd built on the flight over clicking and whirring in his grip. The readings were off the charts. Whatever energy had destroyed this house, residual traces of it saturated everything. The soil, the stones, the air itself. The front door was gone. Just gone, not blown inward or outward, removed from existence. Tony stepped through the empty frame into what had been a sitting room, furniture overturned, a mirror shattered on the floor, children's toys scattered across a rug that was singed at the edges. His scanner screamed. Tony looked down at the readings, blinked, smacked the device against his palm, and looked again. The energy concentration was increasing as he moved deeper into the house. It was pulling him toward the staircase, or rather, toward whatever was up the staircase. "Don't go upstairs in the creepy destroyed house," he muttered, already climbing the stairs. Classic horror movie mistake. "I'm going to die in England. That's so on brand for a Stark." The stairs groaned under his weight. Half the banister was missing. The second-floor landing was partially collapsed, and Tony had to edge along the wall to reach the only door that was still standing, a door painted with yellow stars and a crescent moon. A nursery. He pushed it open. The first thing he saw was the body. A woman, red-haired, crumpled on the floor in front of a crib. Her eyes were open, green and glassy and utterly lifeless. There was no wound on her, no blood, no sign of what had killed her. She looked like she'd simply stopped. Tony's stomach lurched. He'd seen death before. His parents' closed caskets were still fresh in his memory, but this was different. This woman had died protecting something. He could see it in the way she'd fallen, arms outstretched toward the crib behind her. The crib. The scanner was shrieking now, the readings so far beyond its calibration that the display was just flickering nonsense. Tony shoved it in his pocket and stepped around the woman's body, carefully, gently, whispering "I'm sorry" as he passed and looked into the crib. A baby looked back at him. 15 months old, maybe. black hair sticking up in wild tufts. Enormous green eyes, the same green as the dead woman's, blinking up at Tony with an expression of bewildered calm. And on his forehead, a cut in the shape of a lightning bolt, freshly scabbed, radiating a faint luminescence that made the air shimmer. "Oh," Tony said. The baby made a sound. Not crying, he'd clearly been crying for a long time. His cheeks were sticky with tears, but a small, questioning noise. Like he was asking Tony what came next, Tony reached down and picked him up. The moment his hands made contact with the child, every device Tony was carrying died simultaneously. His scanner, his phone, his watch, the micro-recorder in his breast pocket. Dead. And in their place, a sensation flooded through Tony's hands and up his arms, warmth, electricity. Something that felt like standing in sunlight and being struck by lightning at the same time. The baby's scar pulsed once, bright gold, and the cold white-green flames that had been frozen throughout the house guttered and went out. Tony stood in the dark nursery, holding a baby who was glowing faintly, surrounded by the smell of ash and something sweeter underneath, like ozone after a storm. "Okay," he said, his voice remarkably steady for a man whose entire understanding of physics had just been set on fire. "Okay, kid. I don't know what you are, but I know what I am. I'm the guy who's going to figure it out." The baby grabbed Tony's nose and squeezed. "Oh, strong grip," noted. He carried the child out of the house, pausing only to look back once at the red-haired woman on the nursery floor. He'd send someone for her. He'd make sure she was taken care of properly. But the baby was alive and warm and gripping Tony's jacket with fierce little fists, and Tony Stark had already made a decision. Some decisions you make with your brain. You weigh options, calculate probabilities, run cost-benefit analyses. Other decisions you make with something deeper, some part of you that exists below conscious thought, in the place where instinct and conviction and stubbornness all blur together. Tony put the baby in the passenger seat, no car seat. He was 21. What did he know about babies? Belted him in with one hand and pulled out of Godric's Hollow with no idea where he was going except away from here. 30 miles down the M4, the baby fell asleep. 40 miles down, Tony realized he was humming a lullaby his mother used to sing. 50 miles down, he called Obadiah Stane and said, "I need you to clear my schedule for the next year, maybe 2, something came up." "Tony, you have a board meeting on, clear it, Obi." He hung up. The baby, his baby, some part of his brain had already decided, slept on. 3 years passed. The boy's name was Harry. Tony found that out 2 weeks after bringing him home, when a discreet investigation into the Godric's Hollow property revealed its owners. James and Lily Potter, both deceased. Their son, Harry James Potter, age 15 months, listed as missing. Tony made some calls, pulled some strings. The kind of strings that only a billionaire with government contracts and zero patience for bureaucracy can pull. Within a month, the paperwork was done. Harry James Potter became Harry James Stark, adopted son of Anthony Edward Stark. And if anyone in the British government wondered how a baby had traveled from a destroyed cottage in Somerset to a penthouse in Manhattan, they kept those questions to themselves. Money has a way of silencing curiosity. The first 2 years were chaos. Tony Stark, a man who could build a circuit board in his sleep but had never changed a diaper in his life, suddenly had a toddler. Pepper Potts, freshly hired, barely 23, and already regretting every decision that had led her to this job, became Tony's lifeline. She baby-proofed the workshop. She found a pediatrician. She held Harry while Tony slept for the first time in 4 days, and when Tony woke up and found them on the couch, Pepper reading a financial report with one hand and cradling the sleeping boy with the other, something in his chest shifted permanently. Rhodey was next. Colonel James Rhodes showed up at Stark Tower expecting to discuss a weapons guidance system and instead found Tony on the living room floor, covered in strained peas, trying to explain quantum mechanics to a 2-year-old. "Tony, what the hell?" "Rhodey, great timing. Hold him for a second. His energy readings spike when he's agitated and I need to recalibrate the..." "Tony, what the hell? I have a son now, keep up." Rhodey held Harry. Harry grabbed Rhodey's finger and giggled, and Rhodey looked down at this tiny, ridiculous, bright-eyed kid and said, "Okay. Fine, I'm Uncle Rhodey, but you're explaining this later, Tony." "Absolutely," Tony lied. Happy Hogan completed the circle, driver, bodyguard, and unexpectedly excellent at making funny faces that could stop Harry mid-tantrum. The four of them, Tony, Pepper, Rhodey, Happy, formed a loose, chaotic, deeply loving orbit around Harry Stark, and if it wasn't a traditional family, it was a fierce one. But the energy readings never stopped. Tony had set up monitoring equipment throughout the penthouse within days of bringing Harry home. Passive sensors, spectrometers, an array of instruments so sensitive they could detect a candle being lit 3 floors down, all of them pointed at Harry. All of them recording, cataloging, feeding data into the models Tony was building in his workshop late at night, after Harry was in bed, while the city glowed beneath the windows. The energy, Tony called it thaumic energy, because he needed a name and nobody was going to give him one, was part of Harry. Not something the boy had been exposed to or infected with. It was woven into his cellular structure, humming in his blood and his bones and the electrical impulses of his brain. It was, as far as Tony could determine, a fundamental aspect of his son's biology, and it was getting stronger. Harry was 3 years old when it first manifested consciously. Tony had bought him a set of toy soldiers, detailed little metal figures, hand-painted, the kind Tony himself had played with as a kid. Harry loved them. He'd line them up on the workshop floor while Tony worked, narrating elaborate battles in his toddler vocabulary. "Red ones go here," Harry said, arranging a squad behind a pencil he was using as a barricade. "Blue ones come. Boom, boom." "Solid tactical assessment," Tony said absently, elbow deep in a repulsor gauntlet prototype. "Daddy, watch, they fight for real now." Tony looked up. The toy soldiers were moving. Not falling over, not being pushed by clumsy toddler fingers. Moving. The red soldiers advanced in formation, tiny metal legs bending at joints that weren't designed to bend. The blue soldiers rushed to meet them. They clashed with a sound like distant wind chimes, tumbling and grappling, and Harry was laughing, his green eyes bright with delight, his hands raised like a conductor directing an orchestra. The thaumic energy readings spiked so hard they shorted out 2 sensors. Tony knelt on the floor next to his son and watched toy soldiers wage war, and his mind, his beautiful, relentless, terrified mind, began to work. "Harry," he said carefully, "can you make them stop?" Harry lowered his hands. The soldiers froze mid-battle and toppled over, inanimate again. "Can you do other things like that?" Harry scrunched up his face in concentration. The pencil barricade rose off the floor and hovered at eye level. A screwdriver on Tony's workbench unscrewed itself and reassembled in midair. The lights in the workshop flickered, dimmed, and then blazed 3 times brighter than normal. Tony's heart was hammering. Not from fear, Tony Stark didn't do fear, or at least that's what he told himself, but from the sheer, staggering implications. "Buddy," he said, "you and I are going to have the most interesting life." The years that followed were the best of Tony's life. He'd never say that out loud. His public persona was the genius playboy philanthropist, and admitting that his greatest joy was helping a small boy with homework would ruin the brand. But it was true. Harry grew up in Stark Tower, and Stark Tower grew up around Harry. By 4, Harry could levitate objects at will. By 5, he could change their color, shape, and temperature. By 6, he made a broken toaster repair itself by glaring at it. And Tony watched the thaumic energy readings during each incident, feeding them into Jarvis, building models, testing theories. Jarvis was Tony's other great creation of those years. Just a rather very intelligent system, an artificial intelligence that ran the tower, managed Tony's schedule, and increasingly served as Harry's tutor, companion, and occasionally co-conspirator. "Jarvis, what happens if I mix the blue stuff and the red stuff?" "Based on your father's notes, Master Harry, the resulting compound would be mildly explosive. Cool. I feel obligated to note that cool and safe are not synonyms. You sound like Pepper. I shall take that as the highest compliment. The workshop became their shared kingdom. Tony built, Harry experimented, and Jarvis kept track of the damage. The thaumic energy magic, Tony was increasingly forced to admit, because no other word fit, didn't behave like any energy Tony had ever studied. It responded to intention. It was shaped by emotion. It operated on rules that seemed more like grammar than physics, as though the universe had a second language and Harry was a native speaker. Tony couldn't speak that language, but he could build machines that translated. The first thaumic interface device was crude, a wristband with sensors and a focusing crystal that Tony had synthesized after analyzing the energy patterns of Harry's more controlled manifestations. When Harry wore it and concentrated, his magical output stabilized, the wild fluctuations smoothing into something measurable and directable. He pointed at a target dummy across the workshop, thought push, and a bolt of force hit the dummy hard enough to send it through the wall. "Okay," Tony said, staring at the dummy-shaped hole in his extremely expensive workshop wall. "Need to work on calibration." "That was amazing," Harry breathed. It was property damage, but yes, also amazing. The second prototype was better. The third was better still. By the time Harry was 8, he was wearing a lightweight gauntlet on his right hand that could channel his magical energy into focused blasts, shields, and levitation fields. Tony called it the Thaumic Channeling Gauntlet. Harry called it the Cool Glove. "We are not calling it the Cool Glove." "Dad, it's a cool glove. It's a precision-engineered thaumic energy focusing and amplification system." "So, a cool glove," Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. "You get this from your mother, I'm sure of it. I never met her, but I'm sure of it." That was the other thing, the truth about Harry's parents. Tony told Harry early, because Tony Stark didn't believe in comfortable lies. He'd grown up in the shadow of Howard Stark's secrets, and he swore he wouldn't do that to his own kid. So when Harry was old enough to ask, 5 years old, sitting on the workshop floor with grease on his nose and a question in his green eyes, Tony told him. "Your birth parents were named James and Lily Potter. They lived in England. They died when you were very young, and I found you and brought you home." "How did they die?" Tony had hesitated on this one. Not because he wanted to lie, but because the truth was "I don't know," and Tony hated not knowing. Something attacked them. "Something connected to the energy you have, the magic. I'm still figuring out the details. But here's what I know for certain. Your mother died protecting you. She stood between you and whatever was coming, and she didn't move. That's the kind of person she was." Harry had been quiet for a long time. Then, "Is that why I have the scar?" "I think so, yeah. And you found me." "I did. And you kept me." Tony had lifted Harry onto his lap, and the boy had pressed his face into Tony's chest, and they'd stayed like that for a while, 2 orphans in a tower full of technology, holding on to each other. "I kept you," Tony said. "Best decision I ever made." Harry was 10 years old, and the gauntlet had evolved into something extraordinary. The Mark Roman 7 Thaumic Channeling Gauntlet, sleek, dark silver, form-fitting from fingertip to elbow, was the product of 7 years of iteration. It amplified Harry's magical output by a factor of 12, allowed for precision targeting at distances Tony hadn't thought possible, and integrated with Jarvis via a neural-adjacent interface so subtle that Harry could operate it with thoughts alone. But it wasn't enough. Tony knew it wasn't enough because of what he'd discovered 2 years ago. The wizarding world was real. Tony had suspected it for years. Harry's abilities didn't exist in a vacuum. The energy signature, the destroyed house, the lack of any conventional explanation for the Potters' deaths, all pointed to an entire hidden society. But suspicion wasn't proof, and Tony Stark demanded proof. He'd found it through data. Financial anomalies first, shell companies in London with no digital footprint, real estate records that contradicted satellite imagery, population statistics that didn't add up. Then physical evidence, locations where his satellites consistently glitched, as though something was deflecting their instruments. And finally, a single intercepted communication analog transmitted on a frequency that shouldn't have been able to carry a signal. referencing the Potter boy and Albus Dumbledore and the Blood Wards on Privet Drive. Privet Drive. Tony had looked it up. Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, the registered address of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Petunia Dursley, née Evans. Lily Potter, née Evans. They were sisters. Someone had intended to send Harry to his aunt. Tony had driven to Little Whinging on his next trip to London. He'd sat in his car across the street from number 4 and watched a beefy man with no neck yell at a horse-faced woman, while a boy the size of a small whale kicked a ball against the side of the house. The garden was aggressively normal. The curtains were aggressively normal. Everything about the place screamed aggressively normal, and Tony, who had spent a lifetime reading people, saw exactly what it was. A house where anything different would be crushed, punished, and hidden away. His hands had tightened on the steering wheel until his knuckles went white. That's where they wanted to send his son. That sterile, loveless, small little house. Harry, brilliant, magical, radiant Harry, boxed into that life with those people, growing up thinking he was a freak instead of a miracle. Tony drove back to London and spent the next 6 months dismantling every piece of the Wizarding World's secrecy he could get his hands on. He learned about Hogwarts, about the Ministry of Magic, about Voldemort and the war and the prophecy, fragments, pieces, not the whole picture, but enough. Enough to know that his son was famous in a world Tony couldn't see. Enough to know that the thing that killed Harry's parents might not be permanently dead. Enough to know that someone named Dumbledore had been looking for Harry and was apparently quite distressed that the boy had vanished from the wreckage before Dumbledore's people could collect him. Like he was a package, Tony didn't tell Harry everything. Not yet. But he ramped up the engineering. If the Wizarding World was real, and if there were threats in it that had already tried to kill Harry once, then Harry wasn't going in unprotected. A gauntlet wasn't enough. Harry needed a full system: armor, weapons, defense, communication, everything. Tony started designing the mage armor on Harry's 9th birthday. The concept was radical even by Stark standards. Traditional armor was passive metal plates stopping kinetic impacts. The Iron Man suits Tony had been sketching in his private files, a different project, a secret one, born from his own nightmares about vulnerability, were active, powered exoskeletons with weapon systems. But the mage armor would be something new entirely, a technological framework designed to channel and amplify magic. Not replacing Harry's abilities, but supercharging them, making a powerful wizard into something the world had never seen. The runic integration was the breakthrough. Tony couldn't use magic himself, but he could study it. And what he found, buried in ancient texts he'd acquired through channels that ranged from ethically gray to technically theft, was that magic could be inscribed. Runes, specific geometric patterns, could hold and direct magical energy the way circuits directed electricity. Tony spent 6 months translating runic patterns into engineering schematics. He built a CNC machine that could etch runes at nanoscale precision into vibranium alloy plating. He designed power conduits that mimicked the meridian pathways described in old wizarding texts about wand construction. He created a HUD system powered by Jarvis that could display thaumic energy readings in real time, giving Harry tactical awareness of his own magical output. It was the most complex thing Tony Stark had ever built, and it wasn't done. Because the suit needed a power source and nothing Tony had, not arc reactor technology, not conventional batteries, not even experimental fusion cells, could interface with thaumic energy without destabilizing. He needed something magical at the core. He didn't know what it was yet, but he knew he'd find it. Tony Stark always found what he needed because the alternative was failure, and failure meant his son was unprotected, and that was unacceptable. Absolutely, categorically unacceptable. Harry's 10th birthday was a Tuesday in July, and Tony threw him a party because Tony Stark threw parties the way other people breathed, reflexively and with questionable judgment. "Dad," I said, "I wanted a small party. This is small. There are only 40 people here. I know 6 of them. You'll know all of them by the end of the night. You're a Stark. Networking is genetic. I'm adopted. Networking is environmental. Go talk to the ambassador's daughter. She's your age and she just won a junior chess championship. Harry rolled his eyes, an expression he'd perfected by age 7, and waded into the crowd. Tony watched him go with the complicated pride of a father who knows his kid is going to be fine and can't stop worrying anyway. Harry at 10 was something to see. Not tall, he'd be average height at best, taking after Lily's side if the photos Tony had found were accurate, but carrying himself like he owned whatever room he was in. Dark hair that defied every product Tony's stylist had thrown at it. Green eyes sharp behind glasses. Tony had offered laser correction. Harry liked the glasses. Quick to smile, quicker to joke, quickest to take apart any piece of technology left unattended and reassemble it into something more interesting. He was also, as Tony was well aware, a kid dealing with things no 10-year-old should have to deal with. The scar still hurt sometimes. Not often and not badly, but Harry would press his hand to his forehead and wince, and Tony would see the thermic energy readings spike on his passive monitors, and they'd both pretend it wasn't terrifying. The nightmares were worse: green light, and a woman screaming and cold laughter that Harry couldn't place. Tony had soundproofed Harry's room not for quiet, but so the monitors could get cleaner readings on the energy Harry radiated during the dreams. The data was concerning. The scar wasn't just a scar. It was a channel, a connection to something external, something that pulsed with its own dark thermic signature. Tony had spent months trying to analyze it, and the closest analogy he could find was a radio receiver tuned to a specific frequency. Something was broadcasting faintly, and Harry's scar was picking it up. Tony hadn't figured out what yet, but he would. He always did. The party wound down. The guests left. Pepper herded the catering staff out with the efficiency of a general commanding a retreat. And at midnight, when the tower was quiet, Harry padded into the workshop in his pajamas and found Tony where Harry always found him, bent over a workbench, soldering iron in hand, blueprints glowing on holographic displays. "Hey, birthday boy, you should be asleep." "Can't sleep. The scar thing." Tony set down the soldering iron. "Bad. Nah, just buzzy, like static." Harry hopped onto a stool and spun it. "What are you working on?" Tony glanced at the holographic display, the mage armor schematics, currently showing the chest plate assembly with its empty core, the space where a power source should go. He'd been trying to keep the project under wraps until it was further along, but Harry was observant and Tony was a terrible liar. "A suit," Tony said. Harry stopped spinning. His eyes locked on the schematics, and Tony could see the boy's mind engaging, pulling apart the design in his head the way Tony pulled apart engines. "Those are runic channels," Harry said, pointing at the conduit pathways etched into the chest plate. "Like the ones in my gauntlet, but way more complex. And the array structure, that's an amplification matrix. Dad, is this a full-body gauntlet?" "Technically, it's a full-body suit of power armor with integrated thermic channeling capabilities, environmental sealing, flight systems, and a Jarvis uplink." Harry stared at him. "You're building me Iron Man." "I'm building you something better than Iron Man. Iron Man is just a suit. This is a suit that runs on you, and that's my birthday present." "No, your birthday present was the party. This is the world is dangerous, and my son is going to be the most protected person on the planet present." Harry was quiet for a moment, studying the schematics. When he spoke, his voice was smaller than usual. "Is this about the wizarding world stuff?" Tony went very still. "What do you know about that, Dad? Come on, I've been reading your files since I was 8. Jarvis has a very flexible definition of restricted access when I ask nicely. Jarvis, we're having a conversation later about security protocols." "I look forward to it, sir." Jarvis said, in a tone that suggested he did not, in fact, look forward to it. Harry pulled up a stool next to Tony and sat, their shoulders almost touching. "I know I'm famous there. I know something called Voldemort killed my birth parents. I know there's a school called Hogwarts that teaches magic. And I know someone named Dumbledore wanted me placed with my aunt and uncle, and you got to me first." Tony looked at his son, this 10-year-old kid who just laid out the basic facts of his own mythology with the calm precision of a briefing, and felt a wave of emotion so complex it defied analysis. "I was going to tell you," Tony said. "I know, you were waiting until the suit was done." "I was waiting until I had answers. The suit is part of that, so give me what you've got." Tony pulled up every file, all of it. The research into the wizarding world, the history of Voldemort, the prophecy fragments he'd pieced together. The analysis of Harry's scar, the mage armor schematics, everything. He laid it out on the holographic displays, a constellation of data, glowing blue-white in the dark workshop, and he walked his son through it piece by piece. Harry listened. He asked sharp questions. He challenged Tony's assumptions the way Tony had taught him to challenge every assumption. And when it was done, when the data was exhausted and the workshop was quiet, Harry said, "So I'm going to Hogwarts." "That's not decided. Dad, I'm going to Hogwarts." "Harry, there's a whole world of people like me, people who can do what I do, people who might understand why I can do it. And somewhere in that world, there's a dark wizard who killed my parents and might not be dead. I'm not hiding from that, I'm a Stark." Tony closed his eyes. He'd known this was coming. From the moment he'd picked up that baby in the ruined nursery, he'd known that eventually the wizarding world would call Harry home and that Tony would have to let him go. "The suit isn't finished," Tony said. "Then we finish it. The power source, we'll figure it out, we always do." Tony opened his eyes and looked at his son, and saw Lily Potter's eyes looking back at him, the same green, the same fierce certainty, the same absolute refusal to back down from what was coming. "Yeah," Tony said roughly, "we always do." They worked until dawn. Side by side, father and son, passing tools and trading ideas and arguing about runic array configurations while Jarvis mediated. The empty core of the mage armor glowed on the holographic display like a question mark, waiting for an answer. It came 3 weeks later. Tony was running simulations in the workshop, while Harry practiced channeling exercises in the gym. A converted floor of the tower where Harry could use his full power without structural concerns, mostly. Jarvis interrupted with the notification Tony had been half expecting and half dreading for years. "Sir, there is an owl on the terrace." Tony looked up from his screen. "A what?" "An owl, sir. A tawny owl. It is carrying a letter." Tony walked to the terrace doors and opened them. The owl swooped inside, circled his head once, with an air of disapproval that Tony would later swear was deliberate, and dropped a heavy envelope on his workbench. Then it perched on a chair back and stared at him, waiting. The envelope was thick, made of yellowish parchment. The address was written in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Stark, the Penthouse Suite, Stark Tower, Manhattan, New York. Tony turned it over. A purple wax seal bore a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. He didn't open it. That wasn't his right. "Jarvis, tell Harry to come up here." Harry arrived 90 seconds later, sweating from practice, the gauntlet on his right hand still humming faintly. He saw the envelope on the workbench and froze. "Is that? Open it and find out." Harry crossed the workshop, picked up the envelope, and broke the seal. 2 sheets of parchment fell out. He read them, his eyes moving fast, and a grin spread across his face, wide and wild and incandescent. "Dear Mr. Stark," he read aloud. "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. He looked up at Tony. "There's a supply list. Cauldrons, robes, a wand, a wand." Tony repeated, and his mind was already racing. A wand. A magical focusing instrument. If it was what he thought it was, a purpose-built thaumic energy channeling tool constructed by people who actually understood the energy, then it might be the answer to the suit's power source problem. Or at least a clue. "We're going to London," Tony said. Harry was vibrating with excitement. Literally, the gauntlet was resonating with his emotional state, casting faint ripples of light across the workshop walls. "When?" "This week. I need to see this world for myself before I send you into it." Tony paused, looking at the owl, which was still staring at him with judgmental amber eyes. Do I write a reply on parchment? Does it take the letter back? I believe that is the custom, sir, Jarvis said. I don't own parchment. I'm a 21st century human being. I shall procure some. Use a sticky note, Harry suggested. Tony grabbed a yellow post-it from his desk, wrote he'll be there, T, Stark in Sharpie, and held it out to the owl. The owl looked at the post-it, looked at Tony, and radiated such profound disdain that Tony actually felt judged by a bird. Take it or leave it, Hedwig. I don't think that's its name, Dad. All owls are Hedwig until proven otherwise. The owl snatched the post-it in its beak and launched itself off the chair and out the terrace doors, disappearing into the Manhattan skyline with a disgusted hoot. Harry watched it go, the letter clutched in his hands, the gauntlet glowing softly on his arm. Then he looked at Tony, and for a moment he wasn't the confident, brilliant kid who'd grown up in a tower full of technology and magic. He was a boy about to step into the unknown, looking to his father for reassurance. Dad, yeah, kid, are you scared? Tony considered lying. He considered deflecting with humor, which was his go-to response to anything that made him feel vulnerable. He considered pointing out that fear was just a neurochemical response that could be managed with proper cognitive techniques. Instead, he said, terrified. Harry nodded, as if that was exactly what he needed to hear, not false bravery, but real honesty. Me too, Harry said. But also really, really excited. Tony put his arm around his son's shoulders. That's the Stark experience, kid. Terror and excitement all the time, forever. They stood on the terrace and looked out at the city, the letter between them, the suit waiting unfinished in the workshop behind them, and the whole wide magical world ahead. Jarvis, Tony said, start a new project file. Name, sir. Tony looked at Harry. Harry looked at Tony. And they said it at the same time because they'd been thinking it for years, because it was the obvious name, the only name. Project Mage. File created, Jarvis said. Shall I include the Hogwarts supply list in the specifications database? Everything, Jay, every single thing. We've got a lot of work to do and 1 month to do it. I live to serve, sir. Also, I've taken the liberty of ordering parchment, quills, and ink for future owl correspondence. Nobody asked you, nobody ever does, sir, and yet. Harry laughed, and the sound of it, bright and unafraid and full of anticipation, rang through the workshop like a bell. 1 month until September. 1 month to finish the suit, buy the supplies, and prepare for a world that ran on magic instead of electricity. Where his son was a celebrity and a target, where an old wizard with too many secrets was waiting, and where a dark lord might or might not be dead. Tony Stark cracked his knuckles, pulled up the schematics, and got to work. The weeks that followed were the most intense of Tony's engineering career, and that was saying something for a man who'd once built a satellite guidance system during a bout of insomnia. The mage armor consumed him. He worked 20-hour days, sleeping in the workshop, eating whatever Pepper or Harry put in front of him. The suit's external structure was essentially complete. A sleek, form-fitting design in dark gunmetal with silver runic channels tracing its surface like circuit lines, lighter and more agile than any armor Tony had previously designed. It wasn't a tank. It was a conduit, meant to move with Harry, respond to Harry, become an extension of Harry's will. The outer shell was a vibranium-titanium alloy, chosen for its resonance with thaumic energy. Vibranium in particular seemed to sing at the same frequency as Harry's magic, as though the metal had some affinity for the impossible. Tony had etched runic arrays into every plate, every joint, every surface, patterns so dense and intricate they were invisible to the naked eye. Each rune served a function: amplification, stabilization, protection, conduction. Together, they formed a network that could take Harry's raw magical energy and focus it with a precision that bare hands or even a wand couldn't match. The gauntlets were the offensive system. Each palm housed a thaumic emitter, a refined version of the tech in Harry's existing gauntlet, capable of projecting magical force, heat, light, or whatever else Harry could will into existence. The boots integrated a flight system that was half repulsor technology and half levitation magic. Tony had cracked that particular problem at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday, when he realized that if he ran the repulsor exhaust through a runic compression array, the thaumic energy in Harry's body would naturally stabilize the flight dynamics, making the whole system smoother and more responsive than pure technology could achieve. Jarvis ran the HUD heads-up display projected inside the helmet, showing Harry real-time data on his magical energy levels, environmental hazards, threat assessments, and communication uplinks. A miniaturized Jarvis node, housed in a server unit small enough to fit in a school trunk, would maintain the AI's presence even at Hogwarts, assuming the magical interference could be managed. That was the remaining problem. Magic, it turned out, was hell on electronics. Harry's own power, channeled through the suit's runic arrays, was compatible. The runes acted as translators, keeping the thaumic energy from frying the circuits. But ambient magical fields, the kind that apparently saturated places like Hogwarts, were a different story. They were unstructured, chaotic, and they made conventional electronics do very strange things. Tony solved it with shielding. A Faraday cage approach, but instead of blocking electromagnetic interference, he designed runic dampeners, containment patterns that would filter ambient magical noise while allowing Harry's directed energy to pass through cleanly. It was elegant. It was untested. It would either work perfectly or turn the suit into a very expensive modern art installation. Confidence level, Harry asked, watching Tony install the last dampening array. 70%. That's not great. Thomas Edison had a confidence level of about 6%. Look where that got him. Edison stole most of his work from Tesla, not the point. The point is that confidence levels are just numbers, and I don't believe in numbers I don't like. The power core remained the final challenge. Tony had tried everything: miniaturized arc reactors, crystal matrices, even a prototype that attempted to loop Harry's own magical energy back into the suit as a self-sustaining cycle. Each solution worked partially, none worked completely. The suit needed a heart, and Tony couldn't build one. "Maybe you're overthinking it," Harry said, the night before they were scheduled to fly to London. "I don't overthink. I think the exact right amount. Everyone else underthinks." "Dad, the suit is designed to work with magic, right? To channel it, amplify it, use it. So maybe the power source needs to be magic, not technology trying to imitate magic. Actual magic." Tony stared at his son. "You're suggesting the core should be a magical artifact. I'm suggesting we go to the place where they sell magical stuff and see if anything fits." "That is," Tony paused, "actually not a terrible idea. I've been learning from the best, clearly. They'd fly to London tomorrow. They'd enter the wizarding world for the first time. And somewhere in that world of wands and cauldrons and broomsticks, Tony Stark was going to find the missing piece of his greatest creation." He looked at the suit, standing empty in its alcove, dark and sleek and waiting. Then he looked at Harry, who was already halfway out the workshop door, heading to bed with the Hogwarts letter folded in his back pocket and a grin on his face. "Hey, kid," Harry turned. "Yeah, remember, you're a Stark. That means every room you walk into, you're the smartest person in it." "And if I'm not?" Tony held up the soldering iron. "You build something that makes you the smartest person in it." Harry's grin widened. "Night, Dad." "Night, Harry." The workshop door closed. Tony turned back to the suit, to the empty core, to the holographic displays full of data and uncertainty. Somewhere across the Atlantic, an entire civilization of wizards and witches was going about its business, unaware that a Stark was about to walk through their front door. Tony smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. It was the smile of a man who had spent 10 years studying the impossible and was about to prove that nothing was beyond his reach. "Jarvis, book us 2 seats on tomorrow's flight to London, first class." "Done, sir. Shall I also prepare the portable workshop kit? Pack everything." "Tools, scanners, the secondary gauntlet, and the Under Armour prototype. If we're going shopping in a magical alley, we're going prepared." "Very good, sir. And might I suggest also packing a sense of humility? I understand it's considered fashionable in British culture. Jarvis. Sir. Don't push it. Wouldn't dream of it, sir. The lights dimmed, the suit waited. And across the ocean, in a castle hidden from the non-magical world by 1,000 years of enchantment, an old man with a long silver beard sat at his desk and read a small yellow post-it note that had arrived by very disgruntled owl. He'll be there, T. Stark. Albus Dumbledore set down the note, removed his half-moon spectacles, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Well, he said to no one in particular, though the portrait of a former headmaster snorted in her sleep. This will be interesting. The phoenix on its perch trilled a low, complex note. It sounded, if one were inclined to anthropomorphize a magical bird, like a warning. Dumbledore put his spectacles back on, looked at the post-it note one more time, and began to plan. He had a great many plans for Harry Potter. He always had. The boy was meant to be raised by the Dursleys humble, hungry for belonging, grateful for any kindness the wizarding world showed him, and moldable. A weapon forged in obscurity, tempered by hardship, and aimed at the precise moment when Voldemort returned. Instead, the boy had been raised by a billionaire genius. Dumbledore opened a drawer and retrieved a file, thick, comprehensive, compiled over 9 years by various wizarding agents who had attempted to monitor Harry's situation. Most of the reports were frustratingly vague. Stark Tower's security was formidable, and Stark himself had proven disturbingly adept at identifying and neutralizing surveillance, even magical surveillance, which should have been undetectable to a Muggle. The most recent report, filed 6 months ago, was the most concerning. Subject H. Potter/Stark observed discharging focused thaumic energy through an unknown device, wrist-mounted, metallic, possibly runic in nature. Energy output significantly exceeds projections for an untrained wizard of his age. Recommend immediate intervention. Dumbledore had not intervened. He had considered it, considered sending someone to explain the wizarding world to Harry, to gently separate him from Stark, to guide him back toward the path Dumbledore had laid out. But every scenario he'd modeled ended the same way, with Tony Stark making a very public, very expensive, very legally devastating fuss that would expose the wizarding world to Muggle scrutiny. So he'd waited. And now the boy was coming to Hogwarts, not as the humble, wide-eyed orphan Dumbledore had intended, but as Harry Stark, armed with technology that shouldn't exist and a father who wouldn't let go. Dumbledore sighed. Then he squared his shoulders, because Albus Dumbledore was nothing if not adaptable, and began to write a letter, not to Harry, to Severus Snape. Severus, I trust you've seen the enrollment list for the coming year. I need you to prepare yourself. The Potter boy is coming, and he is not what either of us expected. A.D. in a dim office in the dungeons of the castle, Severus Snape received the letter, read it, and sneered, not what they expected. The boy was James Potter's son and apparently some Muggle billionaire's ward. Snape expected arrogance, entitlement, and mediocrity dressed up in expensive robes. He would be wrong about one of those things. He would be wrong about almost all of it, actually. But that was still a month away. For now, the letter sat on Snape's desk. Dumbledore planned in his tower, and across the Atlantic, a father and son packed their bags for London, a suit of impossible armor waiting in the workshop for its missing heart. The owl, which had returned to Hogwarts and was now being fed treats by Hagrid in the owlery, ruffled its feathers and tried very hard to forget the indignity of the yellow post-it note. It did not succeed. Chapter 2. Diagon Alley and the old man's gambit. London was grey and drizzling, which Tony took as a personal insult. I brought sunglasses, he said, staring out the window of the Savoy's royal suite. I brought my good sunglasses, the ones that cost more than most people's cars, and it's raining. In July. It's England, Dad. It rains here. That's the whole thing about England. The whole thing about England is that they lost the colonies and never got over it. The rain is just atmosphere. Harry was sitting cross-legged on the suite's enormous bed, the Hogwarts supply list spread out in front of him. He'd read it 14 times during the flight, and Tony had watched him mouth the words standard book of spells. Grade 1, with the same reverence Tony reserved for new processor architectures. The Under Armour was packed in a custom case that looked, to anyone who didn't know better, like an ordinary briefcase. The gauntlet was on Harry's right hand, disguised by a holographic overlay that made it appear to be a simple wristwatch. Tony's own luggage contained a portable scanner array, a toolkit, 3 backup communication devices hardened against magical interference, and a small arsenal of contingency plans. They were ready. Or as ready as 2 people could be when walking into a hidden civilization neither had physically set foot in before. The letter says to access Diagon Alley through a pub called the Leaky Cauldron, Harry said, studying the supplementary information sheet that had accompanied the supply list. It's on Charing Cross Road, between a bookshop and a record store. A pub, the gateway to wizard society, is a pub, British, Dad, Fairpoint, let's go. They took a cab because Tony wanted the full experience, and because driving in London was, in his professional opinion, a form of ritual combat that he hadn't trained for. The cabbie dropped them on Charing Cross Road, and Tony paid him with a £50 note and a "keep the change." That made the man's eyebrows disappear into his hairline. Harry found it first. Tony was scanning the row of shops, bookshop, record store, nothing unusual, when Harry grabbed his sleeve and pulled. There. Tony looked where Harry was pointing and saw a door. Just a door, old, dark, unremarkable. But the moment his eyes focused on it, the rest of the building seemed to unfold around it, like a pop-up book assembling itself. A grubby little pub materialized between the bookshop and the record store, its sign creaking in the drizzle, the Leaky Cauldron. "Perception filter," Tony muttered, pulling out his scanner. The readings were bizarre, a localized field of thaumic energy that was actively deflecting attention, nudging the eye away, suggesting to the brain that there was nothing interesting here. Clever. Low energy, self-sustaining, probably anchored to the building's foundation. "How long has this been here, Dad?" Scanner away, "we're trying to blend in." "I'm 6'1", wearing a Tom Ford suit, and I'm the most famous industrialist on the planet. I don't blend in, I arrive." Harry sighed the sigh of a child who had lived with Tony Stark for 10 years, and had long since accepted that his father's personality was a force of nature that could not be reasoned with, only endured. They walked in. The Leaky Cauldron was dark, cramped, and smelled like old beer, and something herbal that Tony's scanner, which he had not put away, despite Harry's glare, identified as a low-grade magical residue. The bar was populated by a scattering of people in robes, pointy hats, and various states of eccentricity. A few looked up as Tony and Harry entered. Most looked away again almost immediately, uninterested in 2 people who appeared to be lost Muggle tourists. The bartender was a stooped, bald man with a gummy smile who introduced himself as Tom. "What can I get you gents?" "Information," Tony said. "We need to get to Diagon Alley. My son has school shopping to do." Tom's eyes drifted to Harry, and then, with the inevitability of a planet finding its orbit, to the scar on Harry's forehead, visible beneath his deliberately messy fringe. Tom's face went through a remarkable transformation. Surprise, recognition, awe, and a trembling excitement that spread from his jaw to his fingertips. "Bless my soul," he whispered. "Harry Potter." The pub went silent, every head turned. Tony felt Harry tense beside him, not with fear, but with the controlled alertness of a kid who'd been trained to assess situations quickly. "Harry Stark, actually," Harry said, his voice carrying easily through the quiet room. He stuck out his hand. "Nice to meet you." Tom took Harry's hand in both of his and shook it with the fervor of a man meeting a religious icon. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Stark, sir, it's an honor, a tremendous honor." And then the flood hit. Every patron in the pub surged forward, a tide of robed bodies and outstretched hands, all trying to touch Harry, to speak to him, to tell him where they were when you know who fell, to thank him for something he'd done as a baby and couldn't remember. "Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter, I can't believe I'm meeting you at last. Dead Alice Diggle, sir. We've met before, you won't remember. I bowed to you once in a shop. I'm so pleased, so very, very pleased. Tony stepped between Harry and the crowd. Not aggressively, but with the practiced ease of a man who had spent 2 decades navigating press scrums, paparazzi mobs, and congressional hearings. He was taller than most of the witches and wizards, and his presence, expensive suit, dark glasses, the quiet authority of someone who owned buildings, created a natural buffer. Appreciate the enthusiasm, folks. Harry's on a schedule. School shopping waits for no wizard. Tony put a hand on Harry's shoulder and steered him toward the back of the pub. Tom, the alley. Tom, flustered but obliging, led them through a back door into a small walled courtyard. There was nothing here but a dustbin and a brick wall, 3 up, 2 across. Tom murmured and tapped a specific brick with a stick, no, a wand. The brick shivered. Then it began to move. The bricks rearranged themselves, folding and shifting with a sound like stone breathing, and within seconds the wall had opened into a wide archway, revealing a long, winding cobblestone street packed with the most extraordinary collection of shops Tony Stark had ever seen. Welcome, Tom said, beaming, to Diagon Alley. Harry stepped through the archway and stopped. Tony nearly walked into him. The alley was alive. Cauldrons stacked outside a shop called Pottage, steam rising from their mouths in colors that shouldn't exist. An owl emporium, its windows crowded with birds of every size, all watching passers-by with unsettling intelligence. A shop window displaying broomsticks, actual flying broomsticks, with a crowd of kids pressed against the glass. Apothecaries, robe shops, bookstores, a joke shop with items that moved and cackled in the display. And above it all, a crooked, leaning, glorious mess of architecture that defied physics and zoning laws in equal measure. It's real, Harry said softly. Tony looked at his son and saw something he hadn't expected: vulnerability. For all Harry's confidence, for all his intelligence and power, this was the first time he'd stood in a place where everyone was like him. Where magic wasn't an anomaly to be studied, but the air people breathed. Tony put his hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed. Come on, kid, let's go shopping. Gringotts came first because Tony believed in establishing financial position before all else. The bank was a towering white marble building at the end of the alley, guarded by creatures that Tony's scanner identified as having a unique thaumic biosignature. Not human. Definitely not human. Short and sharp-featured with long fingers and shrewd eyes. Goblins. Harry whispered, reading from a guide pamphlet he'd picked up somewhere. Goblins, Tony repeated, in the tone of a man adding another item to a very long list of impossible things he was being forced to accept. Sure, goblins run the banks, why not? The interior of Gringotts was all marble and gold, with dozens of goblins seated at high desks, weighing coins, examining gemstones, and writing in enormous ledgers. Tony's brain, hardwired to assess, optimize, and critique, was already cataloging inefficiencies. Ledgers. They use handwritten ledgers, in a bank. In the 20th century. He kept this observation to himself because the goblins carried swords and had the look of people who did not appreciate unsolicited feedback. They approached the head teller, a particularly severe-looking goblin whose nameplate read Griffook. Morning, Tony said. My son needs to access his vault, Potter family vault. Griffook looked up from his ledger and fixed Tony with a stare that could have cut glass. Key, don't have one. Name's Tony Stark. This is my son, Harry. He was adopted as an infant and we're here to claim whatever his birth parents left him. Without a key, Mr. Stark, vault access requires identity verification. This is not a trivial process. Nothing about my life is trivial. What do you need? What followed was an hour of goblin bureaucracy that tested even Tony's patience. Blood verification. Harry pricked his finger on an enchanted needle and let 3 drops fall onto a parchment that glowed gold and spelled out Harry James Potter, Vault 687. Lineage confirmation. A truly staggering amount of paperwork, all conducted in ink on parchment, all witnessed by 3 separate goblin officials. Tony watched the blood verification with particular intensity. The parchment's magic was reading Harry's DNA or his magical signature, or both, and confirming his identity with absolute certainty. Tony's scanner was recording everything, building a dataset that he'd spend weeks analyzing. Vault 687 contains the personal trust of the Potter family. Griffook said once the formalities were concluded. Established for the heir upon the death of both parents. Shall I take you down? Please, Harry said. The cart ride to the vault was something Tony refused to discuss afterward. It involved a track that plunged nearly vertically into the earth, took corners at speeds that would have been illegal on any road surface, and passed through caverns so vast and dark that Tony's scanner lost signal entirely. Harry whooped the whole way down. Tony gripped the cart's edge and made peace with his mortality. The vault itself was a stone chamber behind a massive iron door that Griffook opened with a gold key, newly issued, since the original was apparently in the possession of the Hogwarts headmaster. Which was a piece of information Tony filed away with cold fury. Inside the vault, mountains of gold, not figurative mountains. Actual mountains, heaps of gold coins rising to the ceiling, mixed with silver and bronze, glinting in the light of the torches that flanked the door. Harry stood in the entrance and stared. Your birth parents, Tony said quietly, didn't leave you empty-handed. These are galleons, Griffook said, holding up a gold coin the size of a hubcap. 17 silver sickles to a galleon, 29 bronze nuts to a sickle. This vault contains approximately 34,000 galleons, plus associated silver and bronze. Tony did rapid mental math, cross-referencing with the exchange rates he'd researched. 34,000 galleons was roughly 5 million pounds, substantial by wizarding standards. A rounding error by Stark standards, but it was Harry's, his birth parents' legacy, the proof that James and Lily Potter had existed and had planned for their son's future. We'll take enough for school supplies, Tony said. Harry, fill a bag, we'll set up proper account management later. Griffook's eyes glittered. Gringotts offers comprehensive wealth management services, Mr. Stark, portfolio diversification, interrealm currency exchange, investment vehicles. I'm sure you do. We'll schedule a meeting. I don't discuss finances in caves. Griffook almost smiled. Almost. A prudent policy, Mr. Stark. Harry filled a leather pouch with galleons, and they rode the hellish cart back to the surface. Tony's legs were unsteady when he climbed out, which he attributed to a change in air pressure and absolutely nothing else. Back in the alley, they split the supply list into priorities. Robes first, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, a cheerful shop where a squat witch measured Harry with enchanted tape measures that moved on their own. Hogwarts, dear, Madame Malkin asked, pins in her mouth. Yeah. Harry was standing on a stool, arms out, while 3 tape measures took his dimensions simultaneously. He was wearing the under armor beneath his clothes, a thin layer of dark material that covered him from collarbone to ankle, and he caught Madame Malkin's tape measure hesitating as it passed over the tech-woven fabric. Interesting undergarment, she said carefully. Medical thing. Harry said smoothly, skin condition. Tony, browsing fabric samples near the door, hid a grin. A boy on the neighboring stool was also being fitted. Pale, pointed face, white blonde hair slicked back with more product than Tony used, and Tony used product. The boy had the bearing of someone who'd been told he was important since birth and had never had reason to question it. Hogwarts too, the boy asked Harry, in a drawl that was trying very hard to sound bored and adult. That's the plan. Know what house you'll be in. I'm going to be in Slytherin, of course. Whole family's been in Slytherin. Father says it's the only house worth being sorted into. Is that right? I'm Draco Malfoy. He said this like it was supposed to mean something. When Harry didn't react, a faint crease appeared between his eyebrows. And you are Harry Stark. Draco's crease deepened. The name didn't register, but then his eyes tracked up to Harry's forehead and the scar, and Tony watched the boy's face undergo the same transformation as Tom the bartender's, but colder, more calculated. This kid wasn't awed. He was assessing. Harry Potter, Draco said, and the drawl had sharpened into something more real, more interested. Stark, I was adopted. By a muggle. Draco said the word without obvious malice, but with a casual dismissal that made Tony's jaw tighten. By Tony Stark. Harry nodded toward Tony, who gave Draco a wave so casual it was almost aggressive. If you know anything about the non-magical world, you know the name. I don't particularly. Draco was clearly recalibrating. This wasn't going the way he'd expected. He'd anticipated meeting the famous Harry Potter, humble, uncertain, desperate for a guide through the wizarding world, and instead he'd gotten someone who spoke to him like an equal and wasn't remotely impressed by the Malfoy name. My father says. Your father says a lot of things, apparently. Does he also say anything for himself, or are you his only spokesman? Tony bit the inside of his cheek to keep from laughing. That was his influence, right there. The Stark gift for finding the exact thing to say that was technically polite and absolutely devastating. Draco's pale face flushed pink. He opened his mouth, closed it, and then, to his credit, made a choice that was smarter than what Tony expected from an 11-year-old aristocrat. You're not what I expected, Potter. Stark. Stark, then. I suppose we'll see each other at Hogwarts. I suppose we will. Madame Malkin finished Harry's fitting, and they left with 3 sets of black robes, a winter cloak, and a pointed hat that Harry immediately declared he would never, under any circumstances, wear. It's in the dress code, kid. So is a pewter cauldron. The whole system needs an update. Books came next. Flourish and Blots was a towering, tottering bookshop that made Tony think of a library designed by someone who'd never heard of the Dewey Decimal System. Books were everywhere, stacked on shelves, piled on floors, floating near the ceiling, and in one alarming case, chained to a shelf and snarling at anyone who got too close. Harry moved through the shop like a kid in the world's best toy store, pulling books off shelves, reading back covers, building a stack in his arms that quickly exceeded his ability to carry it. Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. A History of Magic. Magical Theory, Dad, look at this one. He held up a thick, leather-bound volume. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. There's an entire taxonomy of magical plants. Imagine the biochemical applications. Focus, Harry. We're buying what's on the list. Harry looked at Tony with the exact expression Tony himself used when someone told him to focus on one project. We're buying what's on the list, plus everything else that looks interesting. Yeah, okay, that's fair. They left Flourish and Blots with the required textbooks, and 17 additional volumes that Harry had selected based on criteria ranging from this might explain the theory behind runic arrays too. It has a dragon on the cover. Tony carried the bags without complaint, because his son's hunger for knowledge was one of the things that made Tony proudest, and also because Tony had bought 3 of the extra books himself after discovering a section on magical metallurgy that might solve his alloy resonance problems. The apothecary was next, glass jars of ingredients that made Tony simultaneously fascinated and nauseated. Beetle eyes, unicorn horn shavings, dried nettles, things suspended in fluids that Tony deliberately did not scan because some data was better left uncollected. Then the cauldron shop, where Harry selected a pewter cauldron from the approved list, and Tony spent 20 minutes interrogating the shopkeeper about the properties of different cauldron metals, taking notes on a Stark pad that kept glitching from the ambient magical field until Tony adjusted the runic shielding, telescope, brass scales, files. Each item was purchased, examined, and mentally catalogued by both Starks, father and son processing the wizarding world through their shared lens of relentless curiosity. They were halfway down the alley, arms full of bags, when Tony stopped. What? Harry asked. Tony was staring at a shop. Not the bright, bustling shops they'd been visiting. This one was narrow, shabby, and quiet. Its window displayed a single item on a faded purple cushion, a slender stick of wood. The sign read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. This is the one, Tony said. This is what we came for. They went in. The shop was tiny, barely bigger than a closet, and crammed floor to ceiling with narrow boxes stacked on shelves that stretched back into shadows. The air was thick with dust and something else, a charge, a hum, a pressure that made the hairs on Tony's arms stand up and made his scanner's readings go wild. Thaumic energy density in here is off the charts, Tony murmured, eyes on the scanner. Each of those boxes is radiating. Good afternoon, said a soft voice, and Tony nearly jumped out of his skin. An old man had materialized from the shadows between the shelves. Pale, wide-eyed, with a presence that was somehow both fragile and immense. He moved like smoke, drifting toward them with a slight smile that suggested he knew things about them that they didn't know about themselves. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry asked. "Indeed, and you are Harry Potter." The pale eyes fixed on Harry's scar. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you. It seems only yesterday your mother and father were in here buying their first wands. Your mother, 10¼ inches, willow, swishy. Nice wand for charm work. Your father, on the other hand, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A little more power, excellent for transfiguration." The old man's gaze shifted to Tony, and something flickered in those wide eyes, curiosity, assessment, and a trace of something Tony couldn't identify. "And you must be the muggle who took him, Tony Stark." "That's me, the muggle who took him." Tony's voice was even, but his eyes were sharp. "You say that like someone's been talking about me." "Oh, Mr. Stark, everyone has been talking about you." Ollivander turned back to Harry. "Well, let's get to it. Which is your wand arm?" "I'm right-handed, but I channel through both, depending on the application." Harry held up his right hand, showing the disguised gauntlet. Ollivander's eyes widened fractionally. "May I?" Harry glanced at Tony, who nodded. Harry deactivated the holographic overlay, and the gauntlet was revealed. Dark silver, runic channels glowing faintly blue-white, form-fitting from fingertip to elbow. Ollivander leaned in close, and for a long moment he simply looked. "Runic channeling arrays," he murmured. "Amplification matrices. And the substrate is that vibranium." "Vibranium-titanium alloy," Tony said, surprised. "You know about vibranium, Mr. Stark. I have been making wands for longer than your country has existed. I know about every material that interacts with magic, natural or otherwise." Ollivander straightened. "This is remarkable work. Crude, by Wandler standards, you're brute-forcing the channeling with density of inscription rather than elegance of design, but remarkable nonetheless. You built this without any formal understanding of magical theory." "I built it with 10 years of empirical observation and a very smart kid to test it on." "Indeed." Ollivander's gaze was unsettling, not hostile, but penetrating, as though he were reading Tony's soul through his eyes. "The wand, Mr. Stark, will do what your gauntlet does, but better. A wand chooses the wizard, and the bond between wizard and wand is something no technology can replicate. However," he trailed off, looking at the gauntlet again. "I wonder, let's see what happens." What followed was an experience that Harry would later describe as like speed dating, but with sticks. Ollivander pulled box after box from the shelves, each containing a wand of different wood, length, and core. Harry tried them one by one, a flick, a wave, a swish, and each one produced a reaction. Some were subtle, a brief warmth, a faint spark. Others were dramatic. A shelf of boxes launched itself across the room, a window cracked, a small fire started in a wastebasket that Ollivander extinguished with a casual wave of his own wand. No, definitely not. Perhaps no, try this one." Tony was watching the scanner during each attempt, and the data was extraordinary. Each wand had its own thaumic signature, a unique frequency, like a fingerprint. When Harry held a wand that was wrong, the frequencies clashed, producing chaotic interference. But with each successive try, Ollivander was narrowing in, finding wands whose frequencies were closer and closer to Harry's own. "Tricky customer," Ollivander said, and he looked delighted. "Not to worry, we'll find the right match, let me think. Yes, I wonder." He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a single box, older and dustier than the others. He opened it with the reverence of a man handling a holy relic, holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core, nice and supple. Harry took the wand. The shop exploded with light. Not destructive, radiant. Gold and white sparks erupted from the wand's tip, swirling around Harry in a vortex of energy that made the air sing. The gauntlet on Harry's right hand resonated so intensely that its runes blazed blue-white. And for one breathtaking moment, the wand's golden light and the gauntlet's blue-white glow merged, creating a cascade of color that painted every surface of the tiny shop in shimmering waves. Tony's scanner shrieked, maxed out, and died. He didn't notice. He was watching his son. Harry stood in the center of the light, eyes closed, a smile on his face that Tony had never seen before, peaceful, complete, like a key fitting a lock it was made for. The wand hummed in his hand, and the gauntlet hummed on his arm, and the two systems, magical and technological, found a harmony that Tony had spent 10 years trying to engineer. The light faded. Harry opened his eyes. "That's the one," he said. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. "Yes, bravo." Very curious indeed." "What's curious?" Tony asked, picking up his dead scanner with a grimace. Ollivander fixed Tony with that penetrating stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Stark, every one. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your son's wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious that this wand should choose your son when its brother gave him that scar." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Tony had ever heard. Harry looked down at the wand in his hand, the wand that was twin to Voldemort's. The wand that had chosen him, recognizing something in him that resonated with the wizard who had murdered his parents. Tony watched his son's face and saw the moment of doubt, brief, fleeting, barely there, and then watched Harry crush it. Deliberately, consciously, the way Tony had taught him to handle fear, acknowledge it, analyze it, and refuse to let it drive. "Good," Harry said. Ollivander blinked. "Good. If my wand is the twin of his, that means I'm connected to him. And if I'm connected to him, I can find him. And when I find him—" Harry held up the wand in one hand and the gauntlet in the other. "He's going to regret coming back." The wandmaker stared at this 11-year-old boy with his matching scar and mismatched weapons, and a certainty in his green eyes that had no business existing in someone so young. "I think," Ollivander said slowly, "that the wizarding world has no idea what is coming. Not a clue." Tony agreed and dropped 7 galleons on the counter. "Pleasure doing business." They walked out into the alley, Harry holding his wand like it was an extension of his arm, which Tony realized it was, the wand and the gauntlet. 2 channeling systems, one magical and one technological, bonded to the same wizard, the core problem. The missing heart of the mage armor. Tony's mind was racing. "Harry, that light show back there, when the wand and the gauntlet synced up, did you feel that?" "Yeah, it was like 2 instruments playing the same note, different sounds, but the same frequency." The wand's core is a phoenix feather, a magical material inside a magical focusing instrument. When it connected with the gauntlet's runic arrays, they created a resonance loop, your magic flowing through both systems and amplifying in the feedback. If I could replicate that resonance— "A phoenix feather," Harry said, following his father's thought process with the ease of long practice. "For the suit's core. Not just any phoenix feather. I'd need one that resonates with your specific thaumic signature, the way this wand does. And given that the only phoenix I know of who produced feathers compatible with your frequency also produced the core of Voldemort's wand, we need to find that specific phoenix." "Jarvis," Tony said, speaking into what appeared to be a designer earpiece but was actually a ruggedized, thaumatically shielded communication device. "Cross-reference everything we have on phoenix biology with the data from the wand resonance event. I need to find a phoenix named Fox. Already running the analysis, sir. Based on the Hogwarts literature master Harry acquired, there are multiple references to a phoenix residing at Hogwarts School, commonly associated with the headmaster." "Dumbledore's phoenix," Tony said. "Of course it is." They stood in the middle of Diagon Alley, father and son, surrounded by witches and wizards who had no idea that the scruffy-haired boy with the glasses was about to append their entire world. Tony's mind was building schematics in real time, the core chamber, the feather integration, the resonance architecture. It could work. It would work, but it meant dealing with Dumbledore, and Tony Stark was not looking forward to that conversation. As it turned out, the conversation came to them. They'd stopped for lunch at a cafe on the alley Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where Harry had ordered something called a butterbeer sundae, and Tony had ordered a coffee that turned out to be served in a cup that stirred itself and occasionally winked at him. "The cup is winking at me, Harry." "Yeah, they do that. I want to go home, eat your Danish." Tony was halfway through a pastry that kept trying to rearrange itself into a more aesthetically pleasing shape when a shadow fell across their table. "Good afternoon. I do hope I'm not interrupting." The man standing over them was tall, thin, and ancient, long silver hair and a beard that reached his waist. Half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. Robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars. And eyes, bright, piercing blue eyes that twinkled with an intelligence that Tony recognized immediately, because he saw a version of it every morning in the mirror. This was a man who was always thinking 3 moves ahead. "Albus Dumbledore," Tony said, not standing, "Mr. Stark and Harry." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry, and the twinkle in his eyes softened into something warmer, more complex. "My dear boy, I have waited a very long time to meet you." "Have a seat," Harry said, gesturing to an empty chair, not nervous, not awed. Tony saw Dumbledore register this and file it away. Dumbledore sat. He didn't order anything. His attention was entirely, completely focused on Harry, and Tony didn't like it. "I was headmaster of Hogwarts when your parents attended," Dumbledore said. "I knew them well. Your father was one of the most talented wizards I ever taught, and your mother." His voice softened. "Your mother was extraordinary." "I know," Harry said. "Dad's told me about them." The "dad" landed with visible impact. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Tony, then back to Harry, and for the first time the twinkle dimmed slightly. "Of course, Mr. Stark has been thorough in his research." "I try," Tony said. "Speaking of thorough, you had plans for my son, plans that involved placing him with his aunt and uncle in Surrey." The table went very still. Harry watched with the focused attention of someone who'd been raised on Stark-level directness and appreciated when it was deployed. Dumbledore folded his hands on the table. "I did. There were protections in place, blood wards, tied to Lily's sacrifice. Harry's aunt shared Lily's blood, and as long as Harry called her home his home, those protections would have kept him safe from Voldemort's followers." "Safe and miserable," Tony said. "I've seen the Dursleys, Professor. I've seen their house, their kid, the way they live." "You were going to put a magical child in a home that would have hated him for what he was. The protections would have kept him alive, not safe, not happy, not well. There's a difference, and I think you know it." The silence stretched. Around them, the cafe continued its cheerful business. Ice cream scooped, butterbeer poured, cups winking, but at their table, 2 men were engaged in a confrontation that had been building for 10 years. Dumbledore spoke first. "You are correct, Mr. Stark. The Dursleys would not have been ideal guardians. I knew this. I made the choice nonetheless because the alternative, leaving Harry unprotected in a world where Voldemort's followers were desperate and violent, was worse. The alternative was someone competent finding him first, which is what happened. Yes. And I must admit, the results are not what I anticipated." Dumbledore's eyes moved over Harry, taking in the disguised gauntlet, the under armor barely visible at Harry's collar, the confidence in the boy's posture. "You've raised him well." "I've raised him mine. Indeed you have." Dumbledore turned to Harry. "I wonder, Harry, may I ask you something directly?" "Sure." "What do you know about Voldemort?" Harry didn't flinch at the name. Tony had made sure of that, had said the name in their home from the beginning, refusing to let fear of a word take root. "I know he was a dark wizard who terrorized the wizarding world for about a decade. I know he killed my birth parents on October 31st, 1981. I know he tried to kill me, and something went wrong. The killing curse rebounded and destroyed his body. I know the wizarding world thinks he's dead." Harry paused, "And I know he's probably not." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "What makes you say that?" "My scar. It's a thaumic connection to something external, an energy source that's still active. If Voldemort were completely dead, the connection would be inert. It's not. It pulses." It reacts. Whatever he is now, he's still out there in some form. Tony felt a surge of fierce pride. That was his kid, not guessing, not fearing, analyzing, using data to reach conclusions. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was stripped of its grandfatherly warmth, revealing something harder underneath. You are correct. I believe Voldemort exists in a diminished state, not alive, not dead, but enduring, seeking a way to return, and when he does return, Harry, he will come for you. I know. The protections I intended, the blood wards, would have provided a defense against that return. Without them, you are vulnerable in ways that concern me deeply. Tony leaned forward. He's not vulnerable. He's the most protected kid on the planet. With technology, Mr. Stark. Ingenious technology, to be sure, but technology built by a man who, with the greatest respect, does not fully understand the forces he is dealing with. Then help me understand them. The offer hung in the air. Tony Stark asking for help. It happened about as often as solar eclipses, and Tony was aware of the magnitude of what he was doing. Dumbledore studied him. Those blue eyes, bright behind the half-moon spectacles, seemed to see through Tony's suit and skin and bone to the thing that lived at the center of him, the fierce, desperate, all-consuming need to keep his son safe. You love him, Dumbledore said simply. More than anything I've ever built or ever will build. Then we have something in common, Mr. Stark, because I, too, want Harry to survive what is coming. Dumbledore stood. I will help you. Not because I trust your methods, I don't entirely, but because the boy you've raised is remarkable, and I would rather work with you than against you. Smart choice. I like to think so. Harry. Dumbledore looked down at the boy, and the twinkle was back, but tempered now with something more honest. Hogwarts will be your home for the next 7 years. I suspect you will find it full of wonders, challenges, and questions that even your father's technology cannot answer. I look forward to watching you discover them. He reached into his robes and produced something, a small glass vial, stoppered with silver, containing a single feather that glowed with soft, golden-red light. A gift, Dumbledore said, setting it on the table. Fawkes shed this 3 days ago. I had a feeling it might be needed. Tony stared at the feather, then at Dumbledore, then at the feather again, a phoenix feather from Fawkes. The same phoenix whose feathers formed the cores of both Harry's wand and Voldemort's wand, the exact material Tony needed for the mage armor's core. You knew, Tony said. I suspected. I am, as you noted, thorough in my research. Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, not the twinkling grandfather act, but something wry and sharp and almost playful. Consider it a gesture of good faith. I trust you'll put it to good use. He turned and walked away, purple robes sweeping the cobblestones, and within moments had disappeared into the crowd of shoppers as though he'd never been there at all. Harry picked up the vial and held it up to the light. The feather inside pulsed gently, and the gauntlet on his hand pulsed in response, the same frequency, the same rhythm. He's dangerous, Harry said quietly. Very, Tony agreed. He just gave us exactly what we needed, right when we needed it. Yep, which means he's been watching us. Tracking what we're building, he probably knows about the suit. Almost certainly. So this gift is also a message. He's saying I know what you're doing and I'm choosing to help instead of stop you. Tony looked at his son with something beyond pride, something closer to awe. When did you get this smart? Shark DNA. Sharks are born swimming. You're not a shark, Harry. I'm a Stark, close enough. Tony reached across the table and picked up the vial. The phoenix feather was warm through the glass, radiating a thaumic energy signature that his replacement scanner, the backup he always carried, confirmed was a near-perfect match for Harry's own frequency. Dumbledore had chosen well, or Fawkes had. Tony wasn't sure which was more unsettling. Let's get the rest of your supplies, Tony said, pocketing the vial carefully. We've got a suit to finish. The rest of the afternoon in Diagon Alley was a blur of shops and purchases. But Tony's mind was elsewhere, in the workshop, already designing the core chamber, already mapping the integration architecture for the phoenix feather. They bought an owl, a beautiful snowy female that Harry named Hedwig, after a saint he'd read about in one of his books. Tony approved. The owl was intelligent, striking, and had an air of serene competence that reminded him of Pepper. Don't tell Pepper I compared her to a bird. I'm absolutely telling Pepper you compared her to a bird. They bought a trunk, Enchanted, expandable, capable of holding far more than its exterior dimensions suggested. Tony spent 15 minutes interrogating the shopkeeper about the spatial compression charms and bought a second trunk purely for research purposes. And then, supplies acquired, owl caged, pockets heavy with leftover galleons, they returned to the leaky cauldron and pushed through the brick archway back into Muggle London, where the drizzle had hardened into proper rain, and the city carried on with its perfectly ordinary, non-magical life. Tony hailed a cab. They rode in silence to the Savoy, both processing the day. Harry held the wand box in his lap, one hand resting on the holly wood through the velvet lining, feeling it hum against his fingers. Back in the suite, they spread everything out on the enormous bed. Robes, books, cauldron, ingredients, telescope, wand, and the vial containing the phoenix feather, glowing softly gold on the white hotel duvet. Tony picked up the vial and turned it over in his hands. Then he set it down and pulled out his Stark pad, which he jury-rigged with runic shielding during the cab ride. "Jarvis, are you receiving? Loud and clear, sir. I've been monitoring your scanner data throughout the day. I have preliminary analyses ready on 17 distinct magical phenomena, including the Gringotts cart system, the spatial compression charms in the trunk shop, and the wand gauntlet resonance event. Save those for later. Priority 1, the phoenix feather. I need a full spectral analysis when we get back to the workshop. Frequency mapping, energy density measurements, resonance compatibility with Harry's thaumic signature. We're building the core around this feather." "Understood, sir." "If the initial readings are accurate, the feather's energy output alone exceeds any power source currently in the Mark I Mage armor design by a factor of approximately 8. Tony grinned. Not his public grin, his workshop grin, the one that meant he was seeing the shape of something amazing taking form in his mind. "Harry, when we get home, how long do you need to practice with the wand before you can integrate it with the gauntlet?" Harry was already holding the wand, moving it through the basic motions described in Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. Tiny sparks trailed from the tip, golden and bright. The gauntlet on his other hand hummed in sympathy. "Give me a week," Harry said. "The wand operates on the same principles as the gauntlet, just more elegantly." Ollivander was right about that. The wand doesn't amplify, it focuses. It takes raw magical energy and gives it structure. The gauntlet amplifies if I use them together. The wand focuses, the gauntlet amplifies the focused output, and the suit channels the amplified output through a full-body array powered by a phoenix feather core, Tony finished. "Harry, do you understand what we're building? The most powerful magical weapons system in history." "I was going to say a really cool suit, but yeah, that works too." They flew back to New York the next morning. First class, as promised, with Hedwig in her cage in the seat between them, occasionally hooting at the flight attendants, who were either very professional or very confused. The workshop was waiting. Tony hadn't slept. He'd spent the entire flight sketching schematics on napkins, on the Stark pad, on the back of the in-flight magazine. The Phoenix Feather core design was taking shape. A crystalline containment matrix, grown from synthetic quartz that had been etched with runic arrays at the molecular level. Housing the feather in a suspension field that would allow it to resonate freely while channeling its energy through the suit's conduit network. They reached the tower at noon. Harry went to unpack his school supplies. Tony went to the workshop. Pepper found him there 3 hours later, surrounded by holographic schematics, the phoenix feather hovering in a scanning field, data streaming across every available display. Tony. "Not now, Pepper, I'm on the edge of something." "Tony, you haven't eaten in 14 hours, you smell like an airplane, and Harry is asking if you're going to help him practice wand movements or if he should just teach himself." "He can teach himself, he's brilliant, that's the whole, Tony." He stopped, looked at her. Pepper Potts, the woman who had kept him alive and functional and human for the better part of a decade, standing in the workshop door with her arms crossed, and an expression that brooked no argument. "Go have dinner with your son. The suit will be here when you get back." Tony opened his mouth, closed it, and pulled off his work gloves. "You're right. I know. Don't gloat. It's unbecoming." "I never gloat. I simply wait for you to arrive at the correct conclusion." Tony found Harry in the living room, wand in hand, making the TV remote levitate in slow circles around the room. The gauntlet was off. Harry was practicing with the wand alone, learning its feel, its response, the way it translated his will into effect. Getting the hang of it. Tony dropped onto the couch. "It's incredible. The wand. Dad, it's like it thinks. Not like Jarvis thinks, not processing and calculating. More like it understands. When I want something to happen, the wand doesn't just make it happen. It takes what I want and makes it better. Cleaner. More precise. It's like the difference between shouting and singing." And the gauntlet. The gauntlet is a megaphone. The wand is a microphone. I've been using a megaphone for years when what I needed was a microphone first. Tony felt a complex emotion, pride in Harry's insight, mixed with a sting of inadequacy. He built the gauntlet. It was his best work, and an 11-year-old wizard had just identified its fundamental limitation in 10 minutes of playing with a wooden stick. Hey, Harry must have read his face. "The gauntlet is amazing. You're amazing. The wand is better at focusing, but it can't amplify worth anything. A wand is limited by the wizard's raw power. The gauntlet breaks that limit. Together, there's something new. You get your emotional intelligence from Pepper. I get my emotional intelligence from being raised by someone who doesn't have any. I learned by contrast. Ouch. Love you, Dad. Love you too, kid. Now show me what you can do." Harry grinned, raised the wand, and spoke a word from the standard book of spells, Lumos. The tip of the wand ignited with a light so bright it turned the entire room white. Not the gentle glow the textbook described, a blaze, a miniature sun, casting shadows so sharp they looked etched. The gauntlet, lying on the coffee table, resonated in response, its runes flaring sympathetically. Harry whispered knocks and the light went out. He was smiling, the fierce, exhilarated smile of someone discovering that the boundaries he'd assumed were real had never existed. "I'm going to be the best wizard Hogwarts has ever seen," Harry said, and it wasn't arrogance. It was a statement of intent spoken with the quiet certainty of a Stark. "I know," Tony said. They ordered pizza. They ate on the couch. Harry practiced wand movements between slices, and Tony sketched core chamber designs on napkins, and Jarvis played music, AC/DC, because Tony's tastes were genetic even if his son wasn't. And for one evening, the looming threats and ancient mysteries and dark wizards faded into background noise. And they were just a father and son, enjoying the last weeks of summer before everything changed. 3 weeks later, the suit was done. Tony stood in the workshop at 2 a.m, staring at the thing he'd built, and felt the same vertigo he imagined artists felt when they stepped back from a masterpiece and realized it was finished. The Mark I Mage armor stood in its alcove, lit from below by soft blue-white light. It was beautiful. Sleek, dark gunmetal plating over a flexible underlayer, every surface inscribed with runic arrays so fine they seemed to shimmer. The chest plate held the core, the phoenix feather suspended in its crystalline matrix, pulsing with a warm golden-red glow that was visible through the translucent housing. The gauntlets, plural now, both hands were integrated into the arm assemblies, their emitters flush with the palms. The helmet was smooth, angular, with a faceplate that could retract and a HUD that Jarvis would project directly onto the interior surface. It weighed 47 pounds. With the levitation assist from the boot arrays, it would feel like wearing a sweater. Tony had tested every system. The runic arrays were stable. The conduit network was clean. The Phoenix Feather Core was producing a steady, rhythmic energy output that Jarvis monitored in real time. And the resonance with Harry's thaumic signature was near perfect, close enough that the suit would respond to Harry's magical intent like an extension of his body. What he hadn't tested was how it performed with Harry actually inside it. "Jarvis, wake up Harry." "Sir, it's 2 a.m. I know what time it is. Master Harry has historically responded to early morning wake-up calls with projectile levitation of the nearest available object. I'll risk it. 5 minutes later, Harry shuffled into the workshop in pajamas, hair even more chaotic than usual, wand tucked behind his ear. This better be, he stopped. He'd seen the suit for a long moment. Harry just stared. The suit stared back, eyeless, empty, waiting. Is that? Mark I mage armor, finished 20 minutes ago. Phoenix feather core is live and stable. All systems are green. Tony paused. Want to try it on? Harry crossed the workshop in 4 strides. Tony walked him through the process. Step onto the platform. Let the suit build itself around you, section by section, starting with the boots and working up. The armor plates slid into place with a series of precise clicks, each section locking to the next, the runic arrays lighting up in sequence as they connected to Harry's thaumic field. The chest plate settled. The core flared to life, gold-red light flooding the crystalline housing, the phoenix feather resonating with Harry's heartbeat. The arms locked in. The gauntlets powered up, emitters glowing blue-white. The helmet descended, the faceplate sealing with a soft hiss. Inside the helmet, Harry saw the HUD blink on. Jarvis's voice filled the enclosed space, clear and calm. Good morning, Master Harry. All systems nominal. Thaumic energy integration at 97%. Power core output stable. Shall I run a full diagnostic? Yeah, Harry breathed. Yeah, do that. Data scrolled across the HUD. Energy levels, system status, environmental readings, a real-time map of the workshop with thermal overlays. Harry flexed his hands and felt the gauntlets respond. Not like wearing gloves, but like having new hands, stronger and more sensitive than his own. He raised his right hand, pointed it at the target dummy across the workshop. Tony had replaced the one Harry had destroyed years ago with a reinforced model, and thought. The thaumic emitter fired. Not the focused bolt Harry was used to from the old gauntlet. This was a beam, coherent and brilliant, a lance of blue-white energy that crossed the workshop in an instant and hit the target dummy with enough force to vaporize the upper half. The lower half wobbled and fell over. Okay. Tony said, staring at the smoking remains. That's more than I expected. Jarvis, what was the output on that? Approximately 400% of your baseline magical output, Master Harry. The suit's amplification arrays are performing above projected specifications. Harry lowered his hand. Then he raised both hands, palms out, and lifted. The repulsor levitation hybrid system engaged, and Harry rose off the platform, smoothly, steadily, without the shaking or instability that had plagued every flight test of the suit's components. He hovered 3 feet off the ground, then 5, then 10, bumping gently against the workshop's high ceiling. Dad. Yeah, I can fly. Tony watched his son hover near the ceiling in a suit of impossible armor, the phoenix feather core glowing like a heart made of fire, and felt tears prick his eyes for the first time since his parents' funeral. Yeah, you can, he said roughly. Harry descended, the flight system responding to his intent as naturally as walking. He landed on the platform and retracted the faceplate, revealing a face split by the widest grin Tony had ever seen. We did it. You did it. The suit is just a tool, you're the engine. Harry stepped off the platform, and the suit began to retract, plates folding, collapsing, compressing into a form that Tony had spent weeks engineering. Within seconds, the full mage armor had folded itself into a compact unit mounted on Harry's chest, no larger than a fist, held in place by a magnetic lock and disguised by a holographic overlay as an ordinary pendant. Portable, Harry said, touching the pendant. Nice. You can deploy it in 3. 7 seconds from the pendant form. Voice activation or neural command through the underarmor. The underarmor acts as the base layer. You wear it under your clothes all the time, and it handles basic scanning, communication, and life support. The full suit builds on top when you need it. Harry was quiet for a moment, looking at the pendant at the workshop at his father. Dad. Yeah, thank you for everything, for finding me, for raising me, for building me this. He touched the pendant again, for believing I was worth all of it. Tony crossed the workshop and pulled his son into a hug armor pendant and all, pajamas and all, at 2 in the morning in a room that smelled like solder and ozone and magic. "You were always worth all of it," Tony said. "From the second I picked you up in that house. Every sleepless night, every blown fuse, every time you levitated the furniture or set the curtains on fire. Worth it, every single time." They stood like that for a while, father and son, engineer and wizard. Two people who had found each other in the wreckage and built something extraordinary from the ruins. Then Harry pulled back, and the grin was back, sharp and bright and full of anticipation. "So, September 1st, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4, already booked the flight." "And you'll be okay while I'm gone," Tony scoffed. "I'll be fine. I have a company to run, suits to build, and an AI who judges me constantly. The question is whether Hogwarts will be okay with you in it," Harry laughed. "I'll try not to break anything important." "That's not the Stark way and you know it. Break everything important then, got it. Now you're talking, go to bed. You've got 3 weeks of packing, wand practice, and suit calibration before term starts." Harry headed for the door, then paused. "Hey Dad." "Yeah, remember you're a Stark. That means every room you walk into, you're the smartest person in it," Tony finished. "I taught you that line. And if you're not, you build something that makes you the smartest person in it." Harry pointed at the pendant on his chest. "Built it." He walked out of the workshop. Tony listened to his footsteps recede down the hallway, heard the distant sound of a bedroom door closing, and stood alone in the workshop surrounded by tools and blueprints, and the faint, lingering glow of a phoenix feather. "Jarvis," he said. "Sir, he's going to be fine, right? Based on my analysis, Master Harry is the single most capable 11-year-old in recorded history, equipped with technology that exceeds any magical or muggle system currently in existence, supported by an AI of considerable intelligence, if I may say so, and raised by you. The statistical probability of him being fine is exceptionally high. But he is an 11-year-old boy going to school for the first time, sir, and you are his father. I suspect that no amount of data will alleviate that particular anxiety." Tony slumped into his chair. "You're right." "Doesn't help, I know, sir. Shall I cue up the Mark Roman II preliminary designs? I find that engineering is your preferred method of coping with emotional distress." "You know me too well, Jay. I was programmed by you, sir. Knowing you well was inevitable." The holographic displays flickered to life, filling the workshop with blue-white light. The Mark Roman II schematics appeared, rougher than the Mark I, more ambitious, incorporating data from Harry's test flight. Tony picked up a stylus and began to sketch, losing himself in the work, in the problem-solving, in the only language he'd ever been truly fluent in. In 3 weeks, his son would board a train to a castle full of magic and mystery and danger. Tony couldn't go with him. He couldn't protect him from there, not directly, but he could build. He could always build, and what he built would keep his son safe, or Tony Stark would tear down heaven and earth trying. The workshop hummed. The schematics glowed. And somewhere in the tower above, a boy slept with a wand under his pillow and a suit of armor over his heart, dreaming of castles and broomsticks and the vast, thrilling unknown that awaited him. September was coming. Harry Stark was ready. Chapter 3. Sorting Steel King's Cross Station was a cathedral of noise and motion, and Harry Stark walked through it like he owned it. Which technically his father could. Tony had offered to buy the station as a going-away present, a joke that was only 40% joke. But Harry had declined on the grounds that real estate in London was overvalued and the return on investment was terrible. "That's my boy," Tony had said, beaming. Now they were here, September 1st, the station packed with commuters and travelers and families dragging luggage, and somewhere in this perfectly ordinary building was a platform that didn't exist. Platform 9 3/4. Harry had read about it in Hogwarts, a history, one of his 17 supplementary purchases from Flourish and Blots, and the whole concept delighted him. A hidden gateway embedded in the architecture, maintained by enchantments older than the station itself. Tony was pushing a trolley loaded with Harry's trunk, Hedwig's cage, and a secondary case that looked like a laptop bag but contained the portable Jarvis server node, hardened against magical interference, and disguised with enough holographic overlays to fool a customs inspector. Tony was in a charcoal suit, no tie, sunglasses despite the overcast London sky, projecting the kind of aggressive nonchalance that said I belong wherever I am because wherever I am is improved by my presence. Platform 9, Tony said, reading the signs. Platform 10 and between them. A brick wall, Harry finished. You walk through it, of course you do. Nothing says welcome to wizard school like running face first into masonry. It's a concealed portal, Dad. The wall is permeable to anyone carrying a Hogwarts ticket. It's a brick wall, Harry. Watch. A family had appeared nearby, unmistakably magical, despite attempts at muggle clothing. A plump, red-haired woman was herding a cluster of red-haired children toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, speaking in the hurried, harried tone of a mother who had done this before and was running late. "Percy, you first," the woman said. The oldest boy, tall, thin, glasses, an air of self-importance that Tony recognized from every middle manager he'd ever fired, straightened his prefect badge and walked briskly toward the solid brick wall and vanished into it. Tony lowered his sunglasses. Huh. Two more boys, twins, identical, grinning with the anarchic glee of people who were about to make someone's life very interesting, followed at her run, whooping as they disappeared through the barrier. Fred, George, honestly. The mother turned and caught sight of Harry and Tony. Her eyes snagged on Harry's scar and went wide. "Morning," Harry said pleasantly. "Oh my, are you're Harry Potter, Harry Stark." "But yes, ma'am, first year at Hogwarts. I was just watching your sons go through the barrier. Is there a technique, or do you just commit?" The woman, Mrs. Weasley, she introduced herself. Molly Weasley, flustered and delighted in equal measure, walked Harry through the process. Tony watched from behind his sunglasses, scanner running passively, recording every data point of the barrier's magical signature. "You just walk straight at the wall, Mrs. Weasley said. "Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Ron here is starting this year too. Ron, come say hello." The youngest boy had been lurking behind his mother, tall for his age and gangly, with a long nose, freckles, and ears that were slightly too large for his head. He had the look of someone who'd grown up in the shadow of older siblings and was simultaneously desperate to prove himself and terrified of the attempt. "Hi," Ron said. "I'm Ron Weasley, Harry Stark." Harry stuck out his hand. Ron shook it and Harry felt the kid's grip, firm enough to mean it, nervous enough to be genuine. "First year. Yeah, all my brothers went to Hogwarts. Bill and Charlie already graduated, Percy's a prefect, Fred and George are." Ron trailed off, searching for a diplomatic description. "Agents of Chaos," Harry offered. Ron cracked a surprised grin. "Yeah, that's about right. What about you? I mean, I know you're, you, but I don't know anything about the Muggle side. My dad would lose his mind if he met you. He's obsessed with Muggle stuff. Won't shut up about electricity. That's what I said." Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him by Ron's guileless honesty. Tony, watching from a few feet away, saw his son relax in a way he rarely did around new people. Harry had grown up surrounded by adults, brilliant, powerful, complicated adults. He didn't have friends his own age. The closest thing was Jarvis, and Jarvis, for all his wit, was software. Ron Weasley was not software. Ron Weasley was a freckled, slightly awkward kid who said exactly what he was thinking, and didn't seem to realize that Harry's scar was supposed to make him intimidating. Tony approved. "Mr. Stark, Mrs. Weasley had turned her attention to Tony, and her expression was a complicated mix of maternal assessment and starstruck awareness. "I just want to say, we've all heard about you in the wizarding world. What you've done raising Harry. There were some who said a Muggle couldn't, Mrs. Weasley." Tony said, removing his sunglasses and giving her the full Stark charm offensive. "I appreciate the sentiment. And I appreciate you helping my son through a wall. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to walk through a brick barrier, and I'd like to do it with the kind of dramatic flair that makes people think I've done it before." He pushed the trolley at the wall and didn't slow down. The world went dark for half a second, a rushing, pressing sensation, like being squeezed through a membrane. And then he was through, standing on a platform that shouldn't exist, staring at a scarlet steam locomotive with Hogwarts Express painted on its side. "Not bad," Tony muttered. Harry appeared beside him a moment later, followed by Ron and Mrs. Weasley and the rest of the Weasley clan. And the platform was suddenly very full of red hair and loud voices, and the controlled chaos of dozens of wizarding families sending their children off to school. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent, a gleaming steam engine that Tony's engineering brain immediately began dissecting. Steam power was obsolete by any rational measure, but this wasn't rational. The train's thaumic signature was enormous, the whole machine wrapped in enchantments so dense and layered that Tony's scanner could barely parse them. "She's beautiful," Tony said and meant it. "It's a train, Dad. Don't be reductive. It's a masterpiece of magical engineering. Look at the containment wards on the boiler. That's not steam pressure. That's enchanted steam pressure. The whole propulsion system is thaumic. I want to take it apart. You can't take apart the Hogwarts Express." "I said I want to. There's a difference." They loaded Harry's trunk and Hedwig into a compartment. The platform was filling up, students streaming from the barrier, parents calling last-minute reminders, owls hooting, cats yowling, and somewhere in the chaos, a toad was making a break for freedom, while a round-faced boy chased it with increasing desperation. Tony and Harry stood on the platform, facing each other, the moment they'd both been preparing for. "Okay," Tony said. "Ground rules. First, Jarvis is in the trunk. He's on a dedicated power supply with 60 days of runtime, and the runic shielding should keep him functional inside Hogwarts. If the magical interference is too heavy, he'll switch to low power mode and focus on monitoring your vitals and the suit systems." "Got it." "Second, the suit. Keep the pendant form on you at all times, under armor at all times. Full deployment only when necessary, and you decide what necessary means. Not some teacher, not Dumbledore, you. If you're in danger, you suit up, no hesitation." "Got it." "Third, the wand. You've been practicing for 3 weeks. You're good. You might be the best first year they've ever seen. Don't let that go to your head, and don't let anyone make you feel like you need to hold back." "Dad, I'm serious. You are who you are. A Stark doesn't apologize for being extraordinary. If your classmates can't handle it, that's their problem. If your teachers can't handle it, that's their problem. The only person whose opinion matters is yours, and you should have a very high opinion of yourself, because you've earned it." Harry's throat was tight. He didn't trust himself to speak for a moment, so he stepped forward and hugged his father hard, the pendant of the compressed mage armor pressing between them. "I'll be fine," Harry said into Tony's shoulder. "I know you will. You're a Stark. And a Potter." Tony pulled back, holding Harry at arm's length. "Yeah, and a Potter. Don't forget that part either. Your birth parents were brave enough to die for you. That's in your blood too." A whistle sounded. The train was preparing to leave. Students were boarding, hanging out of windows, waving to parents. Harry stepped onto the train. He turned in the doorway and looked back at his father, Tony Stark, genius, billionaire, the most powerful non-magical person in the world, standing on a hidden platform in a London train station with his hands in his pockets and his heart in his throat. "Hey, Dad." "Yeah. Every room I walk into, smartest person in it." Harry grinned. The train began to move. Tony raised a hand, and Harry raised his. The left, the one without the gauntlet, just a kid waving goodbye to his dad. And then the platform was sliding away, and the Hogwarts Express was gathering speed, and Harry turned from the door and went to find a compartment. Tony stood on the platform until the train was gone. Then he put his sunglasses back on, turned to the barrier, and walked back through the brick wall into the ordinary world. Pepper was waiting by the car. "How was it?" "He's going to be amazing." "I know. How are you?" Tony got into the car and stared straight ahead for a long moment. "Drive, happy." "Sure thing, boss." The car pulled away from King's Cross, and Tony Stark, who had once held a baby in the ruins of a destroyed house and decided to keep him, went back to his hotel, went to his portable workshop, and started working on the Mark Roman 2. It was the only thing that would keep him sane until Christmas. Harry found Ron in a compartment near the back of the train. Ron had claimed a window seat, and his luggage, older, more battered than Harry's, was stacked overhead with the careful precision of someone who didn't have much and took care of what he had. "Saved you a seat," Ron said, then immediately looked embarrassed, as though saving a seat was presumptuous. "Cheers." Harry stowed his trunk and settled across from Ron. The Under Armour was invisible beneath his clothes, jeans and a dark t-shirt, no robes yet, and the pendant sat against his sternum, warm and faintly humming. Hedwig's cage was beside him, the owl dozing. The train picked up speed, London blurring past the windows. Ron produced a stack of sandwiches wrapped in brown paper and looked at them with resignation. "Corned beef. Mum always makes corned beef, and I always tell her I hate corned beef, and she always makes it anyway. Solidarity." Harry pulled out a paper bag from his jacket. "My dad's assistant packed me roast beef with horseradish and some kind of fancy crisps that cost more than your sandwiches, and I'd rather have corned beef because I've never had it." "Trade?" Ron stared at him. "You want to trade a fancy sandwich for corned beef?" "I want to trade because trading is more fun than eating alone." They swapped. The corned beef was, in Harry's opinion, perfectly fine, salty and hearty, and exactly the kind of food you wanted on a train. Ron bit into the roast beef and horseradish and made a sound that suggested he was having a religious experience. "Blimey, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. Tell that to Pepper, she's the one who ordered them." Pepper, my dad's assistant, partner, person who actually runs everything. "It's complicated. Like a girlfriend. Like a force of nature that my dad is lucky enough to work with." Ron nodded, clearly filing this information under "rich people are weird," and they ate their traded sandwiches while the countryside unrolled outside the window. They talked. Easily, naturally, the way people do when the chemistry is right. Ron told Harry about growing up with 6 siblings. "Bill's a cursebreaker for Gringotts, Charlie works with dragons in Romania, Percy's a git, Fred and George are geniuses, but don't tell them I said that, and Ginny's starting next year." And Harry told Ron about growing up in Stark Tower, about Jarvis and the workshop, and the time he accidentally levitated the entire contents of the kitchen when he was 7. "Your dad just let you do magic at home," he encouraged it. "He studied it. He's a scientist. When he found out I could do things that broke the laws of physics, he didn't freak out. He took notes. That's mental, in a good way. My family's all magic, but nobody's ever studied it like that. It just is. That's the thing, though, it just isn't an answer. My dad taught me that everything has a mechanism, everything follows rules, magic included. The rules are just different from what muggles are used to." Ron looked thoughtful. "You really think magic has rules, like science rules?" "I think magic has rules that we haven't figured out yet. And I think figuring them out is going to be the most important thing anyone's ever done." The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes, bushy brown hair framing a face that radiated intensity and urgency. She had a book under one arm and a slightly frantic look in her eyes. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No toads here," Ron said. The girl's gaze swept the compartment with the thoroughness of a health inspector, landing on Ron's sandwich, Harry's owl, and finally Harry's scar. "Oh, you're Harry Potter, Harry Stark. I've read about you." "Well, about Harry Potter in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. You're in all of them, but they don't mention the Stark part. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." She said this in a single breath without pausing, and Harry was immediately and powerfully reminded of his father in the grip of a new idea, the same torrent of information, the same burning need to demonstrate competence. "Nice to meet you, Hermione. This is Ron Weasley." "Pleasure," Ron said, not sounding particularly sure about that. Hermione sat down without being invited, which Harry respected. She set her book on her lap, standard book of spells, grade 1, bristling with color-coded bookmarks, and looked at Harry with undisguised curiosity. The books say you defeated you-know-who as a baby. How? I don't remember. I was 15 months old. But you must have theories. The killing curse has no known counter, that's established magical fact. So either the books are wrong about what curse was used, or something unprecedented happened. Have you researched it? Harry blinked. He'd met a lot of people since the leaky cauldron, and all of them had looked at him with awe, fear, or hunger. Hermione Granger was the first person to look at him with academic frustration. I have theories, Harry said carefully. My dad and I have been studying the incident for years. The short version is that my mother's sacrifice created a protective effect, a thaumic resonance anchored to her love for me that interfered with the killing curse and redirected it. Hermione's eyes went wide. Thaumic resonance. That's not in any of the textbooks. My dad coined the term. The wizarding world doesn't use it. But it makes sense. Love as a magical force, there's precedent in older texts. Bathel de Bagshot references it tangentially in A History of Magic, Chapter 7. Chapter 7, subsection 3, the passage about ancient protective enchantments, Harry finished. I noticed that too. Hermione stared at him. Then she smiled, not the performative smile of someone being polite, but the real, slightly wild smile of someone who had just found another person who got it. I think we're going to be friends, she said. I think so too, Harry said. Ron looked between them with the expression of someone who had just realized he was going to spend the next 7 years surrounded by geniuses and was already exhausted. You two are going to be insufferable, aren't you? Absolutely, they said in unison, and then looked at each other and laughed. The train rolled on. They talked about Hogwarts, about houses, about what they expected and what they feared. Ron admitted, with the careful vulnerability of someone who wasn't used to being vulnerable, that he was terrified of being sorted into Slytherin. Every Weasley's been in Gryffindor since forever. If I end up in Slytherin, my mum will actually die. She won't die, Ron. You haven't met my mum at full volume, Hermione asked Harry about the gauntlet. She'd noticed it. Of course she had, the slight irregularity of his right hand, the way his fingers moved with fractional mechanical precision. It's a thaumic channeling device. Harry said, and because these were his friends, he decided they were his friends quickly and completely, the way Starks made decisions. He deactivated the holographic overlay and showed them. Ron's jaw dropped. Hermione leaned forward, eyes blazing. That's technology, Hermione said. Muggle technology integrated with magical function. That shouldn't be possible. Every source says Muggle electronics can't function around magic. Every source is wrong, or rather, every source is incomplete. Muggle electronics can't function around unshielded magic. The gauntlet uses runic arrays as a compatibility layer, translating between technological and magical energy. My dad figured it out. Your Muggle dad figured out something the entire wizarding world says is impossible. My dad doesn't believe in impossible. He believes in not yet solved. Hermione sat back, and Harry could see the foundations of her worldview shifting. The neat categories of magic and Muggle, possible and impossible, rearranging themselves around new data. It was the same expression Harry's face made when he encountered a problem that was bigger than he'd thought. Not dismay, excitement. Can I study it? She asked. Anytime. Ron reached out and tapped the gauntlet with one finger. What does it do? Amplifies and directs magical energy. In simple terms, it makes my spells about 4 times more powerful and 10 times more precise. So you're basically cheating. I'm basically optimizing. Same thing, mate. The train began to slow. Outside the windows, the light was fading and the landscape had changed, wild, mountainous, dark with forests and touched with the first stars of evening. An announcement echoed through the train. They would be arriving at Hogsmeade Station in 10 minutes. They changed into their robes. Harry wore the Under Armour beneath his, seamless, invisible, its sensors already feeding data to the Jarvis node in his trunk. The pendant sat against his chest under the robes. The gauntlet was redisguised as a wristwatch. He slipped his wand into his right sleeve where a quick-draw holster, Tony's design, naturally, held it against his forearm. "You look like you're suiting up for a mission," Ron observed. First day of school, same thing. They disembarked at Hogsmeade Station into a cool Scottish evening. A voice boomed over the crowd of students. Furs years over here." The voice belonged to the largest man Harry had ever seen. 8 feet tall at least, twice as wide as a normal person, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard and hands like dustbin lids. He was holding a lantern the size of a beach ball and beaming at the crowd of first years with the uncomplicated warmth of someone who genuinely, deeply loved his job. "That's Hagrid," Ron whispered. "Keeper of keys and grounds. Dad says he's half giant. Genetically," Harry asked, his mind immediately going to biology. "Magically. Don't ask me how it works. No more'n 4 to a boat." Hagrid called, leading them down a steep, narrow path to the edge of a dark lake. A fleet of small boats bobbed at the shore, each lit by a single lantern. Harry, Ron, and Hermione climbed into a boat, joined by the round-faced boy who'd been chasing his toad, Neville Longbottom, who'd found the toad, Trevor apparently, and was clutching it with the grim determination of someone who knew it would escape again. Everyone in. Right then, forward. The boats moved, not by oar or engine or any visible mechanism. They simply went, gliding across the black water of the lake with silent, enchanted purpose. The first years were quiet, reverent, staring ahead into the darkness, and then Hogwarts appeared. It rose from behind a cliff like a vision, towers and turrets and battlements, windows glowing amber with firelight, the whole vast structure reflected in the still water of the lake. It was enormous, ancient, and alive with magic. Harry could feel it through the underarmor, through the pendant, through his own skin. The castle's thaumic signature was staggering, a deep, complex resonance that seemed to hum in harmony with the land and the lake and the sky itself. Whoa. Ron breathed. Hermione was speechless. Neville was open-mouthed. The toad had stopped trying to escape. Harry felt the pendant pulse against his chest, the phoenix feather core responding to the castle's magic like a tuning fork struck by a cathedral bell. The underarmor's sensors were going crazy. Jarvis wouldn't even be able to parse all this data until they got to the trunk and the full server node, Hogwarts. 1,000 years of magic soaked into every stone, and Harry was going to walk inside and make it his. The boats drifted to shore. They climbed out, following Hagrid up a stone staircase to a massive oak door. Hagrid knocked 3 times, and the door swung open. A woman stood on the threshold, tall, thin, severe, with black hair pulled back in a tight bun, and an expression that suggested she had evaluated every first-year student in her career and found most of them wanting. She wore emerald green robes and square spectacles, and she radiated the specific authority of someone who had never, in her entire life, taken anyone's nonsense. "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them through an entrance hall that was bigger than some airports, into a small chamber off the main hall. The first years crowded together, nervous and whispering. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." She described each house's virtues with brisk efficiency. Harry listened, but his mind was elsewhere. He was feeling the castle through the underarmor's sensors, tracing the flows of magic that ran through the walls and floors like blood through veins. The place was extraordinary. Not just beautiful, not just old, intelligent. The magic here wasn't static. It was responsive, adaptive, aware. The castle was watching them. Harry let it watch. He had nothing to hide. McGonagall led them into the great hall, and the ceiling took Harry's breath away. Not because it was impressive, although it was, a vast vaulted space bewitched to mirror the night sky, stars glittering overhead between drifting clouds, but because the enchantment was flawless. Harry had spent years studying magical effects, and this was the most elegant piece of spellwork he'd ever encountered. The ceiling wasn't projecting an image. It was creating a window, a direct perceptual link to the actual sky, folded through space by enchantments so old and so deep that they'd become part of the castle's fundamental structure. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." "It's better than that," Harry whispered back. "It's not an illusion, it's a spatial fold. The ceiling is literally open to the sky, the enchantments just keep the weather out." Hermione gave him a look that was equal parts impressed and annoyed. "How do you know that?" "My under armor is reading the thaumic field structure. The energy pattern is consistent with spatial manipulation, not illusion casting." "You're what is reading the what, I'll explain later." 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. A 5th table at the far end held the staff, and on a stool before the staff table sat a hat, ragged, patched, and ancient. The hat began to sing. Harry listened to the sorting hat's song with interest. It described each house's qualities in verse, and Harry's analytical mind was already mapping the criteria. Gryffindor valued bravery and nerve. Ravenclaw valued wit and learning. Hufflepuff valued loyalty and fair play. Slytherin valued cunning and ambition. By any rational assessment, Harry belonged in Ravenclaw. His intellect was his defining feature, honed by a decade under Tony Stark's tutelage. But intellect wasn't all he was, and he knew it. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." Abbot Hannah, a blonde girl, stumbled to the stool, jammed the hat on her head, and after a moment's pause, Hufflepuff hurried to the cheering table on the right. Names were called. Students were sorted. Harry watched each one, studying the hat's behavior, the variations in deliberation time, trying to find the pattern. Some sortings were instant, others took minutes. The hat wasn't just reading minds, it was having conversations. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with her chin up and her shoulders set. The hat covered her eyes. A long pause, almost 2 minutes. Then, "Gryffindor." Hermione's face split into a grin as she hurried to the Gryffindor table. Ron exhaled in relief beside Harry. "Thank God." "Can you imagine being in a house with her against you?" Longbottom Neville, shaking visibly, sat under the hat for nearly 3 minutes before Gryffindor. He ran to the table still wearing the hat and had to jog back to return it. Malfoy, Draco. The blond boy from Madame Malkin's strode to the stool with the practiced confidence of someone who had rehearsed this moment. The hat barely touched his head. Slytherin, Draco smirked and joined the table on the far left, and then, "Potter Harry," the hall went nuclear. Whispers exploded like shrapnel. "Potter, did she say Potter? The Harry Potter?" Every head turned, every eye found him. Harry felt the weight of 1,000 stares, curious, hungry, awed, suspicious. And he walked to the stool with the easy stride of someone who had spent 10 years being Tony Stark's son, and had learned long ago that public attention was a tool, not a threat. He sat on the stool. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. It slipped down over his eyes, blocking out the great hall. "Well, well, well." The voice was in his head, dry, ancient, amused. Not Jarvis's clean digital tones, but something older and stranger, a consciousness woven into fabric and enchantment. "What do we have here? Harry Potter?" "No, Harry Stark, I see. That's the name you carry, isn't it? Interesting. Very interesting." Harry didn't flinch. He'd been expecting this, a telepathic entity examining his mind. He'd discussed it with Tony and they'd agreed. Don't fight it, but don't be passive either. Examine away, Harry thought. I'm an open book, are you? Let me see. Oh my. Oh, this is unusual. The hat's presence moved through Harry's mind like a librarian browsing shelves. Harry felt it touch his memories. Tony finding him in the ruins, the workshop, the gauntlet, the armor, the years of study and invention and love. He felt it find the scar and recoil slightly, touching the dark connection with caution. "There's something here that isn't yours," the hat said with a tone of distaste, "something attached, parasitic. But that's a problem for another day. Let's talk about you, Mr. Stark, where to put you." "I have a preference," Harry thought. "Everyone has a preference, few have your reasons." "You want Gryffindor." Yes, because your parents were in Gryffindor, because my friends are in Gryffindor, the ones I just made on the train. And because the wizarding world expects Harry Potter to be in Gryffindor, and I'm going to give them Harry Potter while being Harry Stark, and Gryffindor is where that story starts. The hat was quiet for a moment, thinking. Amused, strategic reasoning to justify a Gryffindor sorting. That's Slytherin logic, young man, it's Stark logic. We take from every tradition and build something new. You do well in Slytherin. Remarkably well. The ambition alone and the cunning, you'd redefine the house. I'd also alienate half the school before I'd unpacked. Slytherin carries baggage. I don't need baggage, I need a base of operations, base of operations. You sound like a general, I sound like my father. Same thing, very well, Mr. Stark, you've made your case with admirable clarity. I'll grant your request, not because you've outmaneuvered me, but because beneath all that Stark bravado and Slytherin strategy, there is something genuinely, fiercely brave in you. Your mother's courage, it's in your bones. You'll need it before this year is out, I know, Harry thought, I'm ready. We'll see about that. And the hat shouted to the waiting hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took off the hat, handed it back to McGonagall with a polite nod and walked to his house table, his house, his people, where Hermione was applauding and Ron was cheering and the Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." And the whole hall was buzzing with the electric knowledge that the boy who lived was a lion. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and let the wave of welcome wash over him. He felt the pendant pulse against his chest, the phoenix core resonating with the castle's magic. He felt the Under Armour hum softly, Jarvis's passive systems recording, monitoring, protecting. He felt the wand against his forearm, warm and eager, and he felt, for the first time in his life, like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The feast appeared, platters of food materializing on the tables. More food than Harry had ever seen in one place, which was saying something for a kid who'd grown up with Tony Stark's catering budget. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, shepherd's pie, vegetables in every configuration, sauces and gravies and bread rolls and butter. Ron loaded his plate with the focused intensity of someone who took eating seriously. Hermione selected food with careful deliberation. Harry ate and listened and watched, his mind cataloging everything. The staff table, the enchanted ceiling, the ghosts, actual ghosts, translucent figures drifting among the students, and Harry's Under Armour sensors were having a field day with the thaumic signatures. And the steady pulse of Hogwarts's magic all around them. He caught Dumbledore's eye once during the dessert course. The old wizard raised his goblet in a subtle toast. Harry raised his glass of pumpkin juice in return, an acknowledgement, a mutual understanding. I'm here, I'm not what you planned. Deal with it. And from the staff table, another pair of eyes was watching Harry, dark, cold, unblinking. Severus Snape sat in his black robes and stared at the boy who should have been James Potter's son and was instead Tony Stark's. And the hatred and grief and complicated longing that twisted behind his eyes was visible to no one except, perhaps, the very observant first year who met his gaze across the great hall and didn't look away. Harry noted the stare, filed it, moved on, the feast ended. Dumbledore gave a brief speech, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, which Harry assumed was some kind of code and resolved to decrypt later. A few warnings. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, obviously. Magic in the corridors between classes was not permitted. Harry gave this rule approximately 12 hours, and the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds. To everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry's Under Armour sensors registered a spike of thaumic energy from the direction of the third floor. He made a mental note. Percy the prefect led the Gryffindor first years through the castle. Up staircases that moved, Harry was delighted by the spatial magic involved. Past portraits that talked, Harry was fascinated by the consciousness enchantments. Through corridors that seemed to go on forever. Until they reached a portrait of a very fat lady in a pink dress. "Password?" the portrait asked. Caput Draconis, Percy said, and the portrait swung open to reveal the Gryffindor common room. It was everything Hogwarts should be, warm, red and gold, with a roaring fireplace and squashy armchairs, and the general air of a place where people were expected to be comfortable and courageous in equal measure. Harry liked it immediately. The first-year boys' dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase, 5 four-poster beds hung with red velvet curtains. Harry's trunk was already there, at the foot of the bed nearest the window. Ron collapsed onto the bed next to Harry's. Neville took the one beyond that. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, 2 boys Harry had met briefly on the platform, took the remaining beds. "Mate," Ron said, staring at the canopy of his four-poster, "this is the best day of my life." "It's only going to get better," Harry said, and meant it. He waited until the dormitory was dark and quiet, until Ron's snores had settled into a steady rhythm, and Neville was murmuring in his sleep, and then he opened his trunk. The Jarvis server node was exactly where he'd packed it, a matte black box the size of a large book, connected to a power cell that would run for 60 days, and a communication array shielded by 3 layers of runic dampeners. Harry activated it with a touch. "Jarvis," he whispered. A faint blue glow emanated from the box. Then, softly, "Good evening, Master Harry. I must say the ambient magical field in this location is extraordinary. My sensors are detecting thaumic energy patterns of a complexity I've never encountered. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am honored. All suit systems are nominal. The under armor is functioning within expected parameters, though I'm detecting some interference on the higher frequency scanning bands. I'll compensate. Can you access any of the castle's systems, information networks, anything like that? I'm detecting what appears to be a distributed magical network, something analogous to a building management system, but thaumic rather than electronic. It governs the moving staircases, the enchanted ceiling, the heating, the plumbing, and what I can only describe as a very complex security system. Accessing it would require magical authentication that I don't possess. Yet, sir, I appreciate your optimism." Harry smiled in the darkness. "Run a passive scan of the castle overnight. Map everything you can. I want to know this building better than anyone who lives in it." "Consider it done, and Master Harry." "Yeah, your father called while you were at the feast. The message reads, 'Tell me everything.' Also, I've already improved the Mark Roman 2 flight stabilizers. You're welcome. Love, Dad. P.S. Don't blow up the castle on your first night." Harry pressed his face into his pillow to muffle his laugh. "Tell him, sorted into Gryffindor. Castle is incredible. Sensors are operational. Made 2 friends. Haven't blown anything up yet. Love, Harry." Message sent. "Good night, Master Harry." "Night, Jarvis." Harry lay in the dark, listening to the castle breathe, the distant creak of stone, the whisper of wind around the towers, the deep, steady hum of magic that permeated everything. The pendant pulsed against his chest in rhythm with his heartbeat. The wand was warm under his pillow. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, he'd find out what Hogwarts could teach him and what he could teach Hogwarts. Tomorrow, the wizarding world would start to understand what a Stark was capable of. But tonight, he was just a boy in a castle, far from home, surrounded by sleeping strangers who might become family, at the beginning of everything. Harry closed his eyes and slept and dreamed of flying. Morning came with Scottish sunlight slanting through the dormitory windows and Ron Weasley falling out of bed. I'm up. I'm up. Harry had been awake for an hour. He'd used the time to review Jarvis's overnight scan data, projected via the Under Armour's micro-display onto the inside of his bed curtains. The castle's magical architecture was staggering. Hundreds of enchanted systems, layered and interconnected, many of them so old that their original purpose had been forgotten. Jarvis had mapped the moving staircases. They operated on a 72-hour cycle with semi-random variations. The major magical security nodes, concentrated around the staff quarters, the restricted section of the library, and, significantly, the third-floor corridor. And a network of passages and shortcuts that didn't appear on any official floor plan. The castle has secret passages, Harry murmured to himself, studying the map. Dozens of them. Talking to yourself already? Ron asked, pulling on his robes. It's only the first morning, planning. There's a difference, if you say so. They went down to breakfast in the great hall, where the enchanted ceiling showed a clear blue sky and the tables were laden with toast, eggs, bacon, porridge, kippers, and a quantity of food that suggested the Hogwarts kitchens were staffed by an army. Hermione joined them, already carrying 2 textbooks and a highlighted class schedule. We have Charms first with Professor Flitwick, then History of Magic with Professor Binns, then lunch, and then, oh Harry, look, double potions with the Slytherins. Who teaches potions? Harry asked, though he already knew. He'd read the staff list. He'd also read Tony's dossier on every Hogwarts professor, compiled from fragmented wizarding records and some light hacking of the Ministry's personnel files. Professor Snape, Hermione said, head of Slytherin House. He's supposed to be brilliant but terrible. Brilliant and terrible. My favorite combination. Charms was held in a small classroom on the 3rd floor, not the forbidden corridor, Harry noted, though the sensors pinged faintly whenever he passed in that direction. Professor Flitwick was a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, and who nearly fell off them when he reached Harry's name on the roll call. Harry P. Stark. Oh, what a pleasure. Your mother was one of my finest students, a natural at charms, absolutely gifted. Thank you, Professor. I'm looking forward to learning. Flitwick beamed and launched into the day's lesson, basic wand movements, the theory of incantation, and the fundamental principles of charm work. Harry listened with genuine interest. Flitwick was a good teacher, clear, enthusiastic, and deeply knowledgeable. When Flitwick asked the class to practice the basic wand-lighting charm, Lumos, Harry raised his wand and cast. The tip ignited. Not the gentle glow that the other first years were struggling to produce, but a clear, steady, brilliant white light that lit up the entire classroom. Flitwick's eyebrows shot up. Several students shielded their eyes. Harry dialed it back with a thought, dimming the light to a reasonable level. Sorry, I've been practicing at home. Practicing, my dear boy, that's NEWT, level luminosity output. How long have you been using a wand? About 3 weeks, but I've been channeling magic through other means for years. A murmur ran through the classroom. Hermione was staring at Harry with naked curiosity. Ron was grinning, and at the back of the room, a Ravenclaw boy whose name Harry hadn't caught was writing furious notes. Flitwick awarded Gryffindor 20 points and spent the rest of the class asking Harry to demonstrate progressively more advanced applications of the Lumos charm, varying brightness, color, pattern, pulsation. Harry obliged, using the wand alone for simplicity, but feeling the gauntlet on his right hand hum with sympathetic energy, wanting to join in, to amplify, to push beyond what the wand alone could achieve. He held it back. Not because he was hiding, Tony had told him not to hide, but because this was a classroom, not a testing range, and he wanted to learn the fundamentals properly before he started breaking them. History of Magic was, by unanimous agreement, the worst class in Hogwarts. Professor Binns was a ghost who had apparently died and kept teaching without noticing, droning about goblin rebellions in a monotone that could have been weaponized as a sleep aid. Ron was unconscious within 10 minutes. Hermione was taking notes. Harry was running Jarvis's castle scan data on the Under Armour's microdisplay, hidden behind his textbook. Jarvis, what's on the 3rd floor? The restricted corridor contains a single room, heavily warded. I'm detecting a large living creature, canine, based on the biological signature, but significantly larger than any known dog breed. There is also a secondary magical signature beneath the creature, deeper, contained, shielded by multiple layers of enchantment. I cannot identify it from this distance. Can you estimate the depth? The secondary signature is approximately 200 meters below the corridor, deep beneath the castle. Something hidden, something guarded. That would be my assessment, Master Harry. Harry filed the information away and turned his attention back to goblin rebellions, or rather, to Hermione's notes on goblin rebellions, because she was the only person in the room retaining anything. Lunch was loud and chaotic, the great hall packed with students comparing first impressions. Harry ate and observed, his mind working on multiple tracks: the third-floor mystery, the classes ahead, and the social dynamics of Hogwarts, which were more complex than any Stark Industries board meeting. And then it was time for potions. The dungeons were cold. The potions classroom was colder, a stone chamber lit by torches, lined with jars of pickled things that Harry's sensors identified and classified with the efficiency of a toxicology database. The Slytherins were already seated, Draco Malfoy front and center, flanked by two boys the size of young gorillas. Draco's eyes found Harry the moment he entered. The look was assessing, wary and grudgingly interested. Harry nodded. Draco nodded back. Whatever had passed between them at Madame Malkin's had not been forgotten by either of them. Snape entered like a thunderstorm. Black robes billowing, black hair curtaining a sallow face, dark eyes sweeping the room with the intensity of a predator scanning for weakness. He didn't walk so much as prowl, and when he reached the front of the class and turned to face them, the temperature seemed to drop another 5 degrees. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, Snape said, his voice barely above a whisper and somehow louder than Flitwick's enthusiastic shouts. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. The silence was absolute. Harry met Snape's eyes and held them, and something crackled between them: recognition, tension, the first contact of two magnetic poles. Potter, Snape said, and the name was a blade. Our new celebrity. Stark, Harry corrected, not rudely, not meekly, just a fact stated clearly. Snape's lip curled. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, draught of living death? Harry said. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death. The key is the soporiferous bean, which releases its juice more efficiently when crushed with the flat of a silver blade rather than cut. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar, the stomach of a goat? It's a calcified mass of undigested material that acts as a universal antidote to most poisons. You could also synthesize one using a concentrated extract of. I didn't ask for a synthesis method. You didn't specify, you only wanted the natural source. The classroom was utterly still. Every student was watching, heads turning between Harry and Snape like spectators at a tennis match. Draco's mouth was slightly open. Hermione's hand, which had been raised since the first question, was slowly lowering as she realized Harry didn't need help. Ron had the expression of someone watching a car crash in slow motion. Snape stepped closer to Harry's desk. His dark eyes were unreadable. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They are the same plant, aconitum, also called aconite. It's used in the wolfsbane potion, which alleviates the symptoms of lycanthropy without curing it. The active magical compound is enough. Snape stood over Harry, looking down at this boy who had his mother's eyes and his adopted father's arrogance, and was somehow, impossibly, prepared. Snape had expected James Potter's son, strutting, lazy, coasting on fame. He'd gotten a child who had studied, who had done the reading, who met his questions not with stammering ignorance but with the aggressive competence of someone who had been raised to know things. It was worse. It was so much worse than James, because this wasn't arrogance born of privilege and natural talent. This was arrogance earned through work, and Snape, who valued nothing more than discipline and mastery, could not find the flaw in it. 5 points to Gryffindor. Snape said, and the words sounded like they'd been extracted from him with pliers. For adequate preparation, he turned and swept to the front of the class. Well, why aren't the rest of you writing this down? Quills scrambled. Harry leaned back in his chair and Ron leaned over. Mate. Ron whispered, that was mental. That was Tuesday, Harry said. The rest of potions was tense but productive. Snape prowled the room while students brewed a simple boil-curing potion, criticizing everyone's work with surgical precision. He paused at Harry's cauldron, looked at the perfectly executed potion, correct color, correct consistency, correct temperature, and said nothing. Which, from Snape, was the highest compliment available. After class, as students filed out, Harry lingered. Snape was at his desk, pretending to grade papers, pretending not to notice that Harry hadn't left. Professor. Mr. Stark. The name was still acid on Snape's tongue, but there was less of it now. You knew my mother. Snape's hand stopped moving. The quill hovered over the parchment, a bead of ink trembling at its tip. Professor Flitwick said she was gifted at charms. I'm wondering if she was also good at potions. The silence stretched. When Snape spoke, his voice was different, lower, rougher, stripped of its classroom cruelty. She was the best in her year. Better than you. Snape looked up, and for one unguarded moment, Harry saw something in those dark eyes that wasn't hatred or bitterness or spite. It was grief, raw, old, and unhealed. Yes, Snape said. Better than me. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. He left the dungeon. Snape sat at his desk for a long time after, the quill dripping ink onto parchment he wasn't reading, and felt the foundations of his assumptions crack for the first time in a decade. The boy had Lily's eyes. He'd known that. Everyone had said so. But no one had told him the boy would also have Lily's directness, Lily's sharp intelligence, Lily's gift for looking at someone and seeing exactly what they were trying to hide. Tony Stark had not raised James Potter's son. He had raised Lily's, and that changed everything. The first flying lesson came 3 days later, and it blew the doors off. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, short gray hair, hawk-yellow eyes, the stance of someone who had fallen off broomsticks professionally and had strong opinions about it, lined up the Gryffindors and Slytherins on the lawn beside the castle, each student standing next to a school broomstick. Stick out your right hand over your broom, Madam Hooch instructed, and say up. Harry held his hand over the broom. Up. The broom leaped into his hand like it had been waiting for him. Most of the class was still coaxing their brooms with varying degrees of success. Ron's had rolled over, Hermione's was spinning in place, Neville's hadn't moved at all. Good, Mr. Stark. Now, when I blow my whistle, kick off from the ground, hover for a moment, then lean forward and touch back down. The whistle blew. Harry kicked off, and something went wrong, not with Harry, but with Neville. The round-faced boy's broom shot upward with him clinging to it, panicked, rising 20 feet, 30 feet, his grip slipping. Harry saw it happen in the fraction of a second between Neville leaving the ground and Neville losing control. He didn't think. He moved, the pendant activated. Not full deployment. Harry's reflexes chose the fastest option. A partial deployment that sent the gauntlet assemblies racing along his arms and the boot arrays locking around his feet. The broomstick in his hand resonated with the suit systems, its own flight enchantments harmonizing with the repulsor levitation hybrid, and Harry shot upward like a missile. Neville's broom bucked. Neville fell. Harry caught him at 40 feet. One hand on Neville's robe, the gauntlet taking the weight easily, the boot arrays stabilizing both of them in midair. For a single suspended moment, they hung in the air, Harry in partial armor, Neville dangling from his grip, the entire class staring upward with their mouths open. Harry descended smoothly, setting Neville on the grass as gently as putting down a glass ornament. The partial suit retracted into the pendant, and by the time his feet touched ground, he looked like a normal student holding a broomstick. Except for the part where he'd just flown without a broom, caught a falling classmate in midair, and landed like he'd been doing it his whole life. Blimey, Madam Hooch said. Sorry, ma'am. Harry didn't look sorry. Reflex. What was that? What are you wearing? It's a personal project. My father built it. Harry helped Neville to his feet. You okay, Neville? Neville was white-faced and shaking, but he nodded. You just flew without a broom. Not exactly. It's complicated. Madam Hooch looked like she wanted to ask 17 more questions, but the practical reality of a student nearly falling to his death reasserted itself. and she marched Neville off to the hospital wing with instructions for the rest of the class not to move. The moment she was gone, Draco Malfoy stepped forward. He was holding something, a small glass sphere that glittered in the sunlight. Harry recognized it from Neville's things. "Look what the idiot dropped," Draco said, tossing the ball between his hands. "A remembrall. Maybe if I throw it on the roof, Longbottom will remember not to be useless." "Give it back, Malfoy," Harry said. Draco's eyes glittered. "Make me Stark." He mounted his broom and kicked off, rising smoothly into the air. He was a good flyer, natural, confident, clearly trained. He hovered 30 feet up, holding the remembrall aloft. "Come and get it, Potter, or are all those gadgets just for show?" Harry looked at the broom in his hand. Then he dropped it. The pendant pulsed. Full deployment. The mage armor built itself around Harry in 3. 7 seconds, plates locking, runes blazing, the phoenix core flaring to life. The helmet sealed with a hiss, the HUD filling his vision with data. The gauntlets powered up, palms glowing blue-white. The boot arrays engaged. Harry rose into the air. Not like a broomstick, no wobble, no lean, no dependence on a piece of enchanted wood. He rose like he was born to fly, the suit systems responding to his will with the frictionless precision of thought made real. He was beside Draco in 2 seconds, hovering with perfect stability, and through the helmet's faceplate, his green eyes burned. Draco stared. The color drained from his face. He was looking at something out of a nightmare, a figure in dark armor, runic channels blazing with light, floating in midair without visible support, the palms of both hands aimed at him with the quiet promise of overwhelming force. "The remembrall," Harry said, and his voice through the helmet's speakers was calm and clear and absolutely certain. "Now." Draco threw it, not at Harry, away, a panicked reflex, hurling the glass ball toward the castle wall in a high arc. Harry moved. The suit accelerated, and the world blurred, a steep dive, faster than any broomstick, the castle wall rushing toward him. He reached out and caught the remembrall an inch from the stone, pulled up and arced back to the lawn in a wide, controlled curve that sent his robes, worn over the armor, billowing dramatically, snapping behind him. He landed. He opened his hand, the remembrall glinting in his armored palm. The class was silent. Harry looked at Draco, who was descending shakily on his broom. He looked at the class, 24 11-year-olds who had just seen something that would become a Hogwarts legend by dinner time. He looked at the castle, its ancient towers rising behind him, and felt the pendant, the phoenix core, his father's work, his mother's sacrifice, the synthesis of everything he was, pulse in time with his heartbeat. The armor retracted. Harry pocketed the remembrall, picked up his broomstick, and rejoined the line. Harry Stark, McGonagall, was striding across the lawn. Harry had never seen anyone stride with such purposeful fury. She covered the distance from the castle entrance to the flying class in what felt like 4 steps, her green robes snapping, her face a thunderstorm. "In all my years, never come with me now." Harry followed her. Ron shot him a panicked look. Hermione had her hands over her mouth. Even Draco looked shaken, though whether from fear of the armor or concern for Harry, it was impossible to tell. McGonagall marched Harry through the castle in silence, her heels clicking a furious rhythm on the stone floors. Harry kept pace, the retracted armor pendant warm against his chest, entirely unworried. He hadn't done anything wrong. He'd saved a classmate and recovered stolen property. If McGonagall couldn't see that, he'd make his case. Starks didn't apologize for doing the right thing. She stopped outside a classroom door, knocked once, and opened it without waiting for a response. "Professor Flitwick, excuse me. Could I borrow wood for a moment?" A boy emerged from the classroom, 5th year, stocky, with the build and intensity of someone who took physical competition very seriously. He looked confused. "Potter, Stark, this is Oliver Wood," McGonagall said. "Wood, I've found you a seeker." Wood's confusion transformed into laser focus. He stared at Harry. "He's a 1st year. He just caught a falling student at 40 feet with no warning and then dove 60 feet to catch a ball an inch from a wall, without a broomstick. He has some kind of device, flying apparatus." I don't pretend to understand it, but it's the most extraordinary flying I've ever seen from a student. Wood looked at Harry with the expression of a prospector who had just found gold. Can you do it on a broom, the flying thing? Yes, Harry said, but better with the suit. What suit? Harry touched the pendant, and the mage armor deployed. In the narrow corridor, the effect was even more dramatic. The runic channels lit up the stone walls. The phoenix core's glow reflected off the suits of mundane armor lining the hallway, and Oliver Wood took an involuntary step back. That suit, Harry said. Wood turned to McGonagall. Professor, this is either the best thing that's ever happened to Gryffindor Quidditch or a massive rules violation. I've checked the rules, Wood. There is nothing in the Hogwarts Quidditch regulations that prohibits magical equipment worn by the player, as opposed to modifications to the broom itself. The suit is his personal property. It's no different from enchanted gloves or a charmed helmet. It's radically different from enchanted gloves. Take it up with Madame Hooch. In the meantime, can you use him? Wood looked at Harry. Harry retracted the armor and looked back with the easy confidence of someone who had just been handed a gift and knew it. Practice starts tomorrow, Wood said. 6 a.m., don't be late. I'm never late. I'm a Stark. You keep saying that like it's supposed to mean something. Give it time. McGonagall watched the exchange with an expression that was trying very hard to be stern and was failing. A small, almost invisible smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Don't make me regret this, Mr. Stark. Professor, by the end of the year, you're going to wonder how Gryffindor ever played without me. That, McGonagall said dryly, is precisely what I'm afraid of. News traveled through Hogwarts at the speed of gossip, which was faster than light and considerably less constrained by the laws of physics. By dinner, everyone knew. Harry Stark, Harry Potter, had a suit of armor that let him fly, had caught Neville Longbottom in midair, had made Draco Malfoy nearly wet himself, and was now the youngest Gryffindor seeker in a century. The great hall buzzed with it. Students at every table craned their necks to look at Harry, and the Slytherin table in particular was conducting a furious internal debate about whether the armor constituted an unfair advantage. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and ignored the stares. He was reading Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, cross-referencing the text with Jarvis's analysis of Hogwarts's enchantment architecture, and eating shepherd's pie. You're insane, Ron said, with the admiration of someone who deeply respected insanity. You deployed the whole bloody suit in front of the entire class. It was necessary. It was awesome. Malfoy looked like he was going to faint. Malfoy looked like he was reconsidering his life choices, which was the point. Hermione was quieter. She was watching Harry with an expression that was harder to read, impressed, yes, but also calculating. Harry, she said carefully, the suit, how much can it do? Harry set down his book. He recognized Hermione's tone. It was the tone she used when she was about to say something important and was deciding how to phrase it. A lot, he said honestly. The gauntlets can project focused magical energy, combat level. The flight system is faster and more maneuverable than any broomstick. The Under Armour monitors my vitals, scans my environment, and connects to an AI that runs tactical analysis. The full suit amplifies my magical output by a factor of 4, so you're basically a one-person army. If I need to be, and the teachers know this, McGonagall saw the suit. Dumbledore already knew about it. My dad met with him before term started. I'm not hiding anything, Hermione. Hermione nodded slowly. I'm not saying you should hide it. I'm saying you need to be careful about how people perceive it. Some people are going to see the suit and think you're powerful. Others are going to see it and think you're dangerous. Those aren't the same thing, and the second group is going to cause you problems. Harry looked at her. This was the thing about Hermione Granger. She was brilliant, yes, and well-read, and sometimes annoyingly thorough. But she also had an emotional intelligence that cut through complexity to find the core truth. You're right, he said, and I appreciate the heads up. But I'd rather be seen as dangerous and deal with the consequences than be seen as weak and deal with those consequences. Weakness invites attack, strength discourages it. There's a third option, being seen as smart. Smart people don't need to show their weapons to be taken seriously. Harry grinned. Are you trying to make me a better person, Granger? I'm trying to keep you from getting expelled before Christmas, Stark. Ron, who had been following this exchange with the air of someone watching a chess match between grandmasters, raised his glass of pumpkin juice. To not getting expelled. They clinked glasses, glass against glass against glass, and the evening settled into the comfortable warmth of friendship, and Hogwarts hummed around them, ancient and vast and full of secrets. Harry went to bed that night thinking about the third-floor corridor. Jarvis's scans had continued to refine. The living creature guarding the corridor was, based on thaumic biosignature analysis, a Cerberus, a three-headed dog of magical origin, massive, aggressive, and stationed directly over a trapdoor. Beneath the trapdoor, a vertical shaft descended 200 meters into the bedrock beneath the castle, passing through multiple layers of enchantment, each distinct, each created by a different magical signature. Whatever was down there was protected by multiple professors, each contributing their own security measure. It was important, it was dangerous, and it was exactly the kind of mystery that a Stark couldn't leave alone. Jarvis, can you identify the magical signatures on the protections? Partially, Master Harry. I've matched 3 of them to professors whose thaumic signatures I've catalogued during your classes. Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape all appear to have contributed enchantments. There are at least 4 others I cannot yet identify. What about Dumbledore, the deepest layer, the last protection before whatever is being guarded, has a thaumic signature consistent with the headmaster's. It is by far the most powerful enchantment in the sequence. And the thing being guarded, I cannot determine its nature from this distance. However, its thaumic signature is unusual, concentrated, unlike any magical object in my database. Harry thought about what Dumbledore had told the school. The third-floor corridor was forbidden, and trespassers would die a painful death. He thought about the Philosopher's Stone, a reference he'd come across in his reading, and that Tony had mentioned during their preterm research sessions. An alchemical creation attributed to Nicholas Flamel, said to produce the elixir of life, immortality. The one thing Voldemort had always wanted, if the Philosopher's Stone was real, and if it was hidden at Hogwarts, then it was bait. A trap, or a test, or all 3. And someone, maybe Dumbledore, maybe someone else, had put it here in a school full of children. Harry stared at the canopy of his bed and felt the first cold spark of anger, not at the mystery. Mysteries were fuel, not frustration, but at the recklessness of hiding something that a dark wizard wanted in a building full of kids. Unless the kids were the point. Unless Harry was the point. Dumbledore had wanted Harry at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had given Tony the phoenix feather. Dumbledore had allowed Harry's suit, allowed his power, allowed everything. And now there was a dark artifact hidden in the school, guarded by puzzles that a clever, powerful, well-equipped first year might be able to solve. He's testing me, Harry thought, or preparing me, or both. Jarvis, sir. Start a new analysis file. Label it third floor, compile everything we have, the Cerberus, the trapdoor, the protections, the magical signatures, all of it, and flag any unusual behavior from the staff. Specifically anyone who seems interested in the third floor corridor, anyone who's injured or acting strangely, and anyone who seems to be watching me more than normal. Understood. Should I inform your father? Harry considered. Tony would want to know. Tony would also want to fly to Scotland and personally dismantle the third-floor corridor brick by brick. Harry needed more information before he triggered that particular nuclear option. Not yet. Let me gather more data first. As you wish, Master Harry. Though I feel obligated to note that your father's standard instruction regarding potentially dangerous situations is, and I quote, "Call me immediately, do not be a hero, I will handle it." And my standard response to that instruction is, also a direct quote, "I'm a Stark, Dad." Being a hero is the whole point. Exactly. Harry rolled over and closed his eyes. The pendant hummed against his chest. The wand was warm under his pillow. And somewhere beneath the castle, Behind a trapdoor guarded by a three-headed dog and layers of enchantment, something ancient and powerful waited. Harry Stark was going to find out what it was. But first, he had Quidditch practice at 6 a.m., and Oliver Wood had the look of a man who did not accept tardiness. Harry slept. The castle breathed, and the mystery waited. Chapter 4. The troll, the dog, and the mirror October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhale, the Scottish Highlands turning gold and russet, the lake going dark and cold, and the castle settling into the rhythms that Harry was learning to read like code. He'd been here 6 weeks. 6 weeks of classes, Quidditch practice, midnight conversations with Jarvis, and the slow, meticulous assembly of a picture that was becoming harder to ignore. Something was wrong with Professor Quirrel. Harry had noticed it in the first defense against the dark arts class. A twitchiness, a stammer, a man who flinched at his own shadow. The rest of the school had written Quirrel off as a joke, a nervous wreck who'd supposedly encountered vampires on a sabbatical and come back broken. Harry's classmates snickered through his lessons, and even the other professors seemed to regard him with a kind of distant pity. Harry didn't buy it, because Jarvis's sensors told a different story. The thaumic signature surrounding Professor Quirrel is anomalous. Jarvis reported during one of their late-night briefings, the AI's voice soft in Harry's curtained bed. His baseline magical output is consistent with a competent adult wizard, but there is a secondary signature, layered beneath the primary, partially concealed, significantly more powerful. A secondary signature, like he's carrying something, or something is carrying him. The secondary signature is concentrated around his head, specifically the posterior beneath the turban he wears. Its energy profile is. Jarvis paused, which was unusual. Jarvis didn't pause. Master Harry, the secondary signature bears a 73% correlation with the residual energy profile of your scar. Harry's blood went cold. The scar. The connection. The dark thaumic signature that Tony had identified years ago. The one that pulsed and hummed and occasionally sent needles of pain through Harry's forehead. You're saying whatever is in my scar is the same kind of energy as whatever is under Quirrel's turban. I'm saying they appear to originate from the same source, Voldemort, or what was left of him. Attached to Quirrel like a parasite, hiding in plain sight behind a stammer and a stupid turban, walking the halls of a school full of children, Harry had not told anyone. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even Tony, not yet. Because he needed to be sure, and because the moment he told Tony, Tony would descend on Hogwarts with the fury of a man who had spent 10 years preparing for exactly this scenario, and Harry wasn't ready for that. He needed more data. He needed to understand what Quirrel, what Voldemort was after, the Philosopher's Stone. It had to be. Jarvis's analysis of the third-floor corridor had continued to refine, and Harry had supplemented it with careful, casual research. A conversation with Hagrid over tea. The groundskeeper was generous with biscuits and terrible at keeping secrets. Had confirmed that something had been moved from Gringotts Vault 713 to Hogwarts on Dumbledore's orders. A break-in at Gringotts, Harry had read about it in the Daily Prophet, had targeted that same vault on the same day Harry and Tony had visited the bank. The timeline was clear. Someone had tried to steal the stone from Gringotts. The stone had been moved to Hogwarts for protection. And now Quirrel, with Voldemort riding his skull, was inside the castle, teaching classes, eating at the staff table, biding his time. Harry watched him. Every class, every meal, every corridor encounter. He watched Quirrel stammer and twitch, and he watched the turban, and sometimes, when the light was right, when the castle's ambient magic was quiet, he could feel it. A whisper at the edge of his scar, like a radio signal almost too faint to catch. I know you're there, Harry thought, staring at Quirrel across the great hall, and you know I'm here. The question is who moves first. He didn't have to wait long. Halloween arrived with a feast that turned the great hall into a cathedral of excess. Thousands of live bats swooped beneath the enchanted ceiling, which showed a stormy sky lit by flashes of distant lightning. Carved pumpkins the size of garden sheds grinned from every surface, their candle flames casting dancing shadows. The tables groaned with food, Halloween-themed, over the top, the Wizarding World's answer to every celebration being more of everything. Harry sat with Ron and ate pumpkin pasties, and watched the hall with the habitual alertness that 6 weeks of covert surveillance had made second nature. The Under Armour's sensors were running, Jarvis passive scanning, the pendant warm against his sternum. Ron was telling a story about the Chudley Cannons, his favorite Quidditch team, whose defining characteristic appeared to be losing consistently and with enthusiasm. Harry was half listening, half monitoring when he noticed something. Hermione wasn't there. She'd been absent since the afternoon. Harry tracked backward through his day. She'd been fine in charms, but afterward, Ron had made an offhand comment about her being a nightmare. And she'd overheard and left. Harry hadn't seen her since. Ron, where's Hermione? Dunno. Parvati said she's been in the second-floor girls' bathroom all afternoon, crying. Harry looked at Ron. Ron had the decency to look uncomfortable. What did you say to her, exactly? I just said, look, she was correcting my wand grip again, and I said she was a nightmare, and it was no wonder she hadn't got any friends. Ron, I know, okay, it just came out. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but the words never arrived. The Great Hall's doors crashed open, and Professor Quirrel sprinted in, turban askew, face gray with terror. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He collapsed face first onto the floor. The Great Hall detonated into chaos. Students screaming, jumping to their feet, scrambling in every direction. Dumbledore's voice cut through like a cannon shot. Silence, prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, with me to the dungeons. Harry didn't move. Around him, the Gryffindor table was emptying, students following Percy toward the exit. Ron was standing, looking to Harry, waiting. Harry's mind was working at stark speed, a troll in the dungeons. Quirrel, who taught defense against the dark arts, who should have been the least surprised person in the building, fainting theatrically at the entrance. And Hermione, alone, in a second-floor bathroom, with no idea that a mountain troll was loose in the castle. Jarvis, location of the troll. I'm tracking a large biological signature moving through the lower levels of the castle. It is not in the dungeons, Master Harry. It's on the second floor, moving east, toward the bathrooms, toward Hermione. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione doesn't know about the troll, it's on the second floor. Ron's face went white. The bathroom, she's in the bathroom. They ran, not with the herd of students streaming toward Gryffindor Tower. Against them, cutting through the crowd like rocks in a river, Ron's long legs pumping, Harry already activating systems through the Under Armour's neural interface. The pendant warmed. The gauntlet materialized on his right hand, holographic overlay disengaged. The wand dropped from its forearm holster into his left hand. They hit the second-floor corridor, and the smell hit them first, rank, animal, like 1,000 unwashed socks soaked in swamp water. Then the sound, heavy, dragging footsteps and a low, guttural grunting that vibrated in Harry's ribcage. The troll came around the corner, 12 feet tall. Granite-gray skin, lumpy and thick as concrete. Tiny, stupid eyes set deep in a head the size of a boulder. It was carrying a wooden club that was bigger than Harry, dragging it along the floor, leaving gouges in the ancient stone. It moved with the lumbering inevitability of a natural disaster. And it was heading directly for the girls' bathroom, where a thin line of light showed under the door and the sound of quiet crying drifted into the corridor. "Oh, bloody hell," Ron whispered. Harry didn't whisper. Harry was already moving. Jarvis, full deployment. The mage armor exploded outward from the pendant. Plates locked around Harry's body in a cascade of clicks and hisses, the runic arrays blazing to life, the phoenix core igniting in the chest plate like a captured star. The helmet sealed. The HUD flooded his vision, threat assessment, structural analysis, the troll's biological signature mapped in real time, 3.7 seconds. From student to something else entirely. The troll saw him and stopped. Its tiny brain processed the glowing figure in dark armor. the blue-white light of the gauntlets, the hum of power that made the air itself tremble. Something in the troll's limited intelligence recognized danger. Not the complicated danger of magic or strategy, but the simple, primal danger of a predator. The troll roared and charged. Harry flew. The Buddha rays launched him forward, not up. A low, horizontal vector that sent him streaking down the corridor at waist height, directly at the troll. At the last moment, he banked left, the suit's flight system responding to his intent with liquid precision, and he passed under the troll's swinging club by inches. The displaced air ruffled his robes. The club smashed into the wall where he'd been, sending stone fragments flying. Harry spun in midair and fired. The right gauntlet's thaumic emitter discharged, a focused bolt of magical force that hit the troll in the shoulder and spun it sideways. Not enough to bring it down. The troll's hide was dense, magically resistant, absorbing the impact the way a sandbag absorbs a punch. Jarvis, analysis. The troll's hide has significant thaumic resistance. Standard force projections will cause superficial damage but are unlikely to incapacitate. Recommend concentrated application to soft tissue, eyes, ears, joints, or a high-output single strike. How high? Approximately 300% of your current output. Risky, Master Harry. The suit's amplification arrays aren't rated for sustained fire at that level. I don't need sustained, I need one shot. The troll had recovered and was swinging again, not at Harry, but at the bathroom door. Wood splintered. A scream erupted from inside, Hermione's scream, high and terrified. Harry's vision went red. Not figuratively, the HUD shifted to combat mode, threat indicators flaring, the suit systems ramping to peak output in response to his emotional state. The Phoenix core blazed, feeding power through the conduit network, and Harry felt the magic surge through him like a river breaking a dam. "Ron," Harry shouted, "get Hermione out, I've got the troll." Ron didn't hesitate. He sprinted past the troll while it was focused on Harry, ducking through the shattered bathroom door. Harry heard him yelling, "Hermione, come on, move now." And then he had the troll's full attention, which was exactly where he wanted it. The troll swung. Harry dodged, upward this time, the boot arrays carrying him to the ceiling, where he inverted and hung for a moment like a bat in dark armor, looking down at the troll's upturned, confused face. "Hey, ugly." The troll looked up. Harry raised both gauntlets. The emitters were glowing so brightly they cast shadows, the runic arrays along his arms blazing white-hot, every amplification circuit in the suit feeding power to his hands. The wand, locked into the right gauntlet's integrated holster, resonated in harmony, its phoenix feather core singing the same note as the suit's phoenix feather heart, stupefy. The spell that erupted from both gauntlets simultaneously was not a standard stunning spell. A standard stunning spell was a red bolt of light that knocked a person unconscious. What Harry cast was a wall of crimson force, amplified 400% by the suit systems, focused by the wand's precision, and driven by the emotional intensity of a boy whose friend was in danger. It hit the troll like a freight train. The creature didn't just fall. It was launched, hurled backward down the corridor, its massive body airborne for a good 15 feet before it crashed into the stone floor with an impact that shook dust from the ceiling. It slid another 10 feet, gouging the floor, and came to rest against the far wall in a heap of gray limbs. It didn't get up. It was breathing. Harry's HUD confirmed the biosigns, but it was profoundly, comprehensively unconscious. It would be unconscious for a while. Harry descended from the ceiling and landed in the corridor. The suit systems were running hot. Jarvis reported elevated temperatures in the amplification arrays, the runic channels cooling from white to blue, the Phoenix core settling from its combat peak back to steady rhythm. Everything within tolerances. Barely, Ron emerged from the bathroom with Hermione. She was pale, tear-streaked, shaking, but uninjured. Ron had his arm around her shoulders, and the look on his face was a complicated mixture of terror and triumph. "Is it?" Hermione started, unconscious. Harry said, retracting the helmet so they could see his face. Massively unconscious. It's going to wake up with the worst headache of its life. Hermione stared at the fallen troll, then at Harry in his armor, then at the scorched and gouged corridor. Her mouth opened and closed several times. You fought a mountain troll. I stunned a mountain troll. Fighting implies it had a chance. Harry James Stark, that is the most arrogant thing anyone has ever said in the history of accurate, though, Ron pointed out footsteps, a lot of them approaching fast. The teachers arrived in a rush, McGonagall first, her face white, followed by Snape limping, Harry noticed, favoring his right leg. Flitwick and Quirrell, who took one look at the unconscious troll and sat down heavily against the wall, hand pressed to his chest. Harry watched Quirrell's performance and felt the scar prickle. The man's secondary thaumic signature was spiking, agitation, barely contained, leaking through whatever concealment Quirrell maintained. The turban shifted slightly, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry's HUD picked up a thermal anomaly at the back of Quirrell's head, a heat signature where there shouldn't be one, shaped like a face. Got you. What on earth happened here? McGonagall demanded. Harry retracted the suit entirely, the armor folding into the pendant. Hermione was in the bathroom and didn't know about the troll. Ron and I came to get her. The troll was blocking the exit, so I put it down. You put it down, a fully grown mountain troll. Yes, ma'am. McGonagall looked at the troll, looked at Harry, looked at the corridor, which now bore the scars of combat, gouged stones, scorch marks, a club-shaped crater in the wall. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said. Each for sheer dumb luck. Professor, with respect, there was no luck involved. 10 points from Gryffindor for cheek, Mr. Stark. Harry grinned. McGonagall's mouth twitched. They understood each other perfectly. Snape said nothing during the entire exchange. He stood in the corridor, dark eyes fixed on Harry, one hand pressed against his injured leg. Harry met his gaze and held it, and in that moment of silent communication, something passed between them that wasn't hostility or admiration or resentment, but something closer to recognition. Snape had been guarding the stone. That's why his leg was injured. He'd gone to check the third-floor corridor, gone past the three-headed dog, been bitten. He was trying to protect what was hidden there, and now he was looking at Harry with the expression of a man who was realizing that the child he'd dismissed might be one of the few people in the castle who understood what was really going on. Harry gave Snape the smallest nod. Snape's eyes narrowed, but he returned it, barely, a fractional dip of the chin, before turning and sweeping away down the corridor, black robes billowing. Quirrell was escorted away by Flitwick. As he passed Harry, the scar blazed, a sharp, bright pain that Harry absorbed without flinching, his face blank, his eyes tracking Quirrell's turban with predatory focus. I know what you are, and I know what you're after. Keep playing your part, Quirrell. I'll be ready later. Common room. Firelight. The three of them sat in a corner, the rest of Gryffindor having finally gone to bed after hours of excited chatter about Harry's troll victory. The story had already mutated through several retellings. In the most popular version, Harry had punched the troll in the face while flying upside down, which Harry found entertainingly wrong. Hermione sat cross-legged in an armchair, wrapped in a blanket, holding a cup of tea that Ron had made her. She'd stopped shaking, but her eyes were still too bright, the after-effects of adrenaline and terror working through her system. Thank you, she said quietly. Both of you. You didn't have to come. Yeah, we did, Ron said, and there was no bravado in it, just simple truth. You're our friend. Friends don't leave friends to get squashed by trolls. Hermione looked at Ron with an expression that was half surprise and half something deeper. The recognition that the boy who'd called her a nightmare that afternoon had just risked his life for her. I'm sorry about what I said, Ron added, ears going red. The nightmare thing, it was stupid. It was, Hermione agreed, but you coming to find me was the opposite of stupid, so we're even. We're not even, you're still smarter than me. Ron, everyone is smarter than you. Oi. Harry laughed and the tension broke, and they were 3 kids in a warm room instead of 3 kids who'd almost died. Then Hermione fixed Harry with the look he'd come to recognize, the Granger interrogation look, sharp and focused. Harry, the suit. What you did to that troll. That wasn't a normal stunning spell. No, the suit amplified it, significantly. How significantly? Jarvis measured the output at approximately 400% of my baseline. Hermione processed this. A standard stupefy wouldn't knock out a mountain troll. The hide is too magically resistant. At 400% amplification, she trailed off, doing math in her head. Harry, that's equivalent to 4 adult wizards casting simultaneously. 5, actually. The wand's focusing effect adds about 20% efficiency to the amplification. You're 11 years old and you can hit like 5 adult wizards. With the suit. Without the suit, I'm just a very well-prepared 11-year-old. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. You're terrifying. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment. I'm choosing to take it as one. Ron looked between them. Can we talk about the part where Snape was limping? Because I noticed that and I've got a theory. Harry had been waiting for this. Ron Weasley wasn't the academic that Harry and Hermione were, but he had something they didn't. An intuitive grasp of people, of motivations, of the way power moved through social systems. It was the same instinct that made him brilliant at chess, which Harry had discovered 3 weeks ago when Ron had beaten him in 7 moves and then had the grace not to gloat. Go on, Harry said. Snape's been going to the 3rd floor. That's where the 3-headed dog is. Yeah, I know about it. Fred and George told me weeks ago. Snape's been checking on whatever the dog is guarding, and tonight the dog bit him. That's consistent with what I've observed, Harry said carefully. Ron's eyes narrowed. You've been investigating, haven't you, this whole time? All those nights you stay up, you're not just studying. I've been gathering data. Of course you have. Ron leaned forward. So what do you know? Harry looked at his friends. These 2 people who'd followed him into a corridor with a troll, who'd trusted him, who'd stood beside him without hesitation. They deserved the truth. There's something hidden beneath the 3rd floor corridor, something valuable, something dangerous. I believe it's the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical artifact created by Nicholas Flamel. It produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality. Hermione's breath caught. Ron's eyes went wide. Dumbledore moved it here from Gringotts for protection. Multiple professors have contributed enchantments to guard it, and someone in this castle is trying to steal it. Snape, Ron said immediately. No, Harry shook his head. Snape is protecting it. He's checking the defenses. He was bitten tonight because he went to verify the stone was still secure after the troll distraction. Troll distraction, think about it. A troll doesn't just wander into Hogwarts. The castle's wards are designed to repel dark creatures. Someone let it in, deliberately, as a diversion. While every teacher in the castle rushed to the dungeons, someone had a clear path to the 3rd floor. Hermione's face was pale. Who? Harry hesitated. This was the part he'd been holding back, the part that was still, technically, unconfirmed, but his friends had earned it. Quirrel. Silence. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look of pure disbelief. Quirrel, Ron said. The stuttering bloke who's afraid of his own turban. The stuttering is an act. The turban is hiding something. My sensors, the suit's passive scanning systems, have detected a secondary thaumic signature on Quirrel. It's powerful, it's dark, and it matches the energy profile of my scar. Your scar, Hermione whispered. The scar that Voldemort gave you. Hermione, I think Voldemort is on Quirrel, attached to him, using him as a host body. Quirrel went traveling, encountered whatever Voldemort has become, and came back carrying a passenger. The fire crackled. The common room was very quiet. Ron swallowed hard. That's the most terrifying thing I've ever heard, and I grew up with Fred and George. The question is what we do about it, Harry said. We can't go to Dumbledore. I think he already knows, or suspects. He's watching Quirrel the same way I am. We can't go to the other professors without proof, and the proof I have is based on sensor data from technology they don't understand. So what do? Hermione asked. We watch, we wait, we prepare. And when Quirrel makes his move, because he will, eventually, the stone is too valuable and Voldemort is too desperate, we're ready. Ron looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts fear and determination. When you say we're ready, you mean you're going to fight Voldemort. If it comes to that, you're 11. I'm a Stark. Age is just a number. That's literally the stupidest brave thing anyone has ever said. Then you'll fit right in. You in. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Ron. Some silent communication passed between them, the kind of wordless agreement that happens between people who have been through something together and have decided, without discussion, that they'll go through whatever comes next together too. We're in. They said simultaneously, and then looked embarrassed about it. And Harry laughed, and the fire burned, and somewhere in the castle, a man with a monster on the back of his head plotted in the dark. November and December passed in a blur of preparation and discovery. Harry threw himself into his studies with an intensity that surprised even Hermione. Not just the standard curriculum. He devoured the supplementary texts he'd bought in Diagon Alley, cross-referencing them with Jarvis's analysis, building a theoretical framework for magic that no 11-year-old should have been capable of constructing. He practiced spells until he could cast them in his sleep, pushing his magical stamina higher and higher, testing the limits of what the wand could do alone and what the wand-gauntlet combination could achieve. In charms, he was weeks ahead of the class. Flitwick had started giving him independent projects, advanced charm theory, experimental applications, things that would normally be reserved for NEWT students. Harry repaid this trust by developing a spell modification technique that used the gauntlet's amplification to alter a charm's parameters in real time, essentially allowing him to customize spells on the fly. Flitwick called it the most innovative piece of charm work I've seen from a student in 40 years, and promptly spent an hour picking Harry's brain about the underlying theory. In Transfiguration, McGonagall pushed him hard. She was strict, exacting, and completely unwilling to let Harry coast on raw power. Power without control is just destruction, Mr. Stark. Anyone can break things. I'm going to teach you to make them. Harry responded to the challenge the way he responded to every challenge, by meeting it head-on and then exceeding it. By December, he was performing transfigurations that were on the second-year syllabus and pushing into third-year territory. In potions, his relationship with Snape had settled into something that wasn't friendship and wasn't enmity, but existed in the uncomfortable space between. Snape still favored the Slytherins, still looked at Harry with those complicated dark eyes, still spoke his name with an edge that could draw blood. But he also stopped questioning Harry in class, because Harry always knew the answer, and the dynamic of trying to embarrass a student who couldn't be embarrassed had lost its appeal. Instead, Snape critiqued Harry's practical work with the meticulous brutality of a master craftsman, and Harry, recognizing good teaching when he saw it, even in an unpleasant package, absorbed every criticism and improved. The one class where Harry struggled was defense against the dark arts, and the struggle was entirely personal. Sitting in Quirrell's classroom, listening to Quirrell stammer through lessons that were deliberately, insultingly beneath the man's actual capability. While the scar prickled and the Under Armour's sensors screamed about the dark energy radiating from the turban, it took every ounce of self-control Harry possessed not to stand up, deploy the suit, and blast the turban off Quirrell's head to see what was underneath. He didn't. Because Tony had taught him patience as well as power, and because rushing in without a complete picture was how people got killed. So he sat and watched and waited, and the data accumulated. Quirrell was making his own preparations. Jarvis tracked the professor's movements through the castle, late-night visits to the restricted section of the library, long hours in his office with magical signatures that suggested dark ritual work, and increasingly frequent circuits of the third-floor corridor, testing the defenses. Probing for weaknesses, he was getting closer. The stammer was getting worse, not because Quirrell was more afraid, but because the thing on the back of his head was getting stronger, and the effort of maintaining the facade was eroding Quirrell's control. Harry reported to Tony weekly, via the secured communication channel Jarvis maintained. These conversations were the emotional anchor of his term. Hearing his father's voice, sharing data, arguing about magical theory, and sometimes just sitting in comfortable silence while Tony worked in the New York workshop and Harry sat in his curtained bed at Hogwarts. "The Mark Roman II is coming along," Tony said during a mid-November call. "I've redesigned the amplification arrays based on the combat data from the Troll. You were running the Mark I at the edge of its envelope. The new suit will handle 3 times the throughput without overheating." "When will it be ready, Spring?" "Maybe sooner if I skip sleeping, which I was going to do anyway. Dad, I'm fine. Pepper makes me eat. Rhodey makes me exercise. Happy makes me go outside occasionally. I have a whole support system dedicated to keeping me alive so I can keep you alive. I don't need the Mark Roman II yet. The Mark I handled the Troll. The Troll was a level 2 threat at best. Whatever's hiding under that turban is a level 10. The Mark I isn't rated for that. You don't know what level Voldemort is. Harry, a wizard who conquered a nation and survived his own death, is not a level 2. Promise me you won't engage without the suit. I always have the suit. Promise me you won't engage beyond the suit's capabilities. If it's too much, you run. You get out, you call me. Dad, promise me." Harry closed his eyes. He could hear the fear in Tony's voice, not the generalized anxiety of a worried parent, but the specific, targeted terror of a man who had done the math and didn't like the numbers. "I promise," Harry said. "If it's beyond the suit, I run." "Thank you." "But it won't be beyond the suit. You don't know that. I'm a Stark." "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I've got." Quidditch was the counterweight, the thing that pulled Harry out of surveillance and strategy and let him just fly. Oliver Wood was a demanding captain, but Harry didn't mind. Demanding was his native language. They practiced 3 mornings a week, and Harry's integration of the suit's flight systems with a broomstick had produced something that the Hogwarts Quidditch community had never seen. He didn't need the full suit to fly. The boot arrays alone, deployed from the pendant as a partial activation, gave him a stability and responsiveness on a broomstick that no other player could match. His turns were tighter, his acceleration faster, his ability to change direction instantaneous. Combined with natural reflexes and eyesight that the Under Armour's HUD enhanced with target tracking overlays, Harry was, as Wood put it, the best seeker I've ever seen, and I include professionals in that assessment. The first match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, November, was a statement. Harry caught the snitch in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. The Slytherin seeker, a 5th year named Terrence Higgs, never had a chance. Harry spotted the snitch 30 seconds into the match, tracked it with the HUD's targeting system, and executed a dive that took him from 200 feet to ground level in a controlled plummet that left the crowd screaming. He pulled up a foot from the grass, snitch fluttering in his outstretched hand, and the Gryffindor stands erupted. The Slytherin team lodged a formal complaint about the boot arrays. Madame Hooch reviewed the equipment, consulted the rulebook, and ruled them legal, personal, magical equipment worn by the player, not a modification to the broom. Draco Malfoy, watching from the stands, said nothing, but his expression, a complicated mixture of fury and fascination, spoke volumes. After the match, Draco found Harry in the corridor outside the changing rooms. Stark, Malfoy. They stood in the stone corridor, 2 11-year-olds with very different backgrounds and very similar intensities. Draco was wearing his Slytherin scarf, hands in his pockets, chin lifted in a pose that was trying for casual and landing on deliberate. "That dive you pulled," Draco said. "My father's going to buy me a Nimbus 2001 and put me on the Slytherin team next year. He thinks that'll even the odds." "It won't." "I know." Draco paused and something shifted in his face, the aristocratic mask cracking just slightly to reveal the kid underneath. "How do you do it? The flying, not the suit, I mean. The suit helps, obviously, but the way you move, like you're not scared of anything." "I'm scared of plenty of things. You don't fly like it. My dad taught me something. Fear is data. It tells you what's dangerous and how dangerous it is. You don't ignore it and you don't let it control you. You use it." Draco stared at him. Then slowly, reluctantly, like a man paying a debt he'd rather not acknowledge, "That's actually good advice. It's Stark advice, comes with the name. I've got a name too, Stark, and where I come from it means something. Then make it mean something you chose." Not something your father chose for you. The silence between them was charged, complicated. Two boys from opposite ends of a war that hadn't started yet, standing in a corridor, almost understanding each other. See you around, Stark. See you around, Malfoy. Draco walked away. Harry watched him go and felt, not friendship, not yet, but the possibility of it. A door that hadn't been opened and hadn't been closed. Christmas came, and with it, a choice. Harry could go home. The Hogwarts Express would carry students back to London, and Tony had already booked first-class tickets from Heathrow to New York. The workshop was waiting, the Mark Roman II schematics were calling, and Harry missed his father with a physical ache that he carried in his chest alongside the pendant. But Quirrel's movements were accelerating. Jarvis's surveillance had detected 3 more late-night visits to the third-floor corridor in the past week. Whatever timeline Quirrel, Voldemort, was operating on, it was compressing. The move for the stone was coming, and there was something else. Something Jarvis had found buried in the castle's magical architecture during a deep scan over the Thanksgiving weekend. A room. Hidden, shielded, its magical signature, unlike anything else in the castle. Located on the 7th floor, behind a blank stretch of wall. Accessible only through an entrance that appeared and disappeared according to rules Jarvis hadn't fully decoded. And inside that room, or rather, stored within the room's variable magical space, an object of immense thaumic power, different from the stone, different from the castle's ambient magic. Something old, something personal. I can't identify the object without direct observation, Jarvis reported. But its energy signature has a component that matches yours, Master Harry. Specifically, it matches the component of your signature that is distinct from the scar. Meaning it's connected to me, not to Voldemort. Correct, the connection is familial. If I had to speculate, and I realize speculation is outside my core function, I would suggest the object belonged to one of your parents. Harry stayed for Christmas. He told Tony it was because he wanted to spend the holiday with Ron, who was also staying, his parents having gone to visit Charlie in Romania, and explore the castle during the quiet weeks. Tony, who could read his son the way Harry could read code, didn't push. Be careful, Tony said. And call me Christmas morning. I will. I'm sending presents by owl. If Hedwig can't carry them all, I'm hiring extra owls. Dad, please don't send a fleet of owls to Hogwarts. Too late. I've already retained 6. Christmas morning was magnificent. Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. Tony's gifts, delivered by a truly excessive number of owls, included a new set of tools, an advanced potions kit. Because Snape won't let you use the good ingredients, so bring your own. A first edition of Hogwarts, a history signed by the author, and a framed photo of the two of them in the workshop, Harry at age 6, covered in soot, grinning like the world was perfect. Ron had given him a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green, with a golden H on the chest, and a box of homemade fudge. Harry put the sweater on immediately and wore it all day, because it was warm and someone's mother had made it for him, and that fact alone made it the most valuable thing he owned. Hermione had sent a book, Advanced Magical Theory and Its Applications, with a note that read, "You're already better than me at practical magic. This is so I can stay ahead of you in theory." HG. And there was one more gift. Unmarked, wrapped in silvery paper, with a note in handwriting Harry didn't recognize. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Harry unwrapped it. A cloak, shimmering, fluid, made of material that seemed to be woven from moonlight and water. He held it up and the fabric flowed over his hands like liquid and the hands disappeared. Whoa, Ron said, staring. Harry, that's an invisibility cloak. Harry turned it over in his hands, feeling the magic in it, deep, ancient, impossibly powerful. The Under Armour's sensors were registering a thaumic signature that was older than the castle itself, stable and self-sustaining, requiring no external power. It was my father's, my birth father's. Who sent it? Harry looked at the note. The handwriting was elegant, old-fashioned. No signature, but there was only one person in the castle who would have had James Potter's invisibility cloak. Dumbledore, Ron whistled. Dumbledore gave you an invisibility cloak for Christmas. Would he give everyone else socks? Harry folded the cloak carefully. His mind was racing. An invisibility cloak, genuine, powerful, undetectable by most magical means. Combined with the suit's stealth capabilities, it would make him effectively invisible to everything short of Dumbledore-level perception. Use it well. He intended to. That night, Harry waited until Ron was asleep, wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak, and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. The castle at night was a different creature. The corridors were silver with moonlight, the portraits sleeping in their frames, the suits of armor standing sentinel in the shadows. Harry moved in silence, the Under Armour's sensors mapping his route, Jarvis guiding him through the passages that the overnight scans had revealed. He wasn't going to the 3rd floor, not tonight. Tonight, he was following Jarvis's lead to the 7th floor, to the hidden room, to whatever was waiting for him there. The blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor looked like every other wall in the castle, ancient stone, slightly damp, unremarkable. But the Under Armour's sensors showed the truth. A concentration of thaumic energy behind the surface, dense and responsive, like a door waiting to be asked. Jarvis, the room's entrance requires intent-based activation. I need to walk past this wall 3 times, concentrating on what I want to find. That is consistent with my analysis of the access patterns, Master Harry. Harry walked. 3 passes, his mind focused. I need to find the thing that belonged to my parents. I need to find what's hidden here. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared. Not materialized, grew from the wall, wood grains spreading across stone like ice crystals forming on glass. Harry grasped the handle and pushed. The room beyond was small and dim, lit by candles that had ignited at his entry. It was mostly empty, stone floor, stone walls, a vaulted ceiling. But in the center of the room, standing on a low stone platform, was a mirror. It was enormous, ceiling height, ornately framed in gold, with an inscription carved across the top. Air-ized stra eru oit ub kafru oit on Wosi. Harry read it backward, because he was a Stark and pattern recognition was instinctive. I show not your face but your heart's desire, the mirror of air-ized. He'd read about it, a passing reference in one of his supplementary texts filed under dangerous magical artifacts. A mirror that showed the viewer their deepest, most desperate desire, not the future, not reality, just want. Pure, undiluted want. Harry approached it carefully. The Under Armour's sensors were recording. Jarvis was analyzing the mirror's thaumic output, which was staggering, a deep well of power that seemed to drink in the ambient magic of the room and radiate it back transformed. He looked into the glass. For a moment he saw himself, just Harry, 11 years old, in pajamas and an invisibility cloak, standing in a hidden room. Then the reflection shifted. Tony was there, standing behind Harry, one hand on Harry's shoulder, the way he always stood. And beside Tony, a man Harry had never met but recognized immediately from photographs. Tall, thin, wild black hair, glasses, a grin that was equal parts charm and trouble. James Potter, and on Harry's other side a woman with dark red hair and green eyes. His green eyes, Lily Potter. She was smiling at him, and her smile was the warmest thing Harry had ever seen. Behind them, more figures. A tall, handsome man with long black hair and a roguish grin. Harry didn't know him, but he looked like family. An older man with kind eyes and scars. Others, less distinct, a crowd of people who felt like his 2 families. The one he'd been born into and the one he'd been raised in. Together, whole. Harry's throat closed, his eyes burned. He stood in front of the mirror and felt, for the first time in his life, the full weight of what he'd lost. Not abstractly, not intellectually, but in his chest, in his bones. In the place where the pendant hummed and the scar ached and the complicated love of a boy raised between 2 worlds lived. "Mum," he whispered. "Dad," the figures in the mirror smiled. Tony's reflection squeezed his shoulder. Lily's reflection reached toward the glass. Harry raised his hand and pressed it against the mirror's surface. Cold glass, nothing more. He stood there for a long time. "Master Harry," Jarvis said gently, Your heart rate and cortisol levels indicate significant emotional distress. I should note that the mirror's thalamic output is actively engaging with your emotional state. It is, in a sense, feeding on your desire. Prolonged exposure could be psychologically harmful. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them, the figures were still there, James and Lily and Tony together, the family he wished he could have. Jarvis, are you getting useful data from the mirror's energy signature? Extensive data, Master Harry. The mirror's thalamic architecture is remarkable. It appears to create a localized reality distortion that interfaces directly with the viewer's subconscious. The applications for this technology, if replicated, that's not why I'm here. Harry lowered his hand from the glass. The mirror is here because Dumbledore put it here. It's connected to the stone. It has to be another layer of protection or a delivery mechanism, something. That is a logical deduction. The mirror's capacity to read desire could serve as a security measure. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Exactly. Dumbledore's last line of defense. Hide the stone inside a mirror that reads your intentions. Harry stepped back from the mirror. The figures in the glass watched him go, and Lily Potter's smile didn't falter. I'll come back, Harry said softly. To the mirror, to the reflections, to the parents he'd never known. But not tonight. Tonight I've learned what I needed. He wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak and left the room. The door disappeared behind him, melting back into stone, and Harry walked through the sleeping castle with tears on his cheeks and steel in his spine. He knew the defenses now. The Cerberus, the professor's enchantments, and at the end, the Mirror of Air-Eyes. When Quirrel made his move, Harry would know exactly where the confrontation would happen. When he got back to the dormitory, he sat on his bed and activated the communication channel. Dad. 3 seconds of silence. Then Tony's voice, alert despite the late hour because Tony Stark never really slept when his son was across an ocean. Harry, it's 2 a.m. your time. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Harry pressed his palm against the pendant. I found something tonight. A mirror that shows you what you want most in the world. What did you see? You and my birth parents together, all of us together. Tony was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough. That's a hell of a mirror. It is. Harry, listen to me. I can't give you your birth parents. I'd give anything, but I can't. What I can give you is this. Every day, every resource, every ounce of everything I am, dedicated to making sure you never lose anyone else. That's my promise. That's what I'm building toward. The suits, the tech, all of it, it's so that you never have to stand in front of a mirror and wish. Harry closed his eyes. I know, Dad. I love you, kid. I love you too. Now go to sleep. You've got a dark wizard to catch and I've got a suit to finish, and neither of us can do that running on no rest. Good night, Dad. Good night, Harry. The connection closed. Harry lay in the dark, listening to Ron snore, feeling the castle breathe around him. The invisibility cloak was folded at the foot of his bed. The pendant pulsed against his chest. The wand was warm under his pillow. The move was coming. Harry could feel it in the scar, in the data, in the way Quirrell's stammer had gotten worse and his eyes had gotten hungrier. The stone was calling to Voldemort, and Voldemort was answering. Harry would be ready. He closed his eyes, and for once he didn't dream of green light and cold laughter. He dreamed of the mirror, of his mother's smile, of his father's hand on his shoulder, both fathers. All three of them, reflected in glass, waiting for the day when the mirror showed nothing but reality. The weeks after Christmas sharpened Harry's focus to a razor's edge. He maintained his cover, classes, Quidditch, the normal rhythms of student life. But beneath the surface, every system was running at peak. Jarvis tracked Quirrell's movements 24 hours a day. Harry studied the castle's defensive architecture, mapping escape routes, choke points, tactical advantages. He practiced combat applications of every spell he knew, pushing the suit systems harder in secret sessions in the room of requirement. He'd figured out the room's true nature. It became whatever you needed, and Harry needed a training facility. Ron and Hermione trained with him. Not with armor. Harry was the only one the suit responded to. But but with wands and knowledge and the fierce determination of two kids who decided they were in this fight and weren't backing out. Ron, it turned out, was a natural strategist. Not in the flashy, intellectual way that Harry and Hermione were smart. Ron's intelligence was spatial and intuitive. The kind of mind that could look at a chessboard and see 6 moves ahead. Harry set him to analyzing the third-floor defenses, and Ron mapped the probable layout of the enchantments based on what they knew about each professor's specialties. Sprout will have something botanical, Devil's Snare, probably. Flitwick will have a charm-based puzzle. McGonagall will have a transfiguration challenge. Snape will have a logic puzzle because Snape doesn't trust anything that can't be reasoned through. And Dumbledore's mirror is the last one. How do you know the order? Hermione asked. Because it's layered defense. You start with physical obstacles and end with psychological ones. The first layer weeds out brutes, the middle layers weed out the average, and the final layer stops everyone except someone with the right intent. It's chess. Each piece has its role. Harry and Hermione stared at Ron, who turned red. What? I play a lot of chess. Ron, Harry said slowly, you're a genius. Shut up. A strategic genius, the kind of mind that wins wars. I said shut up. Jarvis, note for the record, Ron Weasley is a genius and he's embarrassed about it. Noted, Master Harry. I concur with the assessment. Ron buried his face in his hands, but he was smiling. Hermione's contribution was different. She dove into the Hogwarts library with the intensity of someone breaching a fortress, researching everything she could find about the Philosopher's Stone, Nicola's Flamel, and the history of the defenses protecting it. She emerged with a comprehensive dossier that would have impressed Tony Stark. The stone was created in the 14th century. Flamel is over 600 years old. He and his wife, Perenelle, have been using the elixir of life for centuries. Flamel is a personal friend of Dumbledore's, which explains why the stone was entrusted to Hogwarts. The stone can also transmute base metals into gold, which is economically irrelevant to us, but would be significant to someone trying to fund a dark wizard's return to power. Voldemort doesn't want gold, Harry said. He wants the elixir, he wants a body. Yes. The elixir could sustain a physical form, even a weakened one. It's not resurrection, but it's survival. And for Voldemort, survival is the first step toward a full return. The 3 of them sat in the room of requirement, surrounded by Hermione's research and Ron's strategic maps and Jarvis's holographic displays. The room had helpfully provided a power outlet compatible with the Jarvis server. Because the room of requirement was apparently an accommodating sort of enchantment. They looked at each other, 3 11-year-olds planning a confrontation with the most dangerous wizard of the age. We're ready, Harry said. As we'll ever be, Ron agreed. I've got 17 contingency plans, Hermione said. That seems excessive, Ron said. That seems like Hermione, Harry said, and they waited. The trap was set, not by them, but by Dumbledore, who had placed the stone in a castle with a dark wizard and a boy with a suit of armor and trusted that the collision would produce the right outcome. It was a gamble. A dangerous, calculated, Dumbledore-style gamble. Harry didn't like being a chess piece, but he was willing to play the game because the alternative was doing nothing while Voldemort grew stronger, and doing nothing wasn't in his vocabulary. The pendant pulsed. The wand hummed. The suit waited. And somewhere in the castle, Quirrell's stammer grew worse, and the thing beneath his turban grew hungry, and the third-floor corridor stood in silence, guarding a secret that everyone wanted and no one should have. The clock was ticking. Harry could hear it in his scar. Chapter 5. Through the Flames. It happened on a Thursday in June, and like most things that changed the world, it started with something small. Harry was in the library, not studying, thinking. The end-of-year exams were finished, and he'd walked through every one of them with the casual dominance of someone who'd been training for this his entire life. Flitwick had actually applauded during Harry's practical charms exam, which had involved making a pineapple tap dance across a desk with such precision that the pineapple performed a recognizable waltz. McGonagall had awarded full marks on his transfiguration practical without a word, which for McGonagall was equivalent to a standing ovation. Even Snape, reviewing Harry's perfectly brewed forgetfulness potion, had managed only a curt acceptable, which Ron later confirmed was the highest praise Snape had given a Gryffindor in living memory. But exams weren't on Harry's mind. The scar was, it had been burning all day. Not the occasional prickle he'd grown accustomed to over the year. A sustained, low throb that pulsed in time with his heartbeat and sent shadows flickering at the edges of his vision. The Under Armour's medical sensors had been flagging elevated stress responses since morning, and Jarvis had noted a corresponding spike in the dark thymic signature associated with Quirrel. The secondary signature is more active than I've ever recorded. Jarvis reported through the subvocal earpiece Harry wore beneath his hair. Professor Quirrell's concealment is degrading. Whatever is driving him is becoming more urgent. Harry closed the book he'd been pretending to read and stared at the library ceiling. Urgent, yes, that was the right word. He could feel it through the scar, a pressure, a hunger, a desperate reaching toward something close. Like standing next to someone who was starving and watching them stare at a locked pantry, Quirrell was going for the stone. Tonight. Harry knew it the way he knew the laws of physics, not as a guess or a hunch, but as a certainty derived from months of accumulated data and an intuitive understanding of the predator that was wearing a defense professor like a cheap suit. The school year was ending. Students would leave in days. Whatever opportunity Quirrell saw, whatever window had opened, it was now or never. Harry left the library and went straight to the owlery. He wrote a note on a piece of parchment, not to Tony, but to Dumbledore. Professor, Quirrell is moving tonight. 3rd floor corridor. I'm sure you already know this. If you're planning to intervene, I'd appreciate a heads up. If you're planning to let it play out, I want you to know that I'll be there. HS, he sent Hedwig, watched her vanish into the afternoon sky and went to find Ron and Hermione. He found them in the common room. Ron was playing chess against himself, which he did when he was thinking. Hermione was reading, but her eyes weren't moving. She was staring at the same page she'd been staring at for 20 minutes, her mind elsewhere. They both looked up when Harry walked in, and they both saw it on his face. Tonight, Ron asked. Tonight, Hermione closed her book. Her hands were steady, but her jaw was tight. How sure are you? Jarvis confirms Quirrell's concealment is breaking down. The scar's been burning all day. And Dumbledore left the castle this morning. I saw him head toward the gates before breakfast. He's been called away. Convenient timing. Called away or lured? Ron asked. Does it matter? The result's the same. Dumbledore's gone. The stone is unguarded by the strongest protector, and Quirrell knows it. Hermione stood up. I'll get the research. Ron grabbed the map. Already got it. Ron produced the parchment where he'd mapped the 3rd floor defenses, the probable sequence of enchantments, the strategies they'd developed for each one, the contingencies Hermione had designed. It was creased from handling, annotated in 3 different handwritings, and it was the most important piece of paper in the castle. They gathered in a corner, heads bent over the map. The common room was emptying as students drifted to dinner, and soon they had the space to themselves. Walk me through it one more time, Harry said. Ron traced the path with his finger. First obstacle, Fluffy, the 3-headed dog. Hagrid let slip months ago that music puts him to sleep. Hermione's prepared a charm. Enchanted harp, Hermione confirmed. Self-playing, I've tested it. After Fluffy, the trapdoor, drop down into whatever's below, probably a long fall, which means something soft at the bottom. Jarvis's thermal scans suggest plant life. Devil's snare, Hermione said. Professor Sprout's contribution. It constricts anything it touches, and it hates light and heat. Harry, your suit can produce both. Or Hermione can hit it with a fire charm, Ron said. Backup plans. Second room, Jarvis detected a large open space with numerous small airborne signatures. Flying objects, keys probably. There'll be a locked door and one of the keys fits it. Harry, you can fly. This one's yours. Third room, Ron continued, and his voice got quieter. Large, open, stone floor. The thaumic signature matches transfiguration energy. McGonagall's room, I think. He paused, staring at the map. I think it's chess. Chess, giant chess, wizard's chess. A set big enough to walk across, where the pieces are real and the game is lethal. You have to play your way across to reach the other side. Harry looked at Ron. And that's why you're here. Ron's ears went red, but his jaw was set. That's why I'm here. After the chess room, Jarvis's scans get fuzzy. The deeper protections have heavier shielding. But based on the magical signatures, there's a room associated with Quirrell himself, probably his own contribution to the defenses, which he'll bypass. Then Snape's room, logic puzzle of some kind. Then Dumbledore's mirror. The mirror of Air-Eyes, Harry said. The final defense. The stone is inside the mirror. You can only get it if you want to find it but not use it. And Quirrell wants to use it, Hermione said. So he can't get it out, not without help. Not without me. Harry said quietly. They both looked at him. Think about it. Dumbledore set this up. The defenses are calibrated to be solvable by a specific kind of person, brave, intelligent, resourceful. The mirror is the final lock, and the key is selfless intent. Dumbledore wants me to reach the stone. He set the whole thing up so I could. That's manipulative, Hermione said, anger coloring her voice. That's Dumbledore. He plays the long game. The question is whether we play along or let Quirrell get the stone to Voldemort. The answer was obvious. They all knew it. But Harry needed to say it anyway, because what they were about to do was dangerous and they deserved the chance to say no. You don't have to come with me. Shut up, Harry, Ron said. I mean it. This is my fight. My scar, my prophecy, my Harry James Stark, Hermione interrupted. If you finish that sentence, I will hex you into next week. We've been preparing for this for months. We're coming. End of discussion. Harry looked at them, Ron freckled and determined, his fear visible but contained, Hermione fierce and resolute, her book-smart mind already running through spell sequences. His friends. His people. Okay, he said. Tonight, after dinner, meet in the common room at 11. Wear comfortable shoes. Comfortable shoes, Ron repeated. We're going to fight Voldemort and you're worried about footwear. Proper equipment matters. My dad taught me that. Your dad would also tell us not to do this. My dad would tell me not to do this. He'd tell you two to stay behind. And then he'd do it himself, alone, with a suit of armor and an attitude problem, because that's what Starks do. Good thing we're not Starks, Hermione said. We're your friends. We do this together. Harry nodded, and something in his chest that had been tight for months loosened just slightly. Not the fear was still there, a cold companion he'd learned to live with, but the loneliness. The sense that this was his burden alone, his scar and his destiny and his dead parents' legacy. It wasn't. He had Ron. He had Hermione. And he had the suit and the wand and 10 years of preparation. Whatever was waiting under the third-floor corridor, it was going to regret being there. Dinner was interminable. Harry ate mechanically, tasting nothing, his mind running scenarios. The scar throbbed steadily, a metronome of dark energy, and across the great hall, Quirrell's seat was empty. He'd already gone. Harry felt it, a sudden easing of the scar's burn, as though the source had moved farther away, downward, below. He's in the corridor. Harry murmured to Ron and Hermione. Ron swallowed his mouthful of treacle tart without chewing. Already, we go now, not 11. Now. They left the great hall separately, Ron first, then Hermione, then Harry, each taking a different route to avoid notice. They reconvened in the second-floor corridor near the girls' bathroom, where their paths converged. Harry was already activating systems. The gauntlet materialized on his right hand. The Under Armour's sensors shifted to combat mode, feeding data directly to the subvocal earpiece. The pendant warmed against his chest, ready for full deployment at a thought. Jarvis, status. Quirrell entered the third-floor corridor approximately 12 minutes ago. The Cerberus appears to have been neutralized. I'm detecting the thaumic signature of an enchanted musical instrument in the vicinity. He's through the trapdoor. How far ahead is he? Unknown. The deeper rooms have heavy shielding. I lose track of his signature below the second level of defenses. Then we need to move fast. They moved through the castle in silence, Harry leading, the invisibility cloak draped over the three of them. It was a tight fit, and Ron's ankles kept showing, but it was better than nothing. The corridors were empty, most students were still at dinner, and the few who'd left early were heading to their common rooms, third floor. Right-hand corridor. The door was ajar. Harry pushed it open and they stepped inside. The room was enormous, filling what must have been a converted classroom. And in the center of it, taking up most of the floor, was Fluffy. The three-headed dog was asleep. Massively, impressively asleep, 3 heads resting on 3 sets of paws, drool pooling on the stone floor, each head producing snores that rattled the windows. An enchanted harp stood in the corner, playing itself, its strings shimmering with magic. Quirrel's harp, Hermione whispered. He's already passed, so are we. Ron, the trapdoor. Ron was already there, crouching beside the dog's massive paw, gripping the iron ring of a trapdoor set into the floor. He pulled. The door swung up, revealing a dark shaft that dropped straight down into nothing. After you. Ron said with the forced casualness of someone who was absolutely terrified. Together, Harry said. He looked at them one more time, last chance to back out, last chance to be sensible, last chance to be children instead of soldiers. Nobody backed out. Harry jumped. Ron jumped. Hermione jumped. They fell. The shaft was longer than expected, 30 feet, maybe 40, dropping through cool darkness before they landed on something soft that immediately began to move. Thick, ropey tendrils wrapped around their legs, their arms, pulling them down into a mass of tangled vegetation that was very much alive and very much hostile. "Devil's snare," Hermione shouted. "Don't struggle, it constricts tighter if you fight it." Ron, already thrashing, forced himself to go limp. The tendrils loosened around him, not enough to escape, but enough to breathe. Harry felt the vines coiling around his torso, squeezing against the underarmor, and made a decision. He didn't deploy the full suit. He didn't need to. The gauntlet on his right hand was enough. Incendio. The fire that erupted from the gauntlet was not a standard incendio. Channeled through the runic arrays, amplified fourfold, it was a jet of white-hot flame that turned the devil's snare directly beneath them into ash in less than 2 seconds. The plant recoiled, shrieking a high vegetable scream of pain, and its tendrils whipped away from all 3 of them, retreating into the walls. They dropped through the charred remains onto a stone floor below. Ron was coughing. Hermione was brushing ash off her robes. "Well," Ron said. "That's one way to do it." "Fastest way," Harry said. "Come on." The next room was exactly what Jarvis had predicted. A vast, cathedral-ceiling chamber filled with winged keys, hundreds of them, fluttering near the ceiling like a flock of deranged butterflies. A heavy wooden door stood at the far end, locked, broomsticks hung on the wall. Harry looked at the keys, looked at the door, looked at the broomsticks. Then he looked at his gauntlet. Jarvis, scan the keys. One of them matches the lock on that door. Find it. Scanning. The door lock is iron, antique, large keyhole consistent with a correspondingly large key. Searching for matching profile among the airborne objects. A pause. Found it. Silver key, large, old-fashioned, with a bent wing. It's been caught before. Currently hovering approximately 40 feet up, 12 degrees left of center. Harry raised his gauntlet, palm up, and pulled. The thaumic emitter could project force, but it could also attract. A modification Harry had developed during his room of requirement training sessions. Essentially, a magical tractor beam. The target key jerked in midair, struggled against the invisible grip, and then came rocketing down into Harry's open hand. "Bloody hell," Ron said. "You didn't even get on a broom." "Why would I get on a broom when I can do that?" He unlocked the door and they moved on. The chess room stopped them cold. It was exactly what Ron had predicted. A massive chessboard covering the entire floor, the pieces carved from dark and light stone, each one as tall as an adult. The black pieces stood at attention on the near side, waiting. The white pieces occupied the far side, equally still, equally patient, and between them a board of 64 squares, each one large enough to stand on. "We have to play our way across," Ron said, his voice tight. "The black pieces are ours. We take the place of 3 of them and we play." "Can we go around?" Hermione asked. Ron shook his head. "The board's enchanted. McGonagall built this, it won't let you pass without playing. Then we play, Harry said. Ron, you're the best chess player any of us has ever met. This is your room. Ron walked forward, studying the board, his fear draining away as his strategic mind engaged. Harry watched the transformation, the nervous, self-doubting kid replaced by someone focused, precise, and utterly in control. Ron didn't just play chess, he inhabited it. Harry, take the place of the king's bishop. Hermione, you're the queen's side rook, I'm the knight. They took their positions. The white pieces stirred, animated by McGonagall's enchantment, and the game began. Ron played brilliantly, there was no other word for it. The white pieces were aggressive, intelligent, playing at a level that would have crushed any casual player. But Ron wasn't a casual player. Ron was a prodigy who'd been beating his older brothers since he was 6, who saw patterns in chaos and opportunities in danger, and who had spent months analyzing the strategic layouts of Hogwarts' defenses. He directed the black pieces with calm authority, calling out moves that sent stone warriors smashing into each other with violent force. Pawns were sacrificed. A bishop was destroyed, stone fragments scattering across the board. The Black Queen swept across the board and took the white rook with a blow that shattered the opposing piece into rubble. Harry and Hermione moved when Ron told them to, trusting his vision, feeling the board shake beneath their feet with each violent capture. The chess game was war in miniature, beautiful and brutal and terrifyingly real. And then Ron went quiet. He was staring at the board, his eyes moving rapidly, seeing something the others couldn't see. The position was complex, White's king was exposed, but the path to checkmate was blocked by a knight that covered the critical diagonal. Ron, Hermione asked. I can see it, Ron said softly. There's a mate in 3, but I need to sacrifice the knight. So sacrifice a piece, Hermione. I'm the knight. The silence was absolute. Even the chess pieces seemed to hold their breath. No, Harry said immediately. We find another way. There isn't another way, I've looked. The position is designed this way. McGonagall's enchantment funnels you toward a sacrifice play. It's the only line that works. Ron, the pieces are stone. When a piece gets taken, it gets smashed. I know. Ron's face was white, but his eyes were steady. Harry, listen to me. After I move, the queen takes me. That clears the diagonal. You move 3 spaces left and it's checkmate. The white king falls and the path is open. I'm not letting you. You don't let me do anything. I'm choosing this. I'm the strategist, remember? This is my play. Ron, Harry. Ron looked at him, and in that look was everything. The boy who'd grown up in the shadow of 5 brothers, who'd been afraid of being worthless, who'd found his purpose in the most unlikely place. My whole life, I've been the one who comes after, the 6th son, the afterthought. This is the first time I'm the one who matters. Let me matter. Harry's throat constricted. He looked at Hermione. She had tears running down her face, but she nodded. The enchantment won't kill him, Hermione whispered. McGonagall wouldn't build a defense that killed children. It'll knock him out. It'll hurt, but he'll survive. You don't know that. I know McGonagall. Harry closed his eyes. Every instinct screamed deploy the suit, blast through the board, break the rules. But the enchantment was McGonagall's work, masterful, airtight, designed by one of the most brilliant witches alive. Brute force wouldn't bypass it. The game had to be won by the game's rules. Ron, Harry said, you survive this, or I'm bringing you back to life so I can kill you myself. Ron grinned, his real grin, wide and lopsided. Deal. He moved. Knight to h3, the White Queen turned. She was 8 feet of carved marble, coldly beautiful, her stone face expressionless. She crossed the board in 3 strides, raised her arm, and struck. Ron flew. He was lifted off his feet by the impact, launched sideways, hitting the stone floor of the board with a crack that echoed through the chamber. He didn't move. Ron, Hermione screamed. Hermione, don't move. Harry grabbed her arm. If she left her square, the game was forfeit. He's alive, Jarvis. Mr. Weasley is unconscious. Biosigns are stable. Concussion probable, possible fractured ribs. He is not in immediate mortal danger. Harry released Hermione's arm. He looked at the board. Ron's sacrifice had cleared the diagonal exactly as promised. 3 squares to the left, Harry moved. 1 square, 2 squares, 3, checkmate, he said. The white king's stone sword clattered to the floor. The massive piece toppled, crashing to the board, and the remaining white pieces stepped aside, clearing the path to the far door. Harry and Hermione ran to Ron. He was unconscious, breathing shallowly, a bruise already darkening on his temple. Hermione pressed her fingers to his neck, checking his pulse with hands that shook. "He's okay," she whispered. "He's okay. Stay with him," Harry said. "What? No, Harry, I'm coming with you." "Hermione, he needs someone here when he wakes up, and someone needs to go back, get word to a teacher, get Ron to the hospital wing. I need you to do that. You can't face what's down there alone." "I won't be alone." Harry touched the pendant. "I've got the suit, I've got Jarvis. And I've got the best preparation that 2 geniuses and a strategic prodigy could design. You did your part. Ron did his part. Now let me do mine." Hermione stared at him. Tears were still wet on her cheeks, but her eyes were steady. She reached out and gripped his hand, hard, fierce, a promise compressed into pressure. "Come back," she said. "I will. Promise me. I promise." He squeezed her hand once, then let go and walked across the chessboard to the far door. He didn't look back. If he looked back, he might not keep walking, and he had to keep walking, because whatever waited at the end of this gauntlet was waiting for him specifically, and running from it wasn't in his vocabulary. The door opened onto a corridor. Harry walked through it and into a room that stank, a heavy, acrid reek that hit him like a wall. A troll lay on the floor, already unconscious, even larger than the one from Halloween. Quirrel's handiwork. He'd already been through here. Harry moved past the troll without slowing and through the next door, fire. The moment he stepped through, flames erupted, purple fire blocking the way forward, black fire sealing the door behind him. He was trapped in a narrow chamber with no exit and a table in the center, on which sat 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes, a roll of parchment beside them. Snape's room. The logic puzzle. Harry unrolled the parchment and read, "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. One among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting here in line." The poem continued with clues. The smallest bottle moved you forward through the black fire. The rounded bottle at the right end took you back through the purple. Harry read the puzzle, analyzed the clues, and identified the correct bottle in 45 seconds. It was tiny. Barely a mouthful of potion, enough for 1 person. "Efficient, Professor Snape," Harry murmured and drank. The potion was ice, a sheet of cold that swept through him from throat to fingertips, extinguishing his body heat, wrapping him in a cocoon of magical insulation. He walked through the black fire, felt it lick at the potion's protection without touching his skin, and emerged on the other side. The final chamber. It was circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that cast dancing shadows. And in the center of the room, standing before the mirror of Air-Eyes, was Professor Quirrel, no stammer, no twitch, no fumbling, terrified defense teacher. The man who stood before the mirror was calm, composed, and radiating a focused magical intensity that the Under Armour's sensors flagged as highly dangerous. He dropped the act, and what remained was a competent, ruthless wizard who had sought out the darkest power in the world and had been consumed by it. "Ah," Quirrel said without turning. "Potter, I wondered if you'd come." "Stark." Harry corrected, the same way he'd corrected everyone who'd gotten it wrong this year. Quirrel turned. His face was different without the stammer, harder, sharper, the eyes bright with a feverish intelligence. "Stark, then. Though the name on the prophecy is Potter, and that's the name that matters. You know about the prophecy. My master knows many things." Quirrel gestured to the mirror. "I can see the stone, I can see myself presenting it to my master, but I cannot reach it. The mirror shows desire but doesn't fulfill it, not for me. Because you want to use it. The mirror only gives the stone to someone who wants to find it but not use it. Clever boy. Your father's influence, no doubt, the muggle, he's made you sharp." Quirrel's eyes narrowed. "But not sharp enough. I need the stone, Potter, and you're going to get it for me." "No. That wasn't a request. Neither was my answer." Quirrell raised his wand and the air cracked, a wave of force that slammed into Harry and sent him staggering backward. The under armor absorbed most of the impact, its runic shielding flaring blue-white, but the raw power behind the spell was staggering. This wasn't an act. Quirrell was genuinely dangerous, amplified by whatever dark connection he had to Voldemort. Harry caught himself, planted his feet, and said the word, "Deploy." The mage armor exploded outward. Plates locked around him in the familiar cascade: boots, legs, torso, arms, gauntlets, helmet. The Phoenix core ignited, golden red light flooding the chest plate, and the HUD painted the chamber in data. Threat assessment: high. Quirrell's thaumic output was off the scale, dark energy pouring from the turbine, feeding into his wand, amplifying everything he did. And there, on the HUD's thermal overlay, visible for the first time without obstruction, the face on the back of Quirrell's head. A second face pressed against the inside of the turbine, its features distorted but unmistakable. High cheekbones, slit nostrils. Red eyes that burned even through fabric. "Jarvis," Harry breathed. Confirmed, Master Harry. The secondary thaumic entity is fully active and appears to be in direct control. Professor Quirrell's biosigns indicate extreme physiological stress. The host body is being consumed. Quirrell's lips curled into a smile that wasn't quite his own. "Impressive armor, boy. Your muggle father's work. How touching, how utterly futile." "Let me speak to him," said a voice, not Quirrell's voice. Something else, thin, high, cold as the space between stars. It came from behind Quirrell's head, muffled by the turbine, and it was the voice from Harry's nightmares. The voice that had spoken green light and cold laughter into being on a night in October. 10 years ago, Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap the turbine. The fabric fell away and Quirrell turned slowly, presenting the back of his head to Harry. The face of Voldemort stared at him. It was barely a face. A parasite's face, chalky white, pressed flat against Quirrell's skull, features distorted by the grotesque intimacy of its attachment. But the eyes were alive, red, blazing, ancient, filled with an intelligence that was vast and cold and utterly without mercy. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, and the name was a caress. "We meet at last, properly. I prefer Stark. You can prefer whatever you like, it won't matter soon." The red eyes studied the armor, the glowing runes, the Phoenix core's light. "What a remarkable creation. Technology and magic fused together. Your father's work, both fathers, I think. The wand in your gauntlet. It's the brother of mine, I can feel it." "Then you can feel what it's capable of." "I can feel what you're capable of, Harry, and it's so much more than this suit, more than that wand. There is power in you that you haven't begun to understand. The power that stopped my killing curse, the power that lives in your scar. It's a connection, Harry. A bridge between us. I left something of myself in you that night, and it has been growing ever since." The scar blazed. Harry's HUD flickered, the dark thaumic signature surging, resonating with Quirrell's proximity, and with something inside Harry himself. The fragment. The piece of Voldemort that Tony had detected years ago, embedded in the scar, broadcasting on a frequency that only Harry and Voldemort could hear. "I know about the fragment," Harry said. "I've known for years." "Have you? Then you know that we are linked, bound. What hurts me hurts you. What strengthens me strengthens you. We are, in a very real sense, the same. We are nothing alike. No, you are powerful, Harry, ambitious, ruthless when you need to be. Your father, the Muggle, he raised you to be a weapon. A beautiful, efficient weapon, dressed in armor and filled with fire. How is that different from what I was? The difference is that I choose who I fight for. You chose yourself. That's not power, that's cowardice." The red eyes narrowed. "Brave words. Your mother said brave things too before she died." The scar detonated with pain. Harry staggered, the HUD strobing, the suit systems screaming warnings. The dark thaumic signature was attacking, not from outside but from within, the fragment in his scar responding to Voldemort's proximity, amplifying, trying to bridge the connection. "Jarvis, I see it, Master Harry." The scar's energy is attempting to synchronize with the external entity. The suit's shielding is containing it, but the internal origin makes full suppression impossible. You need to end this quickly. Harry straightened. The pain was enormous, a white-hot wire drawn through his skull, but he'd trained for pain. Tony had put him through stress tests. He'd learned to function through discomfort, through fear, through the screaming protest of a body that wanted to shut down. He compartmentalized the pain, shoved it into a box in his mind labeled later, and focused. "Quirrel," Harry said. "Look at the mirror." Quirrel, still facing away, Voldemort's face staring at Harry, spoke with his own voice, thin and strained. "The mirror won't give it to me, I told you. It won't give it to you because he wants it. Voldemort's desire is overwhelming yours. But if you looked, just Quirrel, just the man who wanted to prove himself, who wanted to be more than a laughingstock, what would you see?" Something shifted in Quirrel's posture. A tremor. The faintest crack in the facade. "Don't listen to the boy," Voldemort hissed. "He's trying to divide us." "He's already divided," Harry said, and his voice through the helmet was calm and precise and utterly without pity. "You're killing him. The host body can't sustain you. Jarvis's scans show his organs are failing. He's dying and you don't care because he's just a vehicle to you, just a tool." Silence. Voldemort's rage hit Harry like a physical blow, a wave of dark, thaumic energy that slammed against the suit's shielding and cracked 2 runic arrays along the left arm. Alarms screamed in the HUD. The suit's integrity dropped from 97% to 84%. Harry raised both gauntlets. "Here's how this goes," Harry said. "You can't get the stone, I can. If you want it, you have to go through me. And I have spent 10 years being raised by the most brilliant engineer in human history preparing for exactly this moment. So come on, Riddle, come and take it." Voldemort's face twisted with fury and with something else. Fear, just a flicker, just a shadow, but Harry's HUD caught it, the thermal signature of Voldemort's parasitic form spiking with agitation. "Kill him," Voldemort screamed. Quirrel spun. His wand came up, and a bolt of green light erupted from its tip. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, the spell that had killed Harry's parents, cast without hesitation or remorse. Harry didn't dodge. He raised the suit's left gauntlet and activated the shield array, a flat plane of condensed thaumic energy that materialized in front of him like a wall of blue-white light. The killing curse hit the shield and held. The impact was tremendous. The shield buckled, cracked, its runic structure fracturing under the strain. The HUD screamed, "Shield integrity 40%, 20%, critical." The curse wasn't just force, it was wrong, a fundamental negation of life itself. And the suit systems were never designed to block something that operated on that level. The shield shattered. But the curse had been deflected, not stopped, deflected, ricocheting off the fragmenting shield and slamming into the ceiling, where it blew a crater in the stone and sent debris raining down. Harry staggered, the suit's left arm sparking, 3 more runic arrays blown. Jarvis, damage report. Left arm compromised, shield array non-functional. Overall suit integrity at 71%. The killing curse exceeded the shielding's design parameters. Another direct hit will breach the armor. Then I don't take another direct hit. Quirrel was already casting again, not the killing curse this time, but a barrage of offensive magic. Fire, force, cutting hexes, dark curses that the HUD couldn't even classify. Harry flew, the boot arrays launching him sideways, then up, then into a barrel roll that carried him over a jet of purple flame and under a curse that cracked the stone where his head had been. The chamber was too small for aerial combat. Harry used it anyway, bouncing off walls, spinning around pillars, the suit's flight system keeping him ahead of Quirrel's aim by fractions of seconds. He returned fire, stunning spells, force projections, everything he had, but Quirrel was shielded by Voldemort's power, the dark, thaumic energy forming a barrier that absorbed Harry's attacks like a sponge. "He's stronger than projected," Jarvis reported, unnecessarily. "I noticed." Harry landed on the far side of the chamber, behind the mirror, using it as cover. Quirrel's curses hammered the mirror's frame, but the enchanted glass held. The mirror of Air-Eyes was ancient and powerful, and even Voldemort's magic couldn't shatter it. Harry looked into the mirror. His reflection looked back, Harry in the mage armor, battered and sparking, the phoenix core still blazing gold red. And in the reflection, his mirror self reached into the pocket of his robes and pulled out a blood-red stone. The mirror self winked and put the stone back. Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket. Small, angular, warm, the philosopher's stone, the mirror had given it to him. Because Harry wanted to find it, needed to find it, but not to use it. He wanted to keep it away from Voldemort. His desire was protection, not power, and the mirror had recognized the difference. Jarvis, I have the stone, confirmed. The stone's thaumic signature is now registering on your person. I'm ending this. Harry stepped out from behind the mirror. Quirrell saw him and raised his wand. Give me the stone. Come and take it. Quirrell lunged forward, wand forgotten, hands reaching for Harry's throat, and the moment his skin made contact with the suit's surface, something extraordinary happened. Quirrell screamed, not a scream of anger or frustration, a scream of agony. His hands, pressed against the suit's armor, were burning. Blisters erupted on his palms, then his fingers, the skin blackening and splitting. He recoiled, staring at his ruined hands, and Voldemort's voice shrieked from the back of his head. What is this? Harry stared at Quirrell's burned hands. The suit's sensors were going wild, a thaumic reaction, something the armor had triggered but not generated. The energy was coming from Harry, flowing through the suit's runic channels, radiating from every surface. It was warm, golden, and it was the same energy that had lived in Harry's scar since the night his mother died, Lily's protection. The love sacrifice, not just a passive shield, an active weapon against Voldemort's touch. It's my mother, Harry said. She's still protecting me. And you can't touch me. The thing that killed her gave me the one thing you can never overcome. Quirrell backed away, cradling his ruined hands. Voldemort's voice was screaming, commands and curses and incoherent rage, and Quirrell was falling apart, his body deteriorating, the parasitic connection consuming him from within, accelerated by the burning contact with Harry's protection. Harry advanced. He retracted the gauntlet's bare hands, just his skin, the under armor's runic channels carrying Lily's protection like fire through a fuse. He reached out and grabbed Quirrell's face. The scream was inhuman. Quirrell's skin crumbled under Harry's fingers, turning to ash, and the man who had carried Voldemort into Hogwarts collapsed, his body disintegrating, his eyes going blank. And from the ruin of Quirrell's body, something rose, a dark, shapeless thing. A wraith of pure malice, Voldemort's spirit torn free of its host and shrieking with a fury that made the air itself recoil. It hung in the air for a moment, formless and terrible, and its red eyes, eyes without a face, fixed on Harry with a hatred that was older than the castle. Harry raised both hands, palms out. The protection flowed through him, golden light pouring from his skin, filling the chamber, driving the darkness back. Run, Harry said. Run like you ran the night you killed my parents. Because I'm still here and she's still protecting me, and nothing you do, nothing, will ever be enough to break that. The wraith screamed. It flew at Harry, through him, and the scar exploded with pain so vast it swallowed the world. Harry felt himself falling, felt the suit systems failing, felt the golden light of his mother's protection blaze one final time, brighter than the phoenix core, brighter than the sun. The wraith burst through the far wall and was gone, howling into the night, diminished, defeated, fleeing. Harry hit the floor, the suit powered down, the HUD went dark, the phoenix core guttered and dimmed. Master, Harry, Jarvis's voice was distorted, breaking up, the communication link failing as the suit systems collapsed. I'm okay, Jay, Harry whispered, though he wasn't sure it was true. The philosopher's stone was a lump against his hip. The scar was bleeding. The chamber was silent. Suit integrity, 14% recommend. Emergency, Jarvis, static, then nothing. Harry lay on the floor of the chamber, surrounded by the wreckage of his armor, clutching a stone that could make a man immortal, and stared at the ceiling while the torches guttered and the mirror of air eyes reflected an empty room. He closed his eyes. The last thing he saw behind his eyelids was his mother's face from the mirror. Green eyes, red hair, a smile that said, I'm proud of you. Then the world went dark, and Harry Stark fell into a silence deeper than sleep, sound returned first, distant, muffled, like hearing through water. Voices, urgent, overlapping, familiar and unfamiliar. Significant magical exhaustion, Albus, he needs. Suit is completely inert, I can't access. Mr. Weasley is awake and asking about. Never seen anything like this in all my years. Harry opened his eyes, white. Everything was white. Not the blinding white of Voldemort's wraith scream, but the soft, clinical white of clean linen and morning light. He was in a bed, the hospital wing, he realized, recognizing the vaulted ceiling and the rows of beds and the faint smell of medicinal potions. He was alive. This seemed, on reflection, like a surprisingly good outcome. "Ah," said a voice to his left. "Welcome back, Mr. Stark." Dumbledore was sitting in a chair beside Harry's bed, wearing robes of deep blue and an expression that combined relief, sadness, and something that might have been admiration. His half-moon spectacles reflected the morning light. Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Every muscle in his body protested. His head was pounding. The scar throbbed dully, but the dark burning was gone. The Voldemort frequency signal had ceased, at least for now. How long? Harry asked, his voice a croak. 3 days. Madame Pomfrey has been quite insistent that you be allowed to rest, and I have been quite insistent that I be here when you woke. We have reached a compromise. I have 10 minutes before she ejects me. Ron, Hermione, Mr. Weasley has a mild concussion and 2 fractured ribs, both of which Madame Pomfrey has mended. He is in the bed 3 down from yours, currently eating his 4th chocolate frog and threatening to come see you the moment he can stand. Miss Granger was uninjured and has been visiting both of you daily. She is currently in the library, which I believe surprises no one. Harry sank back into the pillow. Safe, they were safe. The stone, Harry said, destroyed. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. I spoke with Nicholas, and we agreed it was the right decision. The elixir of life is a remarkable creation, but its existence invited too great a danger. Nicholas and Perenelle have enough elixir to set their affairs in order, and then they will move on. You destroyed the thing Voldemort was trying to steal. I removed the thing Voldemort was trying to steal, a subtle but important distinction. The stone was bait, Harry. I won't pretend otherwise. It was in this castle because I expected Voldemort to come for it, and I wanted that confrontation to happen on my terms, on your terms, in a school full of children, in a school where the one person who could stop him was present. Yes. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes, and there was no twinkle now, just the unvarnished gaze of a man who played games with nations and was willing to be honest about it. I owe you the truth, Harry. I brought the stone to Hogwarts because I knew Voldemort would pursue it. I knew he was attached to Quirrel, and I knew that you, with your mother's protection, your father's armor, and your own considerable abilities, were the only person who could face him and survive. You used me as bait. I used you as a solution. The distinction is your conscience, Professor, and I don't care about your conscience. I care about the fact that Ron has fractured ribs. I care that Hermione had to watch her friend walk into danger alone. I care that I was an 11-year-old fighting for his life against Voldemort while you were conveniently out of the castle. The words hit Dumbledore like physical blows. The old wizard absorbed them in silence, his face aging visibly, the weight of his choices settling on his shoulders. You are correct, he said, and I am sorry. Sorry isn't a strategy, Professor. No, it isn't, but it is what I have to offer along with a promise. I will be more honest with you going forward. You've earned that. Your father has insisted on it, quite forcefully, in several communications that arrived during your unconsciousness. Harry allowed himself a small smile. How many communications? 47. Ranging from concern to threatening to what I believe was a formal declaration of war, though Mr. Stark's handwriting becomes quite difficult to parse when he's agitated. Dumbledore paused. He is on his way, Harry. He should arrive this afternoon. Something in Harry's chest unclenched. Tony was coming. Professor, the thing in my scar, Voldemort said he left part of himself in me. What does that mean? Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. When they opened, they held a sorrow so deep it looked like an ocean. It means that on the night Voldemort tried to kill you, His soul was so damaged, so unstable from years of dark magic, that a fragment of it broke away and attached itself to the nearest living thing. You, a fragment of his soul, in my scar. Yes, how do I get it out? That, Harry, is a question I have been trying to answer for 10 years. I don't know yet, but I will not stop looking. And now that I know the kind of person you are, the strength you carry, the support you have, I believe the answer is closer than it was. Harry lay in his hospital bed and processed this information with the cold precision of a Stark analyzing an engineering problem. A fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded in his scar. A parasite, dark and persistent, connecting him to the worst wizard who ever lived. His father was coming. They'd figure it out. Tony Stark didn't believe in unsolvable problems, and Harry had inherited that faith. "Professor," Harry said, "my suit. Beside your bed, rather worse for wear, I'm afraid. Several of your school's house elves attempted to repair it before I intervened. They are very diligent, but I suspected that the runic arrays required a more specialized touch." Harry turned his head. The Mark I mage armor was on a stand beside his bed, and it looked like it had been through a war. Plates dented, runic channels dark and cracked, the left arm assembly hanging loose, the phoenix core dim but still faintly pulsing. Wounded but not dead, like Harry himself. It saved my life. Harry said, "Your mother saved your life, the suit helped." They both did together, that's the whole point, Professor. Technology and magic, science and sacrifice. My dad and my mum, you can't separate them, they're stronger together. Dumbledore regarded Harry with an expression that was difficult to read, pride, perhaps, or the recognition that a child had grasped something that the wizarding world had spent centuries refusing to see. "You may well be the most important wizard of your generation, Harry Stark." "I'm not just a wizard, Professor, that's what everyone keeps getting wrong." Dumbledore smiled. It was a real smile, tired and sad and genuine. "Yes," he said, "I believe I'm beginning to understand that." He stood, and Madame Pomfrey appeared in the doorway as though summoned by an internal timer, already shooing the headmaster out with the formidable authority of a woman who outranked everyone within the walls of her domain. 10 minutes, Albus. I said 10 minutes. My dear Poppy, I was merely out. Dumbledore left with a grace that suggested this was a familiar defeat. The door closed, and Harry was alone in the hospital wing with the morning light and the broken suit and the steady, reassuring knowledge that his father was coming. He closed his eyes and slept. Not the dark, unconscious void of magical exhaustion, but real sleep, deep, healing, dreamless. When he woke, Tony Stark was sitting in Dumbledore's chair. He looked terrible. Unshaven, dark circles under his eyes, wearing clothes that suggested he'd dressed in the dark and possibly on a moving aircraft. His hands were resting on the arms of the chair, and they were shaking, not with cold, not with caffeine, but with the particular tremor of a man who had spent 3 days believing his son might die and was only now allowing himself to feel it. "Hey, Dad," Harry said. Tony's composure broke. Not dramatically. Tony Stark didn't do dramatic emotional displays, at least not in front of other people. But his jaw clenched and his eyes went bright, and he reached out and took Harry's hand and held it like it was the only solid thing in the universe. "You promised me." Tony said, his voice raw. "You promised that if it was beyond the suit, you'd run. It wasn't beyond the suit. Harry, the suit is in pieces. And I'm alive. The suit did its job, I did my job, and Voldemort ran, Dad. He ran from me." Tony stared at his son. 11 years old, lying in a hospital bed, scarred and exhausted, and talking about fighting a dark wizard like it was a homework assignment. "Brave, reckless, you're grounded," Tony said. "I'm in a hospital bed." "You're grounded in a hospital bed, doubly grounded, triple grounded. Grounded until the heat death of the universe. Can I be grounded and still get the Mark Roman too?" Tony's mouth twitched. Despite everything, the fear, the fury, the 3 days of hell, it twitched. "The Mark Roman 2 is already finished," he said. "I completed it 2 days ago while I was on the plane. Couldn't sleep, so I assembled it in the cargo hold. It's in a case downstairs. Better amplification, stronger shielding, and a dedicated module for channeling whatever the hell your mother's protection is. Because I spent 48 hours analyzing your combat data, and the love magic defense thing is the most powerful weapon in your arsenal, and I am damn well going to engineer around it. Harry laughed. It hurt his ribs and his head and every part of his battered body, but he laughed, because his father was here and already building the next thing, already turning fear into engineering, already refusing to let the world be more dangerous than a Stark could handle. I love you, Dad. I love you too, you absolute menace. Tony squeezed Harry's hand. Harry squeezed back. And outside the hospital wing windows, the sun rose over Hogwarts, casting gold light across the lake and the mountains and the castle that had been Harry's home for a year and would be his home for 6 more. The war wasn't over. Voldemort was still out there, diminished but enduring. The fragment in Harry's scar was still there, a dark note in the symphony of his being. Dumbledore was still playing games. The wizarding world was still unprepared for what was coming. But Harry Stark had his family, his friends, his armor, and his will. And that, he was learning, was more than enough to face whatever came next. Tony didn't let go of his hand for a very long time.